a DVD drive in order to load my programs onto my new computer. It didn't come with a DVD.
It didn't?
Yeah.
No.
None of them do
Most
anymore.
of them don't.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I thought
And
you
then
meant SSD.
this is also Blu-ray. It'll also burn. And it's USB-C connection point.
I got the LG
You like
one.
that, Justin?
What is that?
Yeah, it's a
Frame?
FPV frame.
Frame, yeah.
Are we live yet, Jim?
Yeah, we're live now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Most of them, you look at it, it's like they have all these problems. You know, the first few, I always go to the most recent search and come up and see what the problems is. So if you see there's a problem maybe with the manufacturing run, all of a sudden there's a whole slew of, problems. And this is the best one I could find, with 73% of the people gave it a 5-star rating. But we'll see what happens.
What's great is you can find so many of those external DVD drives now if you don't have a place to install it in your computer.
Yeah.
You can get tons of them and they're not very expensive.
Mine is
USB-C
USB.
enables
Yeah.
a lot of external devices.
Mine is USB.
Hello, Robert. Were you guys talking about, when you were talking about chips, were you talking about how Florida is now, DeSantis put in $10 million towards chip manufacturing in your state?
Oh, we haven't talked about that yet.
No, we were talking.
I hadn't seen that, but that doesn't surprise me.
I know Arizona was getting one too. That's why I said that one of the Taiwan companies over there is moving a huge.
Intel's building there too.
In Taiwan?
Arizona.
No, they're moving a bunch of chip manufacturing over here now. About damn time they start doing that. It might be a couple of years.
Water.
Do you know that Nvidia tried to buy
ARM?
ARM.
They still are. That deal is still on the table. It hasn't been nixed completely.
Listen,
yet.
I've got a video here I want to play from a guy that it's called some tech channel. He's about had it with the way Nvidia is playing the game. The 3080 on up all have the same damn core. And now they're coming out with instead of a 3080, it's going to be a 3050. And then these TI versions, all they're doing is overstressing or overclocking their own card. In other words, what he's saying is it's a scam.
Yeah.
No. Hey, Jim. Hello.
Yeah.
Do you know how Intel and AMD do all of their damn chips? They're all the same core, and when they come off of the manufacturing line, they test them to see which sort of frequencies and stuff that particular one can handle. So Nvidia is not doing anything that hasn't been done for decades by Intel and AMD. That's exactly how they all do it.
Look at the money grab, though.
And in some cases, all they do is go in and sort of burn the trace to disable a couple of extra cores so that they can sell the thing as a different model. Or in cases where, they do their testing, it may be some 16-core processor or whatever, 1 or 2 cores are messed up. So then they'll burn the traces and, knock it down to like 12 cores and sell it as that particular model. They freaking all do it.
Yeah, it's getting sick, though. Got to say hello to JDS Flying Canuck.
So 3080,
our friend Bob Glazier.
3080, 3090, they're all 100%. It's all the same core. It's a matter of what that particular chip tested at when it came off the manufacturing line.
Yeah.
Evening, Lauren.
That's what I have in my new computer, is the 3080, but TI.
Sure. All that means is it either
more memory.
Yeah.
I've got 12 gig instead of the
but the memory is not actually on the chip, it's on the board, so they can change memory configurations around on a whim.
Unlimited Vertical said, remember the AMD triple core processors?
Can you see this guy?
Yep.
Yeah.
foremost, the NVIDIA keynote had a lot of stuff in there people honestly don't care about. I mean,
This
we're
is
talking
from
about
CES.
They're talking the new studio, which you can grab all their APIs and stuff and plug them into your game.
Actually, Jim, I got another
Matters
video
if you're
for
a
you.
game
You might be
developer, and if you're a
interested
game
in.
developer, you already know about all that stuff. But anyway, 3050. 3050 is their first time they've introduced RTX technology on a 50 series card that's also considered RTX. If you remember back to the 20 series cards, they had two product ranges. They had the 1650 and 1650 Ti, 1650, 1660 Ti, and I believe that super cards in there as well. So they stripped the RTX and the DLSS out of those particular cards and kept them basically just GTX cards because they called them 16 because it was better than halfway from 10 to 20 because they figured it was like closer to a 20 series card, but better than halfway. So they didn't call them 15, they called them 16, which was really stupid naming. And that's honestly their answer as to why they did it. But it didn't have any of the features that honestly, even a low end card would benefit from, being specifically DLSS. And DLSS 2.0 is so good. Having DLSS available, even in a small amount of tensor cores on a low end card would be completely beneficial to those that are running like 1440p and whatnot to give you better frame rates by using deep learning super sampling. Now, the 3050 Ti, or excuse me, the 3050, I'm gonna slip and probably say Ti a few times. 3050 Ti is obviously coming. The 3050 would be the only SKU without a Ti variant, which obviously means that they're gonna be coming out with that. But the 3050 now brings you DLSS and RTX technology to a 50 series card. Now, let me go ahead and caveat this. Spec-wise, we don't have much to go off of. They're very cryptic when they do these types of launches, right? So they don't want to give away too much information. They are going to probably send out third-party samples. I don't even believe there's a 3050 Founders Edition card. I'd be kind of surprised if there was, because there was never any sort of Founders Edition 50 series cards in the past. The 60 and up is always where they did Founders. So I'm kind of curious as to how they're going to do that. RTX on a 50 series card is not something you should be excited about. Even with the second generation RT cores and third generation tensor cores, the RT count is going to be so low that the performance impact on a 50 series card, given it being an entry level card, is going to be greater than the benefit of turning on the feature. So for instance, if you're getting 60 FPS in a modern title, which is, they said the reason why they even launched a 50 series, 30 series card is because of the fact that modern titles have kind of accelerated in terms of the technology that they're implementing in the games, which means that their super popular 1050, 1060s, and even 1650 and 1660 cards are no longer able to maintain 60 FPS in AAA titles. So that's why they came out with a beefier 3050. RTX in a card like that, to me, doesn't make sense. If you've ever played with RTX, you know the second you hit that button, it's an immediate performance impact, a big one. DLSS is the way you tend to get back the performance loss. So when you enable ray tracing and then you enable DLSS, you kind of are losing the FPS with RT on, and then DLSS brings you back nearly to where you were before you started. If you don't turn on RT and you turn on DLSS, you tend to get an uplift in performance. Ray tracing is still a huge impact, even though we are making great strides on the efficiency of the way ray tracing is implemented into games. Remember, there's a bunch of different ways RT is implemented. You got global illumination through RT, shadows, obviously reflections. There's a lot of ways that RT can be implemented. So it's going to depend on the title and what kind of a hit it is. But as soon as you turn on the RT cores, it's an immediate impact. And the less RT cores you have, the bigger the impact. So that's why I don't feel RT should be a selling point of this card, period. It's just a
I want to get to where it's
or the
talking
Newegg
about
Shuffle
the bigger cards.
or whatever other random ways.
Oh my God.
Jabba had many vessels.
Really?
Yeah.
People are trying to make it fair to get these cards, are sitting there for more than a year. Some have been in there since September of 2020. So we're talking a year and like 4 months now, or almost 4
Talking
months.
about trying to get a
That's because
3080.
that is the most popular card. It was the best bang for the buck. It was $700. It was far outperforming the $1,200 2080 Ti at the time, and everybody wanted it. Because that card is in such short demand, to take the same process that could help alleviate, maybe make up for some of those shortages and pumping out more 3080s at a lower price, they've since chosen to launch 3 more cards, 3080 Ti, technically 3090, and 3090 Ti. So 2 more cards using the same process at a higher price, showing a complete disconnect from reality in what is happening out there in the market. They care more about how badly they can beat AMD's 6900 XT. Now, look, let me digress here for a second. When the 3090 launched, they were very much like, this is not a gaming card. This is not a gaming card. Even though it's not a great production card either, because they stripped a lot of features out of it found in the RTX Titan that made it an okay production card for 3D modeling and rendering, which is specifically how they touted this card, because that's the part of the keynote they lumped it in with. It is still in the RTX lineup. It is still right against everything else in the GeForce lineup. It is a freaking gaming card, no matter what pill NVIDIA wants you to swallow. So by them choosing to launch a new Halo card shows that they do not care whatsoever about the early adopters or those attempting to adopt the 3080 they've been trying to get their hands on for over a year now. And they care more about the competition between AMD, because 6900 XT's improvements with drivers and stuff over time has been getting closer and closer and closer to the 3090 and even edging it out in various use cases. They had to do whatever they could to try and stay on top, because they care more about that than the gamer out there. They come out with a card that is nominally better. Now, the reason why I say nominally better, it's running the same GA102, like I said. The 3090 Ti has 10,752 CUDA cores. Asterisks on this is via Tech PowerUp's, what they believe it to be based on their particular sources. But this all makes perfect sense, because the 3090 has 10,496. So it's 256 extra CUDA cores over the 3090. The 3090 has 328 TMUs, the 3090 Ti 336. So a nominal bump there in TMUs, and then both are 112 ROPs, both 24 gigabytes of memory, both running GDDR6X, both 384-bit buses. Now, the speed of the memory could potentially be a little bit higher, but again, that's still waiting to be seen on what the actual specs are going to be. The performance bump.
I just wanted to show this guy because what he is, JZ2 Cents is his channel name. JZ2 Cents. And basically, he's saying the whole thing is just a scam to get our damn money, when all these people have been sitting here waiting forever trying to get the 3080 cards in the first place.
Shocker,
Jim.
company trying to screw you.
Hey, Jim.
Yeah.
Hey, Jim. Keep in mind, and this is, I'll just tell you this. Because of the shortage in what companies have to sell, and you can kind of look at this, we have the perfect example of it in DJI.
You got a perfect example
instead of bringing out the Mini 3, right, and launching the Mini 3 and the Mavic 3 at the same time. Which one did they launch? The one that they had the bigger margins on, the more costly. So everybody, because of the chip shortage, is building the more expensive things, not the cheap things.
You still can't get your hands on them. I had to buy a pre-built. So did Steve right below me.
Yeah, well, there's another big driver of that in the computer industry, which is crypto. And because of everything that happened in the world, more people jumped into crypto. And you have all of those guys buying every last little scrap they can buy to mine crypto. And so, and in fact, it's gotten so profitable for them that Nvidia and those guys have literally come out with crypto cards that are designed specifically for that.
I know.
Which kind of entices those guys to buy those instead of the ones that we need to build our own machines.
The one that is in mine, I don't know about Stevens, but the one that is in mine is a low hash rate. So they added that software to.
They had to do it in the hardware because they originally did it as software on the 3060.
Right.
And well, actually, it was kind of a firmware on the card. And
that's what I heard.
They figured out how to get around it. And so what they did is in the next batch of processors, they killed it on the actual chip.
All right, mine came with a gigabyte gaming overclocked Rev 2 3080 RTX card, and the Rev 2 means it's got the LHR, the low hash rate.
Right. It's got the hash rate disabled stuff. Right. Yeah.
Now Steve got a 3080 Ti in his pre-built. Does that have LHR, Steve?
I'm bringing up the specs on it now.
Okay. 8 bill, coast to coast.
Nope.
And
So,
I did
anyways,
say hello to Unlimited
looking at
Vertical.
the chip, right? Looking at the chip shortage, that's the weird part about his argument is he completely ignores the one thing that is. Sure, they want to be on top. They always want to be on top. But if you have a limited amount of chips that you have access to, hello, any CEO, CFO, COO with his freaking head on his shoulder is going to choose to sell the thing that he makes the most profit on. If I can only sell 10 items, I might as well sell the 10 items that I make $100 on instead of the 10 items I only make $1 each on.
But you can't get your hands on any of these things at the stock price. Go look everywhere. Newegg, wherever you want to look, they're all out. Best Buy sold out.
Hello,
And you can't-
the world canceled its orders when COVID shut everything down and everybody canceled all those freaking chip orders. And then when things came back to life, everybody ordered at the same time. So you had a year's worth of would have taken a year's worth of manufacturing orders all arrive within a month that the
So,
system
wait,
just
you're saying
can't
that-
consume.
You're saying that because of COVID, they cut down production?
It cut production in multiple ways. A bunch of companies, in particular, a bunch of the car companies, canceled their orders. Specifically, canceled their orders, so so they didn't have to manufacture those. And then, obviously, the chip plants themselves all kind of got hit. And look at Samsung with that snowstorm last year down in Texas, right? That shut that Samsung plant down for a month, which is their SSD drives chips. So anyways, when
that also doesn't include all the cities in China that were shut down
right
early on before we even knew about the pandemic. They had shut down multiple cities, because I get the back end knowledge from a gentleman that used to be the CEO for Apple's quote unquote their main boards for the iPhone. They created their company is the one that made the boards for iPhone. They still do.
Yeah, Foxconn makes a bunch of this stuff for them. And then, so when everything started turning back on, you basically, those orders were canceled for 6+ months to make that stuff. And then when everything started turning back on, you literally had everybody in every company that had canceled their orders come in and go, okay, now we want chips. So you had like a year and a half worth of chips being ordered in like a month. You can't cram that through the system that fast. And then there's been all sorts of catastrophes in between that have caused additional issues, including 2 fires in Japan that built chips for the auto industry. That's one of the reasons the auto industry got slammed even harder, is they all canceled the orders, and then they had to get back in line to try to get some, and then 2 of the plants burned up in Japan. And so it's just been one catastrophe after another.
I want to finish this rant right
Which
quick.
right now, the 3090's current actual retail pricing, not MSRP, is $29.99. People are selling it for $3,000. That's double the MSRP of $1,500. What do you think a 3090 Ti is going to go for? Sure, they're going to be a lower production card. They're not going to make nearly as many of them as they are other cards, because it's a Halo product. It's extremely expensive, and the demand on that would be theoretically less. They chose to make more Halo products than to do anything they could to get more product in the hands of actual gamers. It is a for-profit company. They have investors, and they have investors that they are, remember, all publicly traded companies, they bow to the investor. The investor is a blob of tons of people. NVIDIA is in the S&P 500. They have a lot of people they answer to, and they're going to do whatever it takes to make the most money. And if you think the manufacturers and the developers and the designers like NVIDIA aren't getting the same benefit of this expensive economy, then you're out of your mind. I guarantee you NVIDIA is selling those chips for more than they were when this economy first started.
That's my question. Are they? Are they raping
Is
us?
it
It's called
price
supply and
gouging?
demand, Jim.
I know.
Yep.
but
Hey,
If you
Jim,
look- if you look-
Simple
TSMC has-
economics.
If you
Simple
look-
economics.
the 3080 is still listed at $699, but you
Jim?
can't get it unless you're willing to pay $1,300.
TSMC, who's one of the basically the largest chip manufacturer on the planet,
Right.
raised their chip prices over 25% to the people that are ordering from them, and that includes Nvidia and AMD and every other manufacturer.
Hey, Dan. Johnny got
Well,
you.
So-
I
Mel,
see what
hey, Mel.
Jim's saying, kind of like it feels like price gouging, but at the same time, it is supply. and
The price
demand.
should have gone up. I'm
Yep.
telling you, the price should have gone up because right now they're absorbing the hit to actually manufacture those chips from TSMC.
Well, when this stuff first came out, Steve and I talked about, I showed this place that had 60 3080s running full time doing that damn Bitcoin crap, crypto
Yep.
mining. And none of us could get a hold of one. That was 2 years ago.
Yeah, and see, because everybody got laid off, then everybody started looking for things to do, so they all jumped into crypto all over the freaking planet, and so that literally sucked everything up. On top of chips not being manufactured. Oh, by the way, just for another fiasco to the
Right.
whole chip thing, there was a plant fire in Germany of the plant that makes the EUV I can't even say that freaking word. Anyways, it's the laser that they use to actually manufacture the chips. It was a small fire, but it took out one section of it, so they may not actually be able to deliver enough of the machines that actually make the chips. That is actually going to delay that, which is going to delay some of the fabs that are being manufactured.
What makes them? Are these like flow solder machines? What are we talking
No,
about?
no. This is laser,
Laser.
finite laser engraving.
Engraving. Okay.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's a laser. It's a laser. It's lasered into the silicon. This is basically what they're doing.
There are so many lists that people were jumping on. I think he touched on it too. That was Jay-Z's tech something. Sorry there, Jay-Z, whoever you are. What was he? Jay-Z's 2 cents.
So that machine, that is literally the only company on the planet that makes that equipment for the 10 nanometer and less manufacturing process of chips.
Jody, that's what I'm
One.
looking for. I'm looking for the graphics out of it. That's all I'm using it for. I've got the
Did
RTX
you
and the
see
DLSS
that
on the
live?
3080. What?
Did you see that live stream posted that's showing like the in stock and out of stock, all the different companies? He heard that.
Yeah.
It was pretty
There is a
interesting. I was
live.
watching it for a second there.
Hey, 48K9. There he is.
So
Hey,
as I was saying, Jim, the additional cores that they're putting into that TI were already there. All they're doing is changing their testing process to find the ones that all the cores are enabled on and selling it as a TI. And the ones where, X amount of cores failed, and they cut it down to whatever, hey, this one only holds this voltage and this many cores, so it's a 3090. The next one's a little worse, so it's a 3080 Ti. And that's literally how Intel and AMD have always built their models and done their stuff. It's one chip coming off of those wafers because they literally don't want to pay the cost of manufacture, and it's expensive, each of those 300-inch wafers that they build these things on now. You don't go, basically they're all the same, and then they figure out which ones, that way they don't throw them away, basically, has always been the deal. Because some of them always have a flaw, so they sell it as a different model.
It's a major screwing, is what I see it as. If you're waiting 2 years on a list just to get it at $699, the actual price, and by the way, you still can't.
Like I said, the interesting part of it is it has zero to do with the actual chip manufacturers. It's not TSMC's fault that everybody cut down on their orders and then came back and all ordered at the same time. It's not TSMC's fault that COVID happened and everybody started looking to do crypto to make money because they couldn't make money because they didn't have a freaking job. It's completely out of everybody's control, kind of what has gone down. And they say, you know, maybe by 2023, the reality is it's going to be 2024, which is also when some of these new fabs are going to come online, is 2024. So I wouldn't, for the next like 2 years, I would sit tight.
You're talking about when all the new factories in the U.S. start ramping up, it's going to take,
and everywhere else.
You've already got
multiples all over the world.
You've already got DDR6 and 6 motherboards coming out, like the 690 and all that. They're already coming out for DDR5, and so it's moving quick. Yep. And I just got DDR4 capable boards now at the X570Z. I think I got whatever the hell it was. But
Jim, one thing you gotta remember in all of this, you're just looking at one little teeny itty bitty equation. And what Justin was saying right now, like when I brought up about the 10 million that's going to go out to, investing into plants for chip manufacturing in Florida and then also in Arizona, when that goes through, now you start to build these plants. To build a plant, you're talking at least a year and a half to 2 years in order to build clean rooms for putting it in. The fastest one I've ever seen here in the United States, which was years ago, because I had a friend of mine working on it, it took them almost 2.5 years to build it because of the multiple complications you have of getting the air handling equipment, filtering equipment. Because right now, because I told you on my project, I got set behind 6 months waiting for an order for 5, rooftop AC units, small package units. They thought they had them in stock. 6 months for the units to be built in order to get through.
And the air handling has probably got to be backlogged because with COVID, companies, hospitals, and everything else are looking to install better filtration systems in there for things like COVID and things like that. So, which has got to be putting a strain on trying to get devices to build chip plants too. So it's a big muddy mess.
The only way they would be able to ramp up a chip manufacturer that quick is the government would have to step in and prioritize certain things to go to that chip factory.
They'd have to go to Germany and double the size of that company that makes the machines that they make the chips with. So that's a holdup in itself.
Which is or is not going to happen.
Not going to happen.
Well, the company that I work for a general manufacturing company, and what's holding us up is the supply of bands. And we had a vendor that quit on us, and we had to go find another vendor to make the bands that we need. And now we just got a big shipment of bands in, and they're slightly different than the old bands because the tops of the bands aren't as rounded as the old ones. So,
hey, Jody, let me ask you in the chat, what card would you go for? Would you go for a 3060 or a 3090 with what you're doing? That's what I was wondering, because I got the 3080. You like the 3070?
The 3070, the 70 series cards from Nvidia have always been probably the best bang for your buck. They're not, they're not quite as good as the 80s, but they will generally, in one generation, that's the one that will absolutely do anything and everything that you kind of need it to do.
I got as far as Mike Night Train is talking, the Ryzen 7, that Ryzen 7 3900, it looks like
that's the old one.
That looks like a damn good chip. Well, I got the Ryzen 9 5900.
Yeah, the 5000 series.
It's not that sick of an increase over the Ryzen 7 39. So they make some pretty good stuff there. It's just that now they're on the Zen 3
They're on the 3 Plus actually. And
Well, I'm not getting a Threadripper. I'm not getting a Threadripper.
The Zen 4 is late 2022, which is a new architecture in the AM5 socket, which will be the first socket change in years for them.
That's another thing that we were talking about. You can buy a computer today. There is no law saying that your computer has to come with up-to-date ports. These damn things can still have HDMI 2.0 on them in 2022, which is sickening. It just depends on what the manufacturer wants to put on them.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the
I
truth.
know. I know what you're saying. Europe just passed that thing that is basically going to kill Apple's Lightning, because they passed a law that the phones all have to use a standard charging system, which means USB-C. So like Apple has to produce a phone that has USB-C in order for Europe. Which
wasn't Apple moving towards USB-C anyway?
In all likelihood, this is just basically just forced their hand.
They already have.
Yeah, I think that they were already moving towards that anyway on a mass scale.
Yeah. Hello, Ron.
Hey, Steve, how are you?
Ron,
Ron's,
up,
you're all Apple, right, Ron?
My Mac and my iPad, but I still have a PC laptop.
I'm all Apple except for computers. I go with PC instead of Mac.
The only reason I go with PC is because you can update the damn things.
Well, there's a constant update with Apple too. You know.
What can you update with an Apple? Honestly, you can do RAM now or no?
Yeah. Well, I've already updated this. You know, I updated this within the first 6 months. This Mac. It's not cheap.
I
But you
know.
can update.
Holy shit, the price of a Mac. You know, if you go look up HDR 1000, display HDR 1000 screens, it comes up, Apple pops up with their Retina screens. They're $5,000 at 4,900.
Oh, their screens are nice, though. They are nice.
Yeah.
They are. Yeah, they are sweet. Whether they're at that price tag, I don't know.
I was on with Bill from Coast to Coast. I was on with Steve Carpenter below. I was on with Justin. I was on with Sean Watson of Edge FPV, just trying to find a friggin' monitor versus the TV. Because if you go looking for HDR 600, let's say, because the basic you can do HDR in is 550 nits. So if you're looking for an HDR 600 to video edit on monitor-wise, you're into TV prices already. You might as well get an OLED TV. But who the hell wants 55 inches in front of you?
Hey, Jim, speaking of TVs from CES, LG has an interesting TV coming that
The QD,
you and I might be interested in.
the QD LED.
No, well, not that one. That was the big talk at CES, was all the QD LED stuff. LG has one that I'm actually kind of really bloody interested in. It's a 27-inch portable. It's on its own little roll around little tower thing, and it has its own battery, and it has about 3 hours of battery time. So you know how you've talked about, and I've talked about, like with my live deck, running it in so that people could see what I'm watching.
Right.
So imagine something like that where I can hook the HDMI into that to have that up and running and displayed when I'm flying around. Because you got, what'd you say you had one in your van, right? You had a TV or something?
I've got a regular HD TV, 720p TV, and it comes out of my HDMI port on my Sendence remote. But any remote controller that has HDMI.
So anyways,
port, and I go right into the TV.
It's a battery powered 27-inch TV that I could like roll around. Sit the thing next to me and let everybody else watch while I fly.
I got lucky, Mel. I got a 1,000 watt 80 gold, whatever the hell that means. I don't know what 80 gold means, but it's 1,000 watt power supply in this PC. What does 80 gold mean?
Series. It's a series.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All those guys, all the power supply guys, they have gold, they have platinum. It's just a marketing whatever scheme on their part. And
it wasn't even an issue with me. I don't.
Bottom line, I think the difference between most of those is the caps that they use on them and sort of the quality of the capacitors that they're using in the
Bill says efficiency
most
rating.
space.
Jim, it's like Uncle Uncle Bill's toys.
Yeah, that's Bill
Good
Ronayne.
point. How many inches do you really want in front of you? What?
Exactly. This thing is a 34-inch TV or a 43, whatever. And
It's a 43.
This is a 43, and it's ridiculously big.
Unless you're severely visually impaired,
Are you only going to peak?
Mine's
peak
49. Damn it, 49.
No, but I mean, unless you have HDR 600 and above, 600 to display HDR 1000, which is going to be like sunrise, the sun blasting at you. You're only pixel peeping so much when doing your own videos, editing your own videos.
Yeah, well, for me, it has to deal with what I do for work. And so I tend to, with the 49-inch wide, I tend to have the main screen in the middle, sort of communications on the left and email on the right or things like that. So I actually need that kind of screen real estate.
You split it.
What I do. Yeah, I split it. It's not physically split. It's just the way I laid the apps out on the singular screen. But I really need the 49 inches of real estate because otherwise I'd be one of those guys that have the 3 panels.
What's up, Stevie?
Hey, what's up? You hear me?
Yeah, bro.
No.
What happened to your prop, Stevie? That's what I want to know.
Sabotage. I sabotaged myself in that situation. I'm not into building my own FPV drones, right?
Yeah, neither would I if I get into it.
And
Like this?
there is a modification to the DJI FPV that makes it fly better because the DJI FPV during maneuvers, there you go, Art. In certain maneuvers, you kind of get like this jello effect. Like it you can see it when you're in the goggles, and it kind of stabilizes later on, like when you look over the footage. But the drone itself, sometimes when it's moving in certain ways, it creates this jiggle, and some people have changed the props and they changed the motors, the caps on the motors, and changed the props and found ways to make that a little smoother and get a little more better performance. I guess is the angle of the props and the length of the props. Everything changes the specs on how it flies, etc. So I tried that out, but the fatal mistake was I used the Loctite when changing the motors, right? There's like 3 screws to go on the top of the motors, but I also used the Loctite on the threads for the props themselves. And what I didn't know, and most FPV drone pilots know,
Can't get them off.
The blue. I use the blue, so it's removable.
Okay.
But when you use that Loctite, it creates chemical reaction with the plastic. And basically, it compromised the integrity of the plastic. There was this chemical reaction with the plastic and that blue chemical that I heard that the props literally explode because of the spinning, and they create these hairline cracks that you don't see. So these drones will just fly out of the air if you don't know. And I heard a lot of people made these mistakes in the beginning because they figured they put the Loctite because the drones, they vibrate and such, and you don't want the lock nut to come loose. So, thinking like that as an engineer, you would think, let me put the Loctite on everything I can just to prevent any accidents. And I created a situation that one of the props luckily broke before I took off.
6 inches off the ground, almost.
Listen, it literally didn't, like, if you watch the video, it happened right in the beginning. And I went to the worst place to do a test flight. Like where I was at was all cliffs. There was a small little place that I could fly without being in danger of the drone. But I literally went there to test out these props diving, like a true test. And that would have been me reading the fine print on my care refresh.
Oh,
You could have dove. You just wouldn't have come back up.
Yeah, it would have been an epic
Straight down.
a video. It probably would have got more views if I would have hit the concrete or the rocks.
they love a crash video, don't they, Stevie?
I mean, I had such a silly crash that time I was hanging out with Paul, Drone Bum. Such a silly crash, and that video took off just because it was a crash. Just because crash was in the title. Meanwhile, I could do a whole production traveling around the world. and nobody could care less. I'll get like 60 views in like 3 years.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You just put crash and that's it.
Oh, you know, I did my crash video of my Mini 2 going in the light pole as a short. It didn't get but like 40 views. I figured that one would have blown up. Nothing.
That should have. Maybe you should remix that into a regular video. Take it out of short. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Make like
Well,
a
see,
1
my
minute
shorts
video
always-
explaining what happened, or take some footage from that day and make a small video. They don't have to be long. My videos
my
are not
shorts
that
always
long.
kill it.
Yeah, shorts should do good because I know the young people love shorts. That's all they watch. They won't watch a regular video.
I mean, it's not hard if you're putting them out on a regular. It's not hard to get 1,000 views on a short. It's really not.
Right.
If you're doing it like I'll put 2 or 3 out a week sometimes, and at least one of them out of the 3 will get 2, sometimes 3,000 views.
I haven't done a short yet. I should do a short. I mean, I got so much footage. I could make a short like every other day because when I edit, I always have a lot of footage left over that, that I don't do anything with. I just put it in a folder like unused footage. Like it's already cut up, It just didn't have a place in the video. So what I do is I open up another timeline in DaVinci and I just place it there. So if I ever want to go back and I know what was used and what wasn't used, you know what I'm saying?
Smart. Yeah.
Well, you can take clips from your videos you've already done, like just like if you're going around a tower.
Oh yeah, I could always go.
Set.
I could go into any of the videos I've made and put on YouTube and just copy the action part or copy whatever I want, right? Open up another timeline, paste it in that timeline, right? And just make a 1 minute clip out of it. You know what I mean? Just mark it to the 1 minute move, marker, and just stay within those markers, and then put a little promo video on Instagram that promotes the YouTube video. You know what I'm saying?
Rick Mortis is right. Look at this. I'm not catering to the ever decreasing attention span. Any less, and young folks will have to start wearing name tag. It's getting ridiculous. They won't watch a 3-minute video.
But look at TikTok. TikTok has literally, in the past year, has been taken over by 30 and 40-year-olds. There's actually a lot of more adults I've seen on TikTok than actual kids now. They've seemed to gravitate towards it.
Well, the attention span is getting smaller.
Yeah.
So as far as if you're trying to market something, you got to go with the research. I mean, we're not scientists, right? We don't do psychology and all that other stuff. Or maybe some of you guys do it on the side. But what I'm saying is they already did the research for us. You understand? And now you do the research and look into how much time these people are really spending on videos. Then if you're marketing something, then you cater to that. Now, if you're just putting out videos because you enjoy them and this is your passion, then none of that stuff matters, right? So which one is it?
That's me.
Yeah. I
just do it for fun. That's it.
I cut my videos short, but not because if I was doing if I was catering to them, I'll be making more shorts, right? I just cut down my videos because I feel like I'm catering to myself, meaning I make my videos how I would watch them. So I don't make them 20 minutes long. That's what I'm getting at. So I say 8 minutes. I go 8 minutes is a long video sometimes, but if I got a message in there, I'll leave it long like that. But I try to shy away from making like 20-minute, 30-minute videos, even if I'm traveling and I'll just break it into 2-3 videos or something like that.
Well, see, I separate shorts. The way I look at YouTube myself is I look at the shorts as a separate from my videos, because I'll post my video, but then sometimes I'll take my video over to shorts and I'll break it up into like 3 or 4 small shorts.
Right.
And because some people will watch
So the
I was
question
gonna
of the
do-
day is: isn't all of Art's videos short?
Oh.
It's
As we're
for
having
you.
this conversation,
I thought Art was the
come on,
comedian
Art. It's
here.
in good love. You know it is, Art.
He stole your shorts.
Does TikTok really take that long to upload a video or something? Neil says it takes
No,
3
no,
hours.
No, he's talking about like the process of making a 15-second video. They'll spend hours like repositioning the camera, trying to get, because this is the thing, is TikTok has a lot of filters. So they'll experiment with tons of filters trying to do different things.
Hey, Robert. Yeah, I haven't tried TikTok. I haven't tried that. I haven't downloaded the app at all. I've seen their videos everywhere. Like they make it to YouTube anyway. So if you know, but I don't know. I think right now, I find it hard to just keep up with all social media. You know, like sometimes I don't look at my Instagram account for almost a month, you know? And the Facebook, I try to log in and I try to keep it at a minimum. I show as much love as possible, maybe post something, and I log off because that thing is a time machine there. Like you start looking through there, and all of a sudden you notice an hour and a half when you what just happened, you know? So I got too much stuff going on. I try to get on and show support and like whatever I can and say some comments here and there to the people, you know, that I speak to there, and then I get
there's
off.
40 million groups. Holy Christ.
Yeah.
If you're trying to search out actual information on Facebook and you go to a group, you can find every different angle. Like if you're talking props, I use these, I use those, I use the other ones. You remember back when I didn't like MasterScrew air props because they're plastic and they bend like this in the wind.
Right.
I don't need that. I want the ones that are able to fight the wind.
You know, I met most of you guys, right? So in person, I'm a social person. Like I could hang out and stuff like that, but I find that Facebook sometimes it's
Kills
time I'll never get back. And I'd rather be doing other stuff. Especially I got a young family and stuff like that. There's always something going on. So I could be working on something else. But you know, it is what it is. That's my personal opinion. But when it comes to the MasterAirScrew props, I think the golden era for that was the original Air. That thing made that drone so much better. It was the pitch on the props was a lot lower because that thing sounded like a bunch of angry bees, and it made sense. But everything else, I brought the MasterAirScrew props for the Air. And then I became a fan. I was like, wow, like I never thought of changing the props on a DJI drone. But I bought them for the Air too. And I made some videos about it because I was trying to check for that vibration problem that was happening at first. People would, before their drone even takes off, the drone started spinning by itself on the floor. There was some kind of bad engineering with those props when they came out with the Air 2. And then the problem with the Phantom, the ones that fold, they made it for the Phantom 4. Remember, Al had that problem. His drone just went wild in the air and crashed. And I heard other people complaining about those props. I bought those props as well. Never put them on my Phantom 4.
Is that how Al's crashed?
Yeah, he said he was trying out the MasterAirScrew props.
Well, I think the other drone that was really good with those was the Spark too, as well, right?
I never had the Spark, so you might be right about that.
The Spark was loud as crap.
I know with the Air, I had the Air and the MasterAirScrew props, they work perfectly, and I could co-sign it. But every other drone, I had issues. The Air 2 was funny because I made a video about the vibration issue because everybody was complaining about it, and some of the top YouTubers was making videos about it, and I guess they fixed it. But they didn't say nothing about it. They didn't say, "Oh, now we got it fixed." The new ones that were coming out weren't given that issue. Basically, you know, they just fixed it. So when I got my props, they worked fine until somebody was complaining in the comments saying that I didn't fly it around. So I said, all right, I make a part 2. You know, I was just checking the vibration, and everybody was like, I want to see more. I want to see it flying and this, that, and the third. So I went to a park and I started flying it around. After I finished the video, I edited everything and I put out another video with the drone actually flying around with the MasterAirScrew props and everything. And then remember I was telling you how I take the pieces I don't use and I put them in another a timeline in DaVinci, so later on I could go back to it. I went back to that footage because I was going to do something for Instagram or whatever. I don't remember why. And I noticed on one of the videos from the screen capture I did on the iPad, I had a warning about the props on the Fly app. It was warning me about the props and telling me to land. And I was like, wow, the video's already out there. What do I do? Make another video? You know, like, so I was like, you know, I'm done with these. So I took off the MasterAirScrew Props. I never, like I said, I never put it on the Phantom 4 because I'll crash. And then I started hearing other people complaining about the drone shaking violently when it gets up to a certain footage or whatever.
I just didn't like the way they you could bend them. Like, wow.
Yeah.
There was no way that they were going to fight the wind, is the way I looked at it.
Right. They were strong, but I have them there. Like I could have sold them because they were hot at the time, but I didn't want to be the cause of somebody's issue, you know, like somebody crashed or something. So I just put them in the garage.
I gave them away.
I didn't even do that. I still have them there, and they were new. I flew it for the I did the little review video, and like I said, when a few days after the video was out, I started messing with the footage, and I noticed the warnings on the screen capture that I did on the iPad. And then I was just like done, and I didn't even feel like making another video. I was like, I didn't even want to even talk about MasterAirScrews on my channel anymore.
Well, when it comes to props, so I'm not putting anything. Like, I don't want to buy any third-party props. I'd rather go with the ones that the manufacturer has engineered to perfectly match or to be used with the drone that you purchase.
Right. And I had that discussion with a friend of mine actually today. Because of the DJI FPV and the changing of the props. And I was explaining to him that I'm in a total agreement with that. When it comes to the camera drones, why would you need like 2 minutes more? You know what I mean? Like, that's what they're promoting. Why would you need this, that, and the third? You're going to orbit a structure. You're going to do this. You're going to do that. You really don't need like 2% more performance. You know what I'm saying? Stay with the props, stay with what the engineers figured out. Now with the DJI FPV, the problem is that when you start doing things like a split S or you diving down mountains and stuff like that, you want peak performance or that drone is going to bottom out. And that's pretty much, I bottomed out doing a little water tower. And from what, see, and I'm still learning. So remember, I'm not speaking like a pro. We just talking, like we just hanging out and talking right now. So I don't want anybody in the chat to think I'm talking like this professional FPV pilot. I'm figuring it out, and I'm sharing my experience on my channel. I'm being real about it. I'm being real straight up about it. From what I'm learning hanging out with FPV pilots is that people that have the DJI FPV have changed the props. You know, they changed the motor caps and they changed the props. And something about the way the props are designed is not every prop is the same. You know, we all know that, right? Like when it comes to those FPV props, different companies, you know, they different angles, you know, the different angles on the props will give you different whatever. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. So there's certain props that other people are saying that are getting better performance, that they feel safer with. They're getting less jiggle, you know? And if you feel the FPV, the props that come with the FPV drone from DJI, you know, they don't feel so sturdy. And the ones that were recommended to me, they feel like stiff. They feel like props. Like they feel like if you hit something, they're going to pop. But the same note, they don't feel like they have a lot of flex. You know what I'm saying?
Especially for you guys when you're hitting high power.
Yeah. And you're going 60, 70 miles per hour and you're doing like a trick. You don't want that flex. And maybe that's what's giving the jello effect. You know what I mean? Because the props are kind of like wobbling maybe. I don't know. I'm not an engineer. I stay in my lane. But I'm not a sheep. You know what I mean? Like I don't just go with the flow. If there's a better way to do things, I try to figure it out myself, you know, especially with the DJI FPV, since I'm just learning how to
That's one of the interesting things with the Autel Lite, in that Autel put that carbon fiber on the arms, right? So one of the side effects, that's a good side effect of that, is the vibrations from the motors don't make it through to the frame because of that carbon fiber. like it does with
Right.
a plastic. So it actually has a dampening effect of vibrations in the frame. So
Right.
I
Now,
just didn't understand those master air screws at all. They were extremely too flexible for the Mavic 2 Pro. I bought them for, and I only got them because I had cracked one of the. I noticed a crack in one of my DJI blades, so I said, "Let me try them out." They're only $26.
right.
But when I got them, man, they scared the crap out of me with the flexibility in that.
Yeah. I had a friend that had that on the 2 Pro, on the Mavic 2 Pro, the master air screws. But I never checked them out, you know, like I never did an inspection of them. I just seen them because you could tell the color was different, you know.
Yeah,
Um
I got the orange ones.
So,
Right.
Jim, what was your experience the factory versus the master air screws?
As far as I'm concerned, the factory blades are much more responsive. And I'm
Really?
always fighting winds here off the coast. Always.
So the master air screws were too soft.
No, they actually bend like this.
You
They're
So
too
too much
flexible.
flex. Too much flex.
too much flex. So if you're going to fight the wind, these things are actually flexing instead of standing tall against it.
Yeah.
That's what the rake is for. They got a 60-degree angle rake for a reason.
So
To
how was
hold
the
this thing
drone
up.
reacting to that versus the factory?
I felt it was not responsive enough, and it scared the crap out of me because I'm thinking if they're flexing this much at the point of flex, right, the center point, it's got to break. It's plastic.
Right. If you get enough friction, you're saying, right? If you get enough
Yeah.
friction, it could create a situation that'll snap. Yeah, but I don't know how DJI did it, but with the factory props, like I said, they have a little more flex than the ones that I purchased. And you see the vibration sometimes, especially when you start going near like the cliffs to do the cliff dives. Certain times when you get to the height of, you know, to the maximum height that you could go, that wind is coming over. And that's when you start getting the vibration because now the drone is fighting the wind, it's going high speed, you know, and like I said, these guys are trying this out, and these are guys that were flying traditional FPV drones first, that purchased the FPV drone from DJI, and now they're like peaking, like trying to get the peak performance out of the DJI FPV, you know. So now all of them are communicating and they're sharing this information, and I'm just in the mix of it, you know. So I'm trying this stuff out now because my level of skills is progressing now, right? So I'm doing more risky things. So I'm trying to keep up with it by keeping the drone, you know, flying at its peak as well. But that was a fail. Right now it's all stock. I took apart everything. I put the original motor caps back on, and I put the original what do you call it, props back on as well, because I ordered the stuff from Get FPV, and that's in Florida, right? So even if I do a fast shipping thing, I'm not going to wait 2-3 days without flying. I try to fly as much as possible. So I
So
put
if
it
I'm
up like that.
understanding you guys correctly, the master air screws, you know, as far as FPV, you're not going to want to use them because of being less responsive. In the FPV world, you want more response, correct?
Well, even in the camera
Rapid
world too,
response.
they're well. The thing I think with Master Air Screws issue is they were a premium product since what, the 1960s, and I
Yeah, they
don't think
old.
that they put enough quality control in when they were researching how to make drone props, and they rushed it. And now they've put a bad tarnish in a lot of the drone community's mouth. As far as I hear everybody saying now, screw Master Air Screws. I don't want those.
Is that right?
Yeah, well,
I've heard a
they
lot of
did.
people.
There was a wave of negativity going on, and I think anything that came out during COVID, like the Air 2 props and the Phantom 4 Pro props, all those things were a wash, bro. I didn't hear anything positive. I didn't
Well,
hear anything
I know
positive.
Chris Hope had a hard time trying to find another set of original DJI Phantom 4 props. And I don't know but I didn't know that was the reason that Al's crashed.
Yeah.
Wow.
I actually called Al and we had like a video chat, just me and him talking, because I was going to make a video and I was going to fly my Phantom 4 Pro. Actually, I got a Phantom 4 Advanced as well. So I was going to risk that one. Not that it's, not that I like it less, but I was going to fly that one with the props just to see how it reacts and make a video. But you know what? I'm doing what I do. I'm not, like maybe that's why my subscriber level is so low, but I do what I do. I'm not going to, I don't do things just to get more subscribers. If I had the time and I wanted to do it, I'll do it. But it wasn't at the time. I was like, you know what? I'm not going to do a whole big project about these props. I'm going to move on to what I do and share that, because that's how my channel started anyway. Like I wasn't looking at what everybody else is doing and trying to do something similar to make more, views. It was a hot topic at the time, but I just dropped it. Like I said, I did 2 videos because I was interested in the Air 2. The Air 2 was hot at the time. I was flying it all the time. So I did a video about it. But I think doing the one about the Phantom 4 Pro, the foldable props, would have been it would have been a stretch for me. Probably would have been a good video. But at the time, like I said, I was doing other things. So I was like, nah.
Oh, maybe you could get together with Al and do something.
That's what I was thinking. I was getting information from Al, right? And then Al was sending me some information about people talking back and forth about having problems too. You know what I'm saying? So it became like a whole investigation,
Right,
like,
right.
all right, so what's really going on with these before I put them on? And what I didn't like about the MasterAirScrew props was you had to actually take something apart on the Phantom to put those props on. That was a huge turnoff. It wasn't like you just changed the props and you squeeze them and pop them in. There was like something you had to take out, and I didn't like that. I mean, I did it with the FPV drone because the FPV drone it's just I don't know, it's just a whole different genre, like it's something that you're gonna start tweaking stuff out,
That battery on that
Well,
DJI FPV drone is the heaviest thing in the world.
But what's great about it? It's not as risky as a traditional drone battery. Like the traditional drone batteries, those things catch fire. You can't turn it out.
Right.
You're running across the house with tongs or something, fucking trying to get it out the house so you don't burn your whole house down, And that's one thing that people love about the DJI FPV. It's the batteries are more safe, right? You got the GPS, you got that bailout button, so you could be in the middle of doing a trick or diving and notice that a tree is getting way too close. You press that button, that drone screams, but it just levels itself.
The whole idea behind the MasterAirScrews was noise versus performance, correct?
They had like 3 key pointers, right? Like one was a little more battery life,
Really?
less noise.
Okay.
By 2 decibels. It was only 2 decibels.
Yeah, I did a sound test on my video. If you check it out, I have the little the sound thing and everything, and it wasn't much. And the end of the video, I just said it's not worth it. And I didn't even know about the warning on the screen till later.
I never
like
heard
maybe
much
like
on the performance, but I heard more just on the noise.
It was noise,
But it was such a slight
and
bit
better
different.
battery,
Wasn't that much.
battery performance, and something else. There was something.
Yeah,
else too.
they only rated it 2 to 3 decibels quieter
Listen
than the stock props.
Okay.
It's not, to me, I think the only time it was worth it was the air, because that air for a little tiny drone, you pull out this little drone, you're running around with your family or whatever, and you see a nice little church or something to fly. This thing was making incredible noise just so you could get a little shot, and you're trying to be low key and not disturb everybody that's enjoying their day. And this thing is in everybody's ear. So it was cool to lower that down. I don't think it lowered the noise. I think it made it like more bassy. It took out the high pitch.
Yeah,
it took out the pitch in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it took out that.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm saying, so it was frustrating to pull out such a little drone just to get a BS shot and disturb everybody around you. Like everybody's looking at you like.
That's the thing. And
But
you know what I wind up doing? I wind up flying higher. To do what you're talking about.
Oh, those are the greatest shots. The shots
so you're
from
not
400
disturbing
feet.
the people. Yeah, right. They suck.
like
Well,
the Google. You could just go on Google and get that shot.
Right.
I think DJI, honestly, I think DJI looked at probably what MasterAirScrew was able to do with that and the Spark. And that's why a lot of the newer drones are really quiet, like the Air 2, the Air 2S.
Oh, man, the Air 2
the
is
minis. all the mini lines. I mean, all
The
those
Air
drones are
2,
extremely quiet.
Air 2.
Well,
When I
I'm
first
sure
bought the Air
DJI
2,
looked at the design of Master Screw and like,
oh, of
okay,
course, reverse engineering.
We
Yeah, they
Well,
want
get
that
involved
may
with
be
that.
that may be why you have to take off certain parts with some of the MasterAirScrew props, because they can't use that same exact design that DJI is using,
It
because
was
it
for
may
the
be
Phantom.
patented.
It was only for the
Mhm.
Phantom
It must have
4
been that
foldable
adapter
prop.
plate, right?
Yeah, it
That-
had a little plate, and then you put the plate on, and then those props would go on. And
But
I was like, I ain't taking that apart.
that may have been a patent issue though, where they couldn't design it exactly the same way DJI did. So they figured out another way. Hey, if you remove this part, you can throw our blades on there.
Yeah, but the Mavic 2 blades were the same as the DJIs. Yeah, the MasterAirScrews were the same as the DJIs. They folded like that.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
but
but they
didn't-
didn't do that for the Air 2. The Air 2, you just changed the props. For some reason, with the Phantom 4 foldable props from Master Airscrew, you had to change something. Like I said, I never took it apart, but I noticed that it came with all these extra parts, and it turned me off. I was like, I'm not messing with my Phantom like
You
that.
know, what you're reminding me of is the original Inspire. When they originally screwed on, they had that metal adapter plate that you could put on so you could push and turn and lock the blade
but
on.
Didn't DJI get sued like a year or so ago
Yes,
for
from
one of
Motel or
their
Yeah.
prop
something.
designs?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So maybe some of their stuff is heavily patented, and that's why Master Airscrews can't design it the same exact way. So they come up with
Right.
different ways to do it. But like I said,
Right,
I think that what it is I think that Master Airscrews came in the market and said, you know, we've been making props for RC planes and everything else since the 60s. We're going to dominate in this market. And I don't think that they took the time to really do a lot of internal study on, okay, do these props work? Let's test it. I think that they just threw it in there, designed it, and then shipped it out and were rushing them out. And, you know, because some people were getting the blades for the Air 2s, and it was these, like the edges were completely chewed up, like the machine didn't file them correctly.
Hmm.
And then I saw a lot of people that were just giving them away to people. They were like, well, they didn't work good on my drone, but you can have this $25 set of props for free. Like I saw people giving them left and right to each other because they didn't want them anymore.
Are those the MasterAirScrews you're talking about? Or the DJIs?
Yeah, like, no, the Master Airscrew ones.
Okay.
People were getting them, and the edges were just chewed up. It was like they didn't go through the machine correctly, and
Yeah.
they didn't get edged.
They
up
weren't
correctly.
finished. They weren't
Yeah.
finished properly. Yeah, I think that's what happened to forgot his name. The first person that discovered that the props, there was something wrong with the Master
I
Airscrew
want to say it
props
was
for the Air 2.
51 drones, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was him. And then Kelly Shores did a video following up on that and had the same problem. And then I did mine, and mine didn't have the problem. And I had
What?
my drone on a plastic table, so there was nothing to grip it. It wasn't like it was on the ground that maybe
Right.
it had grip and it wouldn't spin. I had it like on a plastic, one of those plastic tables that you fold up and you can put them anywhere. Like when you have a picnic or something, you want to put some sandwiches on there. It was a plastic table. So it was plastic on plastic, and my drone didn't spin. And they were like on the ground spinning, you know what I'm saying? On rough surfaces. Like, so my props, like I said, I got mine after everybody got their first wave. So I think they fixed them. Mine were all clean. In my video, you could see I did like a close-up shot. Mine were very clean. Everything looked perfect, and they worked right. But I still got the warning, like I said. I figured that out a week later when I was messing with the extra footage I didn't use. I still got a warning, like a prop something warning. I'm going to have to do a screenshot of that and share it one day. But so I wouldn't use them. I think for a camera drone, I think DJI got it perfect, man. I wouldn't mess with it.
Here's my question to you guys. Quiet versus performance.
Performance.
What's more important to you?
Performance.
Well, obviously performance.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
I have an interesting take on that one, though, Ron. So for the Evo 2 Pro, you know, they obviously released it. They had the props, and then later on they came out with these low noise props.
Right.
So the low noise props was a design that they made in particular to sell to police departments. thinking that, you know, you would need the drone to be quiet to like sneak up on people kind of thing.
Yeah.
And as it turned out, and I talked to one of their tech guys, as it turned out, the police department guys actually wanted it the other way around because they wanted them to know that they were there to sort of as a scare tactic, fear factor thing that, hey,
Eye
you're
in the
being
sky.
high, eye in the sky. Hey, you're being watched, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
Then
so
they'll
they started.
surrender to a drone.
Yeah. So they started. So that's why they took the low noise props and then started selling them on the consumer side, because as it turned out, they designed them for one thing, and those guys actually wanted the other.
You know, let me tell you something. Line of sight, okay, we all know the rules. But I like hearing that damn drone when it's 300 feet above me and coming home.
Yep.
Yes.
Same here.
I like hearing. I know it's
Again, keep
home.
the site where it's at.
Mhm.
Well, like the Air 2 is quiet, and you can hear it when it's 300-400 feet in the air if you're listening for it. If you're not listening for it, you're probably not going to notice it.
I remember the first time I brought the Air 2 out, and all my friends had the Mavic 2 Pro, and they were all impressed on how quiet it was. It was a big
Right.
difference in comparison to their drones. You know, as far as, man, the drones make noise regardless. So
Right.
right. So
Right.
yeah. So it is what it is. But I just
And
think the
I get
air was
enough shit.
annoying.
I get enough shit with my neighbors when I'm 300 feet above them. I don't know how the hell they're seeing the drone in the air. You know what I mean? They must be looking for these. I don't know.
Right.
You're not hearing something. I would say, what would you guys say? Above 200 feet? You're not hearing
Generally
these
about
things?
200 feet
Yeah.
is for
I
most
give a
of my
shit less
drones.
about noise. I
Sure,
want
you get the
performance.
Yeah,
you get
well,
the mini
The
Mini 2
FPV
up
drone
400
is
feet.
the loudest, man. I don't know if who got the FPV drone. None of you guys, right? On the panel?
I've heard, I was at the
No.
drone meet, so I know what it sounds like.
Oh yeah, I flew it for you guys.
Yes.
Yeah.
That thing will bring people out. And I haven't had a Karen situation. I've been lucky like that. But
Yeah.
when I first got it, I went to this soccer field, and it's very small amount of residential nearby. It's like a soccer field, and there's like a little stream back there somewhere. It's like a mostly all woodsy area. And it's like the suburbs of the city of New York. So like 45 minutes from the city, from the boroughs. And I'm flying this thing really high, because when you first flying this thing, you don't want to fly low when you're practicing, like learning it, because that's how you hit stuff. That's why you
Right.
saw so many pictures on Facebook that first week. I didn't want to
Right.
be one of those guys
Right.
sharing a picture. So,
Right.
I was going up 200 feet and just going back and forth and getting used to the characteristics of the drone, trying to be smart about it. Out of nowhere, this guy just came out of the woods. Like, I don't know where he came from. He was like, "Hey, that's you with the drone flying around?" And I'm like, "Okay, hold up." And lucky thing, with the FPV drone from DJI, you could kind of like put in normal mode and hover like a camera drone. If it was a regular FPV drone, I would have been like, "Hey, dude, like just hold up for a minute while I get this thing into a safe place."
Right.
So I'm like, of course I'm flying. I got this big antenna thing sticking out of my head. I got the goggles on and everything. But I wasn't rude about it. I was like, yeah, I was flying it. But he was like, I heard it. I was over here by the stream and da-da-da. Like, that thing is so loud. It just brings everybody to you. Another time I was flying it, and somebody just drove up. And it was the same scenario. Like, I was in the middle of nowhere, trying not to bother anybody while I figure out, the controls and stuff. And some guy just drove, and he was I forgot what he said he was coming from, and he heard it buzzing, and he followed it to me. And like I said, it was not a Karen situation. He had a lot of questions. I brought it back. I showed it to him. We was talking. I actually gave him a card for my whole thing with the Capture Life Connection thing. And that was it. But it happened more than once. That was just the two scenarios I'm bringing up now. But the drone is loud.
Yeah.
It's loud.
I-
And
Oh,
it
yeah, it is.
screams.
It's a
think it's
screamer,
all about-
that's for sure.
It's a dream. And it's funny because when you fly it in places that are more urban, I just think to myself, I wonder what people think it is.
It's
Like
all
if you
about
just,
where you're flying and where you live. Like where I live, 90% of where I fly there's no people around.
Right.
You know, and I don't have the problem that you have. You know, I got to worry about who's going to think what, who's going to see what. You know,
Although the only thing I could see you would really have to be concerned about, Ron, is you do fly in a lot of wooded areas.
right?
And you may get that one crazy ass hunter
Trees.
that's like, oh, is that
Gun
drone
happy.
looking at me, and take a shot at it? I mean, that
Yeah.
could happen.
Oh, I have that. Yeah, I do have that.
Has
Yeah.
anybody, I want to ask this, it's off topic for a second. Has anybody tried the APAS? I have, and it works
Oh,
on
yeah.
my drone.
Works great.
So I was watching Dennis's video of how he crashed when he wasn't touching his drone sticks and it drifted 235 feet to the left and then brought itself into the trees, decided it couldn't get out of it, and just ran into the tiny twigs. I understand that part, but with the M2 Pro and the Matrice, both of those have seen the pine trees in front of it, stopped, and I wanted to see what the APAS would do, right? And I'll be
Yes,
damned if the damn thing turned and moved to the side, went up. It actually got itself out of trouble. So I think
So-
Dennis got a bad one.
No.
Yeah, so actually, Jim, Ian in London found and discovered an issue with the Mavic 3 and the APAS. You know, one of the issues when the Mavic 3 come out was part of it was everybody said the sticks were like really jumpy.
Right.
And what he discovered was if you had the APAS sort of set to the move or the fly around the object, that the
Right.
drone was kind of really jumpy. He demonstrated it in one of his videos, and he set the APAS from fly around to brake, and then all of a sudden the thing was a heck of a lot smoother. So there was an issue with the bypass mode in APAS versus the brake mode in APAS on the Mavic 3.
I didn't
He
know
literally
you could
showed
set
it. He literally said it in his he literally showed it in his video.
You can set the
Yeah,
APAS?
Mike is right about that.
To
You need,
bypass
like-
or brake.
I'm not, explain
not
that in
know
more
that.
detail, Rod.
So what he was doing, basically, he hovered the drone and then he just started moving the stick, and you
Mine
could
too,
really
Jim.
see. You could really see that the drone was really twitchy.
Hmm.
And so he literally all he did is he didn't even have the drone facing; it was facing him. And so he changed it from the APAS from the bypass to brake, where like, hey, if I see something, I brake. And then he
Right.
was doing the same thing with the sticks, and you could see it was a hell of a lot smoother.
Yeah, I don't
in the way that it
understand.
reacted to the sticks.
I don't
Simply changing that
understand.
setting.
I don't understand why DJI released that drone if it wasn't tweaked out so much. Only because, all right, and I know how
Which
Rod,
one are you talking
you
about?
all tell
The
you love your
Mavic 3?
all-tell drones.
I'm not
but I'm
anti
gonna-
DJI
No, I know.
drones.
I know, but what I'm saying is, honestly, there was no reason to rush the Mavic 3 because there was really nothing in competition to what they
Mm-mm.
had out already.
Right.
They had enough time to tweak it out. And why set it off and then say, hey, January, we're going to do an update, but you can have it now? They already waited so long. What would be January's already here, right? So
And
that,
that, and I
that
get,
wasn't that long ago.
and I give it to
Um,
anybody that's bought that drone, because that drone, honestly, if I had it, would scare the hell out of me to fly it, because as
No,
many
but
people
listen,
I've
I'm gonna
seen-
tell you a scarier thing that was going on. And I've been to a lot of test flights, and I'm gonna let these guys release their videos because in New York we have a lot of people that have the 3, the Mavic 3.
Right.
And I've been running around with them doing the test flights and all that stuff. One of the more scarier things I was having with the Mavic 3, that's in the forums, you could look it up, was it was losing connection, right? And that happens to every drone, right? You
I
get into a
heard
situation.
that.
But listen to this. It was losing connection, and it was creating a home point when it reconnected.
That's
So
okay.
listen, so you're
Is
flying
that what
over the
happened to
Hudson.
Dennis's? Yeah.
You're flying over the Hudson River. Imagine this. You're like a mile out. You're chasing boats or whatever. You're getting your shot. All of a sudden, connection failed. And all of a sudden, you reconnect, but it made the home point right where you're chasing that boat.
Right.
Now now the problem is, all right, so now you bring it back home because that's the smart thing to do. But not everybody you know, not everybody has a lot of experience like that to be freaking out.
Or
Some people
maybe
don't
they
even
didn't see that
some people don't
flash
even
on the
realize it
screen.
happened.
Right.
So now
right.
listen to the scenario. Now I wasn't flying a Mavic 3. I'm saying this is what things that we have been investigating, and I know my friends are probably gonna make some videos about it. So I'm not gonna, you know, flatten their tires. I'm gonna let them get their thing going. So, but I'm gonna tell you, if it makes the home point in the middle of the water, doesn't it make sense that now the drones, the app, the Fly app, is thinking that you only need that much power to get to that home point.
Yep.
So now it doesn't know that you have to go back that mile back to where you really flew. So now everything's messed up. Not only your home point is out there, it's burning battery while you're flying around this boat and you're thinking, yeah, I got enough battery because it hasn't given me a warning. All of a sudden, you need battery to go home because it's the home point is about maybe 20 feet away, but it's really in the water. Now you have to struggle getting this drone back.
Stevie, that happened to Dennis's.
Yeah,
As soon as he took off, Dennis's with 3 seconds in, he showed me the air data flight logs. It changed the home point on him. He did not see that on the screen. And if you don't see that on the screen, which is only on the screen for what, 2 seconds?
Yeah.
You know, when it flashes something,
It's scary.
only there for 2 seconds.
I've like the warning that about the props when I was filming that video. I didn't notice it till like after I finished my video. You know what I mean? Like a week later. Sometimes you're talking to the mic, you're looking at the drone, you're trying to keep the line of sight.
Yep.
And you're not, and then on top of it, you're outside, right? And most of the time we don't have trees to kind of help us with the screen. And not everybody has the greatest eyes to see a little warning that popped up for like a half a second. You know what I'm saying? But this is the number one problem that I've heard thus far. The home point read,
and I've seen it.
And I've seen the disconnection, and he was over the water. I'm not going to say who the pilot was, and it was scary. I was like, just bring it back, bro.
Here's a good point. Brand Aerials mentioned that's the Fly app for you versus the Go 4 app.
Yep.
Not necessarily, because how many times has Jim gotten warnings in his air data and he didn't know about it till after he? How many times did you say your Matrice gave you warnings, but you didn't see it on the app until you went into the flight data?
This
and
is
you
what
saw
we're
that you
about.
had. But that's not just a Fly app, though.
You see, when you get the stupid what's that goddamn with the airport? There's a
ADSB.
ADSB. That thing stays on the screen 80 million times. You're hitting X while a plane flies around you up top. But yet, when that thing changes the controller home point or the drone's home point, that's only on there for 2 seconds. If you're looking at the drone for line of sight, you missed it. You didn't get a beat.
Yeah, but on the Fly app, it puts the H on the map. If you look at the map, so if it moved, because I was letting somebody fly mine and they took off a little early, and so the H was about 30 feet over because they wait for all the satellites to connect.
Sorry, I'm not watching
the
the chat.
Old school. I still have the O4 app with the Mavic 2. I have not used the
Fly.
Yeah.
Hey, Bob Casey.
Yeah, but can I make a point?
Fly
you would
app.
be disappointed.
I got the Fly, guys. So thanks for having me on, Jim.
All right,
have a great weekend. Don't forget my birthday show this Saturday at 7 p.m. on East Coast and 4 p.m. on the West Coast. So
how old are you?
See you guys there. It's going to be a lot of fun.
How old are you going to be?
Bye-bye. Good night.
How old are you going to be?
You got to go to the show to find out, bro. Don't kill it.
You still young.
Can I may give another box of candy. It's going to be 2 boxes of candy. We don't know what that second candy is going to be. Who knows? It might not be toffee. Might be turtles. Might be something else. So it'll be good. So see you guys there. Take care and have a great night.
You too.
Bye.
All right, that's enough out of you.
Yeah, really. I want a bag of Werther's.
He's gonna give you a bowl with a turtle in it.
I want a bag of Werther's caramel
with a little bit of water.
Well, can I bring up a point though to the whole thing about the Fly app having that issue? I don't know how many times Jim showed me his flight data from his Matrice, and it showed that you had warnings that you never knew about until you went into the flight data and saw it. I don't think that's just an issue with the Fly app. I think all their apps have that issue.
But I don't
So,
have that problem with the Air 2S though. This is happening
but
with
you
the Mavic
won't,
3.
right?
I
But
never got a
if you,
disconnection with the Mavic, the Mavic with the Air
but
2S, and then all of a sudden my home point was somewhere else. The problem
right,
I'm having with the Air 2S right now, ever since they started updating with the Mavic 3, which is not a big deal, but I tried to dial in all my settings, right? So I lock in my ISO at 100 because it's daytime, right? I don't fly
Right.
that much at night, and then I lock in my shutter speed, and I lock in my white balance. Now, when I take out the battery to put in a new battery, it unlocks the ISO. I think it did the white balance too, and I didn't realize it. It'll go into auto. So then when I'm flying and the clouds come in, all of a sudden my ISO is jumping, like to 800 or whatever.
Yeah.
That's the problem I've been having, and that's a small problem compared to what's going on with the Mavic 3. But that's the only problem I'm noticing with the Air 2S ever since they started getting the Fly app ready for the Mavic 3, because I didn't have this problem before. And this started happening right when the sound, I don't know if anybody in the chat that has the Mavic, the Air 2S, the sound that the drone made in the app when it was close to something, that's letting you go, toot, 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 like when you're getting too close to something, that sound changed when they did the update for the Mavic 3. When that sound changed, that's when my settings will reset. So I had to keep checking. I was ruining footage because I would swap the battery and try to get back in the air and get my shots. And I'm noticing later on that the ISO is jumping all over the place as the clouds are rolling in and everything. And I had to go back. And then I did a test, and I found out every time I took out the battery and put in the battery, the settings weren't staying like before.
Yeah,
Well,
So you're
see,
saying
my-
my Autel app is doing a better job than the Fly app at the
Yeah,
moment?
100%. 100%. Listen, I want Autel to win because we need competition. Competition,
Yeah,
we
absolutely.
win when there's competition.
I don't know what happened to Unique. They fell off the planet of the Earth.
I wish these drone companies would step it up. I'm sorry. I'm tired of hearing these disappointments. I'm tired of hearing it. I want to buy an Autel drone. Hell yeah. I mean, if they do the right thing, listen, everybody here works hard, and you want to get the bang for your buck, right? Like you want to get the best out of everything you purchase.
100%.
So if they make a great drone, I'll buy it. Because it's an investment to your happiness, right? It's something that you enjoy to do on your spare
100%.
time.
Yeah.
So why I'm going to be loyal to a brand that doesn't make me happy for what? They have nothing to do with, my bills and my life and my family's life. You know what I'm saying? So
I'm going to be loyal to the one that's not going to tell me in 2 years that your battery's no longer available. DJI.
Yeah. So
I gotta buy a Mavic 3 because my Mavic 2 Pro can't get batteries anymore.
So
That's bullshit.
How you doing,
so
Sean?
funny about that.
Good.
The
How's it
one that
going?
I've been promoting, or at least keeping an eye on, right, was the X Dynamics. So I gave Jim a link to a video from what they showed at CES this year, and there were a couple of several interesting things in what they have coming. One, they have a FLIR coming. They also have a 10x optical that is sitting on the 4/3. It's a completely 10x optical camera. It's the only on there. But there's two sort of strategic things that they're doing for the company.
There you go.
And one of those is they're actually moving their manufacturing from Hong Kong to Taiwan, so that it's not essentially in what's considered mainland China. And their software development is all going to be in Irvine, California. So technically, they won't fall into they'll fall into a category sort of like Parrot, sort of not being China-based manufactured company. So they're setting themselves up, but and the whole carbon fiber and everything else that they use in this thing is pretty damn high quality. It's not Hubson going for the low end. It's somebody trying to shoot for that
But
higher end.
This
And can I
reminds me of the same exact setup as the CES 2020 I saw it at.
Yeah,
Can
but-
I make one?
I'm still
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I wanted to make one point about the Fly app. Okay, it's not the app that sucks; it's the firmware updates. And to think that DJI would come out with another app and all of a sudden their firmware updates are going to get any better because it's a different app. You guys are just a lot of guys are just going to be in a world of hurt. Obviously, the way they're doing updates now are not the same way they were doing them when it was the DJI Go app or the 4 app or whatever it's called, because I've never used that one. So it's gotten obviously worse. So it's not the app, it's the people that are doing the firmware updates are obviously not doing a good job at that. So even if they come up with a whole new app, it's not going to get any better.
I've heard in the engineering side of things that sometimes it's cheaper to abandon the app, right? The application, and to rebuild and start another one. And that's why they went from the Go app to Go 4 app and now the Fly app. And they probably going to come out with another app in the future because
they have too many drones on one app.
It's not worth it. But this is what I heard. And I don't know. Like I said, I stay in my lane. This is what I heard from people on the engineering side, on the IT side, that it's just cheaper for them to have these guys just building up this whole thing that could do all these, the way it communicates with the drone and all this other stuff, and then just boom, release a whole new thing with a whole, that'll host other drones in the future.
Yeah, there was something else
because instead of going to the Go 4 app and maybe changing things, it'll make changes that will affect your old drone. Just like what I was just saying with the Air 2S, they started doing things in the background to get ready for the Mavic 3, and all of a sudden my settings are all messed up on my freaking ISO and everything like that. You know what I'm saying? So I think tweaking things out to just keep adding and stacking drones is not worth it for them. You understand?
It was easy to sit there and change the yaw speed down to 13 and things like that. You were done in seconds, and it stayed. And I see Gary saying that the app is worse and takes more resources.
Yeah,
that's
the change that I was going to talk about. One of the things that I think really drove them to change is they changed the platform from 32-bit to 64-bit. So it was probably easier to rebuild the app on a 64-bit platform rather than try to take what they had built on 32-bit and then try to make sure that they hit all the right code places to actually support 64-bit correctly. So it was easier to start from the ground up.
Yeah, you're right. Because now everything goes to 64, right? Like all the softwares, all the editing softwares, everything.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like Lightroom and everything at a certain point, everything jumped to 64. And it was funny is that I seen this argument on other streams about, oh no, but it's better because it's 64. No, listen. You can't take these specs and think things are better just because it's 64. It's a more powerful platform, yes. And you could build on that, yes. That doesn't mean the app is better. That doesn't mean the app is working at its peak
100%.
Performance, right?
Correct. 100%.
And I've seen people argue about these numbers, and they don't understand that these numbers on paper mean nothing unless things are working right. It's just like when they come out with these cheapy drones to compete with the Mavic, the Mini 2 and all this stuff. You see these specs, 4K 60. What quality of 4K 60 though? You understand what I'm saying? Like these numbers don't mean nothing. They mean nothing. And I've seen people argue like about the 64, 32-bit. Listen, the Fly app was poorly designed, and that's fine. I'm not one of those people to be ranting about it. The thing with the Fly app when I first saw it was, and I'm glad Steven from Flyby Guys, he made a video about this. The satellites. I got healthy eyes. You could barely see those satellite numbers. You're supposed to have at least more than 10 satellites, and then it goes green to 12, it says 13, 14. You can't see those numbers. I don't care what you say. And then you out there in the broad daylight, those numbers are tiny right next to the satellite. On the Phantom 4. What was that?
Justin, I agree. I disagree with you, and I agree with Capture Life, where that change of the app, if that app is going to change the way you fly your drone, when you look at, for instance, FPV flying versus the way I fly in a cinematic mode. If that's going to change that, then I disagree with you where I'm going back to that Go 4 app.
But that's the thing is the Go 4 app, obviously that the way that they built that app is what I'm saying. Obviously they don't want to go back to that. So anybody
they're not going to build on it.
That,
anybody who's
they're not going to build on it.
Don't like it.
Yeah, my bad.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But
they're not going to build on it
because
because
it's going to new app like that.
They're not going to build on that because it's going to create problems with the 2 Pro, the Phantom 4, which is still a workhorse in the industry. It's going to create problems with that. And why are you going to want to build on that? And then it's 32, whatever. They're not going to build on it. It's cheaper to have engineers rebuild a whole new platform for the next wave of drones, and then they put them all in there. What they need
I'm
to
not
do,
disagreeing
though,
with you guys on that. I'm just saying, just don't get your expectations up and think that all of a sudden they're going to build this new Go 4 app type app, because obviously that's not the direction they're going in. Is my point.
What's up, Jim joining?
Yeah,
I think people are living too much in the past, wanting to hold on to that, and unfortunately, they're not going obviously in that direction. Is what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with you guys on that. I'm not saying it's a better app.
Go 4 is a better app. I'm saying it.
So
even if he won't.
Yeah.
No, listen, the Go 4 Pro, the Go 4 app was great because how you doing, Jim? Jim just gone. So the Go 4 app, welcome back, Justin. The Go 4 app is great because you could dial in more, right? You could go to the expo and adjusting so you're not moving so jerky when you're trying to get a cinematic shot. It was amazing because once you dialed it in, all you had to do was fly, right? Once you got to the settings that you had everything perfect the way you fly, and everybody's different.
What changes have the new app changed?
It's just missing a lot of stuff that the 4 has, basically.
Really?
You can't really dial in that much.
I have no experience that, but
you could
it doesn't have a lot of the camera settings and stuff.
And not only that, but the way the drone moves, like the expo settings and stuff, and how all that stuff, how you made the waves. So when you got to a certain point, it was really, really slow and it comes back out.
So that's all gone away? Or?
Yeah, I think they're doing some stuff here and there. People got little tricks, but I couldn't find any settings that I used to do with my Phantom. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't find any. I have a big button in the front that goes from cine to normal in the center and then sports to the right. So ideally, the way I fly, I would just, once I got to the structure or whatever I want to capture, I'll throw it in center and just try to have a steady hands and make sure I don't drink coffee that morning. You know, I have shaky hands and try to get as smooth as a flow as possible, you know. But with the Phantom, it was a lot easier because I could just adjust everything.
I'm right there with you because I was, excuse the expression, I was breastfed on the Go 4 app myself.
Yeah,
you know, and that's what I've been accustomed to for the last 3-4 years, and all of a sudden now, hey, we get this different app. Learn to
Peter Carroll.
Yeah, I've never used the Go 4 app, but I know it's a better app. I just think that people are getting their hopes up, wanting that back, and they're not going in that direction.
Nah, you're right about that, Justin.
I started with the Go app, the original Go.
Yeah, that's for the 4, right? The Phantom 4.
Yes,
because I started my first drone with the Phantom 4, the original Phantom 4,
and the original Osmos, like you see in this tech picture here, where he's got the Evolve, and he can take that off and put the camera on the Osmo handle. Well, X Dynamics did the same thing, and DJI got away from that using your camera on their Osmo. Because I can put the X5 camera on there, but not the X5S, not the X7. Okay. Why did they get away from that? So they could sell you the new 4D. That I think it's like $7,000 or something, isn't it? It's an incredible amount of money. But
why is DJI
with
listening to the customer, listening to, hey, we're happy with this. Why change?
But that brings it back to
everybody is happy with this.
But that also comes back to Stevie's original point. Let's hope Alltel gets on DJI's level, because then they're going to be forced to listen to the consumer more than just to do whatever the hell they want.
Alltel is about to do what DJI did. So the Evo 2 flies on the Alltel Explorer, and it works a lot like the Go 4. You have the EXP settings, you can adjust all the camera settings, all that kind of stuff. This new Autel Sky app is like the Fly app. Right now, there's a lot of settings that are not in that app that are in the Autel Explorer app. So Autel is literally about to kind of go down that same path. The one thing I was going to say about what that really shows about the way that they built the app is that they don't have what's called a hardware abstraction layer in their code, where the app is sort of independent of the hardware, so to speak. Because if you look at Windows, right, you know, if Windows comes out and there's a new piece of hardware that comes out, Windows can run on that, but you don't have to like recompile your application, make it work. Right. The reason you can do that and you don't have to muck with the app is there's this thing underneath in the framework called a hardware abstraction layer. Right. There's basically an API between the hardware and then the OS. So they've obviously not built that layer in there so that some of those differences the actual app doesn't have to really be aware of, where, you know, they're more hard coded kind of thing, so they end up with spaghetti code dealing with the multiple different versions of hardware. So in that scenario, what you're saying, Stevie, is it actually to avoid the spaghetti code, it's easier to start over and dump the old stuff.
Right, because and then it starts affecting the other drones. So they have so many drones on that app already, right? So why bother messing with it? And this is the problem they're having now. They put the Mavic 3 on the Fly app, and then I'm starting having problems with the Air 2S, you know, with the settings jumping and stuff.
And there was a bunch of guys complaining that they bought the smart controller, and then the smart controller doesn't use other apps either. And the DJI Crystal Sky 1000 nit. I think Jim's droning was up there saying that now he can't use that with the Fly app.
And Jim's droning, I agree with you. I think that I've never used the Go 4 app, but I know it's a better app.
Well, that's a $600 purchase.
But what I'm saying is unfortunately DJI doesn't seem to be going back to their original roots as far as making an app that everybody loves like that.
Well, God bless them, they haven't cut off those old apps. The Go app is still usable.
Now, going back to the new smart controller, we all knew the new smart controller was coming, right?
Yeah.
Because how many people were called and they were giving questions, what they liked about the smart controller, what they didn't like, how could we perfect it? So many people in the drone community got a call from DJI. They were doing this research. Like, I've been hearing about this for like a year at least, that people were getting random calls. That's just telling you that they're coming out with a new smart controller. So if you bought a smart controller within this year, you invested, that's fine. Like, I'm not knocking them, but you must have known that a V2 was coming, because everybody's been talking about getting these mysterious calls from DJI. They were collecting data to improve, you know, on the first version, you know. So I almost bought it. There was some good deals. They made like package deals here and there. You know, every once in a while they say, you know, buy this drone with the smart. And I didn't buy it because I wanted to see what was coming next. And honestly, when you have a system in play, I don't really upgrade just to upgrade, basically, you know. I already had my little setup and I was fine with it. I know it's easier. You just turn it on and you go fly. But, you know, I was good with my system. You know, I'm not an impulse shopper type guy, I guess, you know.
Yeah, I'm going for specific shots that I want and what will allow me to do those things. Like, I know I want to do the rocket launches at night, so I'm looking for as big a sensor and, well, telephoto, because I'm a long ways away, as sort of the next drone that I get, kind of thing.
Well, like Brent Ariel said, he said, you know, Autel has my business from here on out. At least they're listening. But are they? Because Rod said they're going to a similar app like the DJI Fly app. So is that a better option to go with them if they're going the same direction? I mean,
I will give I will give the Autel guys this. The UI from a looks perspective on the new Sky app looks better than it does on the Autel Explorer app. It just doesn't have all the features yet. Obviously,
yeah, but that's
it will get it over time. But yes, it is a race to essentially put all those things in that they had in the old app.
Based on what I'm seeing from what's coming out now and the little bit of reviews that are leaking out now, Autel needs more time, like to really compete. Because first of all, they can't compete in price. We all know that.
Well,
DJI
they need to
got
get their
a big jump.
manufacturing up.
DJI got a big jump on them. Right now, their prices are off in comparison. So pound for pound, you're getting better deals from DJI. Like you get an Air 2S right now, you're good. You don't have to worry about any of these new releases. I think, this personally. How much is the Air 2S right now? Like $1,000. And it's small. Right. They got a 1-inch sensor. You don't have aperture. But now listen, guys in the chat. If you're doing strictly photos, you could get away with not having the aperture up. I'm just saying, you could get away with not having the aperture adjustment because you could move that shutter speed around as much as you want to get the colors, get that exposure right, basically. When you're doing video, you might want to have the aperture to adjust it.
Wait, Stevie, before you run to video, one more thing on that Air 2S, it does take a 12-bit RAW photo too. Yeah. Which is better than the Mavic 2 Pro, I might add.
Right.
I
think photo guys, if you want something lightweight, something smaller than the 2 Pro, and you're not really doing a lot of video, you're like 5% video every once in a while, Air 2S is the way to go. I'm not saying get rid of your 2 Pro. Keep the 2 Pro when you're local or you just, you have the room. You're just driving around, going places. But if you're traveling and stuff like that, get yourself an Air 2S for the travel. Maybe you're getting on an airplane or something like that. If you're taking photo. Now, when you go into video, it's better to have all those 3 adjustments, like you move the shutter and you can move the ISO if you have to, and move the aperture. I do mostly video. And it's crazy because I came into this as a photographer. I didn't do a lot of video before getting into drones. I was more with the Nikons. And so I already knew about what the adjustments do. What affects what, but once I started flying, I started getting more into the video aspect of things. So I went into the Phantom 4, right? And I could adjust everything. It was great. And then when I started messing with the smaller drones and they took away the aperture, I just adjusted to it basically. So
one thing I wanted to add in, I'm a little bit old school. I'm kind of unfortunate, date myself a little bit, but everybody seems to be more geared towards A, size, and B, noise. In this whole conversation that we've had in this past 45 minutes to an hour, I came from when I started, I had a photography business with weddings for 22 years. And I went from 35 millimeter and moved up to medium format. Was the medium format cameras a pain in the ass because they were so damn big? Absolutely. But I sacrificed the size and the weight for quality. And that seems to be what we're kind of discussing here tonight, where you talked about the master air screws versus the standard props, quality, versus performance. And where was I going with this? I lost track of where I was going with this.
The deer is looking at you like he's confused. He's behind you like, huh?
What the hell are you talking about?
This whole thing with the app and everything, let's go with easier. Let's go with what works. And they keep changing everything, making things more difficult. And I'm just one person's opinion, but I disagree with it.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. If it works, don't change it.
Yeah.
If it's not broke, don't fix it.
That's why I never got rid of.
That's where I was trying to go with this.
I never got rid of my Phantom 4 Pro because of that. When I started flying the Phantom 4 Pro with all the way the app works and everything works and it's respected. Like if somebody's gonna give you money for something, for some reason they respect that drone. You know, like
Yeah,
if you go over
right.
there with a Mavic,
Right.
you know, they kind of look at it like it's a toy sometimes. But if you bring that Phantom, it's like almost like what outsiders of the community see a drone as. You know what I mean? Like when you say, "Oh, I could get some shots for you," they kind of pictured that. Like that's like
Yeah.
the standard drone. So it kind of makes you feel like a little more professional. Well,
have
it
you
makes them
seen
feel like you're more professional,
Yeah,
even
have you
though
seen these
a
videos
smaller
where they're
drone could
shooting
probably pull
drones
off the same
down?
thing. You know?
Yeah, the
And
videos where they're
the-
shooting drones down are almost always, I think, are Phantoms
Yeah.
in those videos that they're shooting down.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
Steve,
so-
the whole point I was trying to make in all this was, you know, I regret to this day, you know, 2 years ago, I sold my Phantom 4 Pro. I regret this
That
to
hurts.
this day.
Yeah.
You know, and I sit here today and I talk to people like Dre and a few others that have their Phantom 4 Pro. Again, we're sacrificing quality versus, okay, I got a big lanky Phantom 4 Pro versus, you know, the slick, fast Mavic 2 Pro or the Air 2S, you know.
Yeah,
Newer-
like I was
Newer
saying
ain't always
before.
better. That newer Mavic 3 isn't using the full 4/3 sensor in the first place. So
Absolutely.
newer isn't always better. It's
And
just
the
money.
Phantom 4 Pro, if I remember correctly, was the one that prevented rolling shutter.
Has
Like when you get the
mechanical.
wavy, it prevented that wavy pole. Like you get
Yep.
those light poles that are sideways and stuff.
Anti-aliasing and the mechanical shutter.
Yeah,
Yep.
so
That's why.
Exactly.
That's why I would never get rid of it. And honestly, I went flying the other day, and I charged the Phantom 4 Pro and the Air 2S. Like I said, when it comes to locally, why not? You know, when it comes to locally, size doesn't matter. Like you bring whatever you want, you just throw it in your truck and keep going, or whatever your car, and you keep going. Now, when it comes to convenience and you're running around like me with a family, young kids, and this and that, then space becomes an issue. And that's me personally. I'm not recommending to anybody, you know, bring your 2 Pro, wherever you want to fly out to, whatever. But for me personally, since I got to carry so much extra stuff, the Air 2S is perfect. It's perfect.
Right.
Because
And-
it's a workhorse. and
Well,
it
it's
does
like
the
we
job.
said before. It seems like they've hit a plateau of what they can put in these small foldable drones.
right, and it's something
Seems
Jim
like
and
the
I have
technology
talked
is
about
kind of stuck.
with the Evolve too, right? You know, one of the things that really attracted me to the Evolve was interchangeable lenses. Right?
They were headed in the right direction.
The interchangeable lenses. I know you can't get that on the foldable drone, but who cares?
And it's a
I'd
dual
rather have the bigger
processor.
size with quality and options.
It's a dual
than to sort of be
processor
locked in.
monitor.
Yeah.
It's a dual processor controller too. It's a
Yeah,
MIMO.
dual screen.
Multiple in, multiple out. No, it's got 2 controllers
Oh,
in it.
got it. Yeah.
I mean, they're headed in the right direction.
Right.
Yeah.
But you got to
And then-
understand, you got people that are engineering and making this stuff, and they're all excited, and they're like, "Oh, we could be able to do this, and we got to be able to do that." And then you got
Right back.
the financial side, the marketing teams, and all that other stuff. So they thinking about money. So
Yeah.
before every drone goes out, these people all meet, and they got to basically balance that all out. Like, all right, fine, we could release all this stuff, and everybody will be super happy, and everybody would be a big fanboy for the rest of the year. But we still got to make money. So how do we figure that out? So you got to understand, as a business, there's got to be a balance.
Yeah.
So yes, they probably
that's
could put
not-
all this technology in an Air 2S frame right now, but would it be profitable for them?
But look at
Man.
him on screen. He's using the same thing, which is the original Osmo Pro with the X5 camera. Okay, X Dynamics is bringing this back to life in 2022. And where DJI abandoned their original full-size Osmo.
Yeah, that's nice.
So you
What
can
it's all
literally
about,
take the
man.
camera off the drone and then
Yeah.
go do your ground shots. And
Yes,
since it's the
sir.
same camera,
Right.
it's
Yes,
easy to
sir.
edit the video.
That's
would
the
be
same
great
as the
for
that's
me
the same as
that
the
I'm vlogging and
original
everything.
Inspire 5. The X5 camera on the Inspire Pro, it was the original way, and DJI completely went away from it.
Like I said,
And
there's got to be
that evolved.
they got to balance it out, right? So unfortunately, they're in position right now that nobody's really kind of, there's competition, but not competition like you would say. It ain't like McDonald's and Burger King. They could do whatever they want right now.
Now,
So
this
that's
is
why
cheaper than the Inspire Pro 2.
that's why we need these companies to step it up, Because then
Yeah.
if they start doing something and they're successful and people start buying and then they start seeing their profit shares dropping and all that stuff, you know what I mean? They're gonna be like, all right, we gotta start taking parts of, you know, that come out and go onto the gimbal and go out here. Right now they don't have to. Right?
Now this is a 4/3 micro 4/3 camera, okay? Don't tell me the DJI Sin camera does anything near what this camera is going to do with its assortment of prime lenses, which you just saw. It's
There it is.
absolutely
Stop it
physically
right there, Jim.
impossible.
And that's not a very bulky drone, to be honest with you.
That's
No.
the 10x. That's the 10x optical on a 4/3.
I think it's about the size of a Fan 4 Pro or
Yeah.
bigger.
Yeah, it looks very similar, like in size.
And not much bigger, yeah. And this hasn't changed from 2020. They're just
You know,
finally
it's all
coming
about
out.
what application or what drone works best.
There's
for
their
you.
FLIR.
Like I said, I do a lot of riding in the summer with a motorcycle, you know, and I'm looking at the Autel Nano Plus, you know, something that's going to fit more comfortably, something from a size standpoint with a good camera in my motorcycle compartments, you know.
Right. And I can fit the Mavic 2 Pro in the back of our motorcycle.
But
Ron.
why couldn't
Right,
you
you
make
can.
that evolve to foldable?
You can, but like I said, Jim, you know, like I said, it's not that, you know, I did that last summer. The Mavic 2 Pro went with me, but
Hey,
the whole
Justin,
point I'm
the
trying to
answer
make
is it's carbon fiber.
It's
you know,
one piece carbon fiber, yeah.
but I'm taking 2 and 3 other cameras with me, you know, on that trip.
Right.
I want to be able to have room. But is that drone going to work as good as like a, you know?
Didn't they have problems with this brand? Wasn't the reviews really
I think
bad
it
on the one they released last
The
year?
original Inspire Evolve 1, people were not in love with it.
No, I'm
No,
talking about
it
recently.
was a
They
failure.
didn't release something
There
just
was
recently,
there was
and it
a
was bad
few-
reviews.
After
there were
2020
some
CES, they didn't release the 20 megapixel lens.
Hmm.
That's what it was.
I recognized the drone, and I remember seeing some bad negative reviews on this. I
So
think this
Ron,
is it.
so Ron, to your question that you're talking about with your cameras, right? This
Right.
is one of the reasons I think the Sony AirPeak is really on to what we probably as photographers ultimately really want, right? I want a drone. Let me pick the camera, put the damn thing on there, and fly it around. That way, as camera technology changes, fine, I change the
That's it.
camera, I don't change the drone. And that's the problem with the small foldable things. That's not really possible.
Right.
Yeah.
So all the Evolve is doing is bringing back what we had in 2015 with the actual Inspire 1 Pro, the first one. You could take that same camera and put it on the Osmo Pro. And I think that was the way to go. DJI totally got away from it, and I don't understand why.
Well, like I said earlier, I really hope one of these companies just come out with something worth purchasing, investing in, I could say.
I would
You know,
argue, hopefully more than one. We want multiples, really,
Yeah.
right?
Because that would push the market, man. And like that would push them to be like, all right, let's make removable cameras and put them on gimbals and just make package deals like that. And really push. Right now, there's no push. They just running stuff, right? You know, right now. And whatever they put out,
look at the
everybody's
FPV world,
buying.
and that's why the people like the FPV world, right? You can mix and match parts, mix and match cameras, you know, bigger motors, smaller motors. You have that, and I think that's kind of what we need on the camera world side.
Well, I think if
Well-
Autel could manufacture on the scale of DJI, the prices would come down, regardless if they're made in the US. They might not be quite as cheap, but I think it would significantly take it down a certain percentage.
Look at what DJI is doing right now, right? Like some of the stuff, some people are not happy with, you know, but with the pricing, that is.
Yeah.
But on the tech side, what do you expect to pay for that? Like, even though the numbers are probably pushed up so they can make more money because they're a business, right? They got to pay all these engineers. Everybody's always hype about, oh, DJI has like 100 engineers and 100 this and 100 that. These guys got to get paid, right? Somehow, some way.
Yeah,
Like,
but
so
$5,000.
no, $5,000 is a
when you're
lot.
actually going backwards from the Inspire
It's a
1
lot,
Pro.
but a center camera like a drone like that has this ProRes and all that. People should be buying that when they have an LLC. The company should be buying that. You understand
Right.
what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah,
Like
yeah.
that's a drone that you don't buy from your personal money. You buy that with your LLC or your S corp. Then you put it and you send it to your accountant, the bill, and they deal with that, and you get your little breaks or whatever it is. You know what I mean? That's not a drone for everyday flyer. That ain't a lot of these people in the chat are probably just enjoying their drone, enjoying their time when they get out of work, they fly around. Why would they buy a $5,000 drone to catch a few flicks to share with Facebook or their family and stuff like that? You
And
understand
with
what I'm
an
saying? It's a different category, the sin one, right?
Yeah.
And with the S
Now-
corp, you can do the depreciation on it, right?
You could
so
do
you could
all that
literally it helps you on the tax side.
It helps you because it shows it could take your numbers a little lower, so it takes away from your profit and you make more money back. I mean, I'm not going to get into a business thing now,
Yeah.
but I'm just letting you know that that's the type of drone,
Sure.
and that Sony drone, that's another drone that you buy through the business. You don't buy
Well,
that with your personal
you
money.
know,
No,
I've said
people
that
Because you're
numerous-
not buying that drone to fly around the park on the weekends when you with your kids. You know,
Right. People
Well,
are
I've said-
bitching that that's an 8-minute or 12-minute drone. But look what you got. You're putting your 8K or 4K or 12K DSLR on the damn thing, and now you got some options
yeah, because
with
if you
that
have
Sony
a,
AirPeak.
at that point, you have insurance and stuff like that. So if it goes
Yeah.
down, it
Well,
goes down.
I've
You get
also
it.
said this numerous times. If you're doing just basic social media stuff, do you really need more than an Air 2S?
Well,
I mean-
if you have the money, I say buy whatever you want.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because in this world, your happiness comes first. So if you have the money, man, I'll buy the Peak, buy a Sony A series camera, buy all of it.
Yep.
If you have the money, I say don't hold back.
Right.
Live your life, enjoy it. We see every day that life is not guaranteed, right? So if you have it, do it. Don't live in regret. But on the reverse side of that, if you don't have it and it's going to be something you're going to regret, listen, get yourself an Air 2 and you're fine. If you're just flying around and catching shots here and there, you could catch amazing shots. I still have great
the
shots
Mini
with
2.
the Air 2. Not
And
even
Jay
the Air 2,
McCauley,
not
find
even the
me a
Air 2S.
monitor.
Yeah.
You could go with the Mini 2 if you just
Yeah,
want to catch
the Mini
some
2 is
great shots.
impressive. The Mini 2 is
Right.
impressive. I have
That's
a friend.
great, but when you have all these great 10-bit shots, you need a goddamn monitor that you can see them on to color grade them. And and you're getting up into TV prices. I've spent the past couple of days, Stevie, I'm going insane trying to find a monitor
So am I.
that's not going to cost me the same as a 55-inch TV
Right,
just to color grade the shit.
right.
The ones we
You
were
know-
looking at were like $6,000.
Everything came out with D-Log. They all have the same 10-bit D-Log. All of these DJI drones, whether it be the Air 2S, the Mavic 2 Pro, or the Mavic 3, they're all 10-bit D-Log. That needs color grading. That needs a monitor that can actually see the colors to color grade the damn thing. I don't know if you were with me a year ago, but Ron remembers when I put up HDR videos, what I saw as good colors, and Bob Casey remembers, I put on screen, they were totally different colors because my monitor
I remember.
can't see that.
Mhm.
Yep.
And to your point, Stevie, on the A series, something that I brought up about that Sony AirPeak is, everybody goes, oh, you got to go buy, one of the Sony A series cameras. And the reality is probably 99% of the people that would want to buy that drone already have an A series camera. There's more people, there's more owners of Sony A series cameras than there are owners of drones across all drones.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
It is a
I know-
far bigger market.
I know a lot of previous Canon and Nikon owners that switched to Sony A series cameras.
Yep.
And
But-
they're very happy. They're very happy. And the only thing Ron, I see you. The only thing about it is, I guess the learning curve would be diving into those settings. From what I saw, diving into the settings and figuring stuff out. But I think after a little while, it's just like anything else. It becomes simple. You get an understanding of how the settings are, and then that's it. You move on. But I think that's the learning curve that I've seen that I hanging out
Mhm.
with photographers that made the
Yeah.
switch, and that's what I'm.
Anyway,
I
so
haven't made the switch.
I need
but-
to run.
Yeah,
Thanks,
Stevie,
guys.
I was a Nikon guy.
Have a
for
good one,
Ron.
the
Thanks,
majority of my,
All right,
my
Hot Rod.
career, and I'm like, oh dear God, I will never be a non-Nikon guy.
Yeah.
Until, what was his name? The one guy on here on YouTube, he was graphic, Mr. Graphic. I forget his real name, but he's the one that introduced me to the Sony cameras. I
Right.
have bought this thing, and yes, you're correct. The menus in trying
my
to
God,
learn the
yeah.
camera and the settings,
Right.
yeah, they're tough as nails.
Yeah.
But I just in the past 3 months, I have convinced 3 people to go from their Nikons, their Canons. They're like, oh my God, I let them play with my camera, let them use it.
Right.
And they're like, oh my God, yes.
Yeah.
The Sony, I have a Sony, primarily a still camera and a video camera. Both of them, all 3 people have like, oh my God, yes.
And the
Mhm.
focus on those things are like,
Oh.
forget it. Nothing gets close to that. Any DSLR gets close to a mirrorless
focus on
camera.
these cameras, the clarity. Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Yeah, nah, it's
Unbelievable.
super impressive. Honestly, I've been so overwhelmed
Yeah, but
with the
it
drone
takes
world. that-
$80,000 to get into that, doesn't it?
Jim
Isn't it
Wallace. Yes,
$80
yes.
million to get into
Brent
it? Oh, wait a
Hager.
minute. Wait a minute. It's only $1,200.
No, that's well, oh, that's the Black Magic one.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a 4K camera that does video, and it's cheaper than the A6400.
Stevie, this one Sony camera I have. Tell me where else in the market camera world you can find a camera that can shoot 240 frames in 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Where else are you going to find that?
Yes.
You're
They
not.
powerful cameras. And you know what? When I'm ready to make that switch, I'm going straight for Sony.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people don't understand that the Sony sensors are in some of the Nikon cameras. Like
Right.
Sony
They're
is a
majority
beast.
of our drones.
Our drones
Yeah,
have Sony sensors.
Sony is a beast, and
Yes.
and I've invested in Sony as a brand in the stock market and all that stuff a while back because of the fact that I believe in them. You know, they got their hands in a lot of great things, especially their cameras. But you know, they make movies, they make all this stuff, they do a lot of things. But Sony's great, and when I'm ready to do the switch, I'm definitely going to Sony. But right now I got the Nikon, and I got, you know, when you're in the camera game, you got the lenses. You know, I got $1,700 lenses. I got, you know, I got a lot of stuff invested, and like I don't use it as much as I used to in the past. So why do a big jump? That jump is going to be like at least an $8,000 jump.
Yeah.
For what?
I don't
Most of the
know
time,
if I
my
can
cameras
get this
sit in a case.
I don't know if I can get this to perform in low light conditions, but tell me, get this right next to the microphone. Tell me you're going to get a camera that will shoot.
How do we get you guys on
Holy crap.
screen?
Can
I
you
heard
hear
that.
Yeah, yeah.
And
But,
I
you
only
know-
held that down for 5 seconds. You can do that for 10. You can shoot 240 frames in 10 seconds.
And
And if you don't get a good shot in 240 pictures, it might not be the camera.
But wait a
And
minute.
the
What's your
images-
speed? It's the speed 240 megabits per second? Because remember, our drones are capped at 100, 150.
and that's raw, right, Ron? You shooting raw?
And raw or JPEG.
Yeah, I shoot everything raw, and I just deal with it in Lightroom later.
Yeah. But
What
I don't
monitor are
shoot
you
anything.
using,
did you guys
Stevie?
hear that though?
Yeah,
Oh,
we
yeah.
heard it. We heard it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nothing beats Sony. Nothing beats Sony when it comes to that. And like I said, I don't use my camera right now. I have some clients that come back. You know, when you do some work for some people, every once in a while they come back, and I don't promote it too heavy. You know what I mean? I don't be putting it on Facebook and stuff like that. When I get these people, I already work with them. It's so easy. You know them already. I do the jobs, I get the money, and I keep it moving. I don't do any of the fashion show stuff anymore. I was doing Mercedes-Benz Fashion Week. I was doing Couture Fashion Week. I was doing, a lot of stuff
Wow.
like that. I don't do any of that stuff. I was getting hired directly by the designers. So I wasn't dealing with the paperwork to get
I'll
into
be right
Lincoln
back.
Center and all that stuff. But like I said, I faded out. I actually like to do what I like to do. So I go through these stages, and I was fine with it. Like I said, some of these designers, they'll hit me up when they got some new stuff and they want to shoot it. And then I got some just personal clients that just want to shoot random stuff, and I just go out and shoot it, and it's very random. Like maybe I'll get 2 shoots in 6 months, and then I don't hear nothing, and I'm fine with it. I got other stuff going on, so that's the only reason why I wouldn't invest more into the camera stuff. Like I'd rather just keep buying the drones. I enjoy the drones. I enjoy making the videos. So that's where I'm at with that.
What do you think
It's
about
like
that
this
comment?
particular camera here, Stevie. The technology is probably, I would say, 3 to 5 years ago, but I don't see anybody coming equal to or advanced above that.
Yeah, and they're lighter. They slick looking, and they're lighter than the DSLRs. I got a few lenses like the 2.8s, 24 to 70 and all that stuff, like $1,600 lenses and stuff. But those lenses are heavy with the cameras and everything.
And that's the thing with this camera is, and I've been bragging with this thing since I've had it. It goes from 24 to 600. At 24, it'll shoot 2.8. At 600, it'll shoot f4.
Wow.
Find another camera that'll do that.
Yeah.
And at the same token, shoot 24 frames a second in JPEG and or RAW.
Yeah.
You're not going to find it.
Yeah. It's a great camera, and
oh
like I
God,
said,
yeah.
if I start leaning more towards photography again, I definitely will get a Sony camera. Have some fun with it. Get to learn it.
Have, Steve. I've had it for probably 2 years now. I've not one complaint. The focus factor,
Ron.
0.03 seconds. I only heard 230.
You send it back. Rapid refund.
Yeah, I didn't hold that for the whole 10 seconds. But I'll tell you what, and I've actually tried it a couple times where, and again, I'm the action photographer. I'm looking for that eagle that's taken off.
No, I know. I listened to you on the streams, and I heard the story the other day about the bear. It went up the hill and got the cub away, and then it started going after you once the cub was in a safe place. I have bear mace, bro. I go hiking. Up in Westchester County, upstate New York. I bring the kids. We find waterfalls. We go on missions. I just recently bought bear mace.
That's cool.
Oh, really?
And it's the big horn-looking thing, but luckily I haven't used it. Like it's literally in the package still. But I've been places that bears are known to be, and I've been to a lot of trails, a lot of places. We get lost in there, and we find snakes and stuff like that. And I know a lot. I know you hate the snakes, but we're very familiar.
I'd be so worried about the bears. I would never see the snake biting my ass.
I'd be more worried about the snakes.
Now over here, there's a few poisonous snakes out here. So, but we know, the kids know, and I know what they look like and stuff like that. So we know the difference between the gardener snakes and some of the other poisonous ones. And
we have these black snakes that don't even have teeth or anything. People are scared of them, but they're just eating bugs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
They're good size. I don't know what to call them.
We got the ringneck snakes.
It's the coral snakes and that fake coral snake that scared the crap out of people.
Yeah.
I don't know how far into it. I've been to Catskills. I think I was up there. I've been all over the place, especially when when we get the foliage out here and the leaves start switching up. We go north, man. We go north and we start working our way south. Like we'll go really far upstate New York as far as we could go for the day and snap some shots, make our way home. And then we'll follow like the websites that are showing the foliage as it's moving, like getting the peaks, the peak levels. And then we go again as it starts working its way to the city, But we go on missions, man. We get lost in the woods out there.
We used to just go up to the Poconos to get deer and turkey.
Yeah.
As far as we would go up.
Yeah, but you could see turkey out here, not too far from the city, like the outer skirt suburbs of New York City. There's turkeys out there, like maybe 20, 30 minutes from the city.
Yeah,
you see them on the side of the highway.
Yep.
What happens if you grab a turkey? You get in trouble, right?
No.
I think you get in trouble. Yeah.
Yeah.
Iguanas are too. Those are killed.
They look like they'll last long.
There you go.
I want to see you. I want to see you get that turkey.
I had to call Ron on a video chat to figure out how to take the feathers out and all that.
Those suckers can move, man. They can
Step by
move.
step.
You're more worried about the spurs on the back of their legs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, there's a kill on site for iguanas down here in Florida, and there's a guy that does a YouTube channel, teaches you how to skin them and cook them and everything.
We also have a huge feral hog problem down here.
Yeah.
That's all over
You guys
the
got
US.
the snake problem with the boas, right? The ones that are not from your environment. Somebody let them loose, and
They keep letting them loose in the Everglades. Yeah, the pet got too big.
They thrive in that environment, so it's too late now. They keep having babies, and it just keeps on going. You know.
Oh,
so
Florida's ecosystem is all screwed up from exotic pets.
Yeah, they got a lot of things going on over there that
Johnny
not supposed to be there.
Couldn't handle his pet any longer. He just throws it out in the street, finds its way to the Everglades.
There's a lot of turkeys in Pennsylvania too, Bill.
Oh yeah.
But feral hogs is an issue everywhere, right, Ron?
Up here.
I said because you're real familiar, you and Sean, with hunting. Feral hogs are pretty much an issue in a lot of states now, aren't they?
Yeah, the only problem, we don't have them out here yet, and I think it's probably because of the cold in the winters. But
yeah,
down south, California, West Coast, and
Texas,
southern East Coast. Yeah, I think you see a lot.
I like this one. I know from experience, don't piss off a turkey. They can fly.
They can fly.
They can.
Yeah, they can fly.
I've seen some big turkeys that looked like it was worth pulling over, and is trying to get some food.
You know what? We have a lot of peacocks in the actual neighborhoods here.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
And those fuckers are loud.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they get.
Look what Boy Neil wrote.
They get mean too.
They'll get on top of your roof and they'll scream. 20 or 30.
That'd be annoying.
It is. And people get pissed off and call. Yeah. Well, we need to remove these from the neighborhood. Hey, shithead, you built your house in the middle of their neighborhood.
Right.
Hey, Ron, I think you should go on one of those hunting trips in Texas. It's where you get to fly where you get to fly in the helicopter and shoot them from the helicopter.
Oh yeah.
It's on my list, buddy.
You're in a helicopter. You love hunting. That's best of both.
That's what I'm gonna do.
I have options to do it. Just haven't been down there.
I'm gonna set up some sprinklers so I can catch some turkeys. I'll throw the net out the window. I'll throw the net and let it struggle to go to sleep.
My good friend's a helicopter pilot, and he actually flies down there for forest fires and desert fires and stuff. And he's offered to take me down there, and he goes, "Let's go down there and shoot like 250 of them." I'm like, "All right,
yeah, do it, dude. Right? Do it."
Yeah, I just haven't had the time, honestly.
How many? Show your picture. Show your picture again, Sean, of how many ducks you just grabbed the other day.
Yeah, that was a few.
2 days ago, he was
near
out.
You, right, Ron? Is Sean near you? Is Sean near you?
I don't know.
One state over.
We're parallel from each other right now.
You got Ron was in your neighborhood recently, right? I think I saw a live stream. You were close by.
See,
Jeez,
come on,
damn,
focus.
I can see them with the blurriness.
Yeah, I just wanted to focus. Come on, there you go.
There they are.
Wow,
damn.
Ducks. City.
That's two limits right there.
Oh shit!
And
or three
them
limits.
Snow
Sorry,
to keep
3
them
limits.
fresh. Wow.
Outlaw. No.
Yep. So
man, anybody in PETA in the chat?
Yeah. That was the second day. The first day we
start
got
trolling now.
People eating tasty. Yeah.
Prevents this trolling.
That's enough duck for a year, man.
Wow.
I'm going again Thursday. So
you ran out of duck already?
No, we just store them up for the winter. And
Who's cooking these?
Duck omelets.
Are you bringing them home and saying, I shot it, you pluck it to the old lady?
Actually, the wife goes out there and helps me. She plucks it out and breasts them out with me, and
Damn.
she just cleaned all of them. There's 12 ducks there that she.
There you go. Get the woman to clean them.
Does she have any sisters?
Well, she did, but she committed suicide. Sorry.
Because she
It's been a
couldn't
Can't
horrible
find
left.
you in time, Ron.
She couldn't take plucking the ducks anymore. No, I'm sorry.
Right?
Bringing home like 30 ducks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever I bring home, like she helps me butcher the deer, the elk, antelope, whatever.
Wow.
So
Damn.
she'll be right there with me with the knife, cutting the fat off, and
Yeah, close friends.
yeah, right. None of them that are into hunting, I'll tell you that. But yeah, she loves the meat. That's what we live
Ron
off
is a
of.
beast.
So
Ron is fishing in the
I know,
stream.
I know.
He needs some help.
No, wait one for you. I'll let you know, Ron.
He's tired. His fingers are tired, man. He's tired.
Keep me
What
walking, brother. Yeah.
Tired of
What
stripping.
happened? What happened to the girl from the hot springs?
Get her to
That's-
pluck them.
She don't know how to pluck a feather.
yeah, that's temporary,
You won't
you know.
touch a dead duck.
She's not good with ducks.
Yeah, we gotta work on her.
Look at Jim.
How long does it take to clean one duck, Sean?
Oh,
I mean, that's a
me?
lot of friggin'
Yeah.
You just, when you're breasting them out, it's like maybe 5 pulls with the feathers, and I don't know. It takes me about 3-4 minutes to breast out a duck, maybe.
You should do a video on that. I want to see it.
Can you use that? Can you use that wax stuff? You know how they
Wax.
rip hair off of people and they.
Nair.
I think their feathers are a little thick for that.
Just put a whole strip and then put the plastic
Right.
in there. Rah.
That's not too hard to do.
Oh man, you're bringing me back to that Nair commercial. Who
Yeah.
likes hair?
Now-
Nair? Or something.
Now the
Bring
cranes,
a
that's
duck.
a different
They should've
story.
put a
That's a
duck
lot
in that
thicker
commercial.
breast.
Oh man.
The crane is the thing I don't get. We have signs here that
Yeah.
it's a Sand Hill crane crossing. Be careful
Uh-huh.
and all that. Well, you're up there killing them all.
Hell yeah.
Oh, those cranes down here know you're not allowed to hit them. They'll pull out in the
Right.
road and they'll sit there and look at you
Just
like,
stare at you.
motherfucker, hit
Yeah.
me.
Oh, you use
There
a
is.
crane too? Wow.
It's almost like the
There's-
pedestrians up here.
Yeah, there's quite a few states that you can't hunt them, but we have enough grain and corn and stuff like that. They decimate fields same way
Oh,
down in
okay.
Texas.
Keeping the balance.
Yeah, exactly. And,
That's
and they're
just
not
like
even
Yellowstone,
indigenous to
right?
here. So
In
what?
Yellowstone, I saw a documentary on how they reintroduced the wolves to
Yeah. Oh,
Yellowstone,
God.
and it
Yeah.
created this whole balance. Even the rivers and the streams
It's so
became
screwed
better.
up.
When they took the wolves away, that was the worst thing they could have done, from what I
Yeah.
got
Well,
from the documentary.
The problem with it is, and they don't even tell you this, the wolf that they introduced here is not indigenous to this area at all.
They were
The
extinct.
timber wolf was. The one that they brought in was a freaking Arctic goddamn giant. So, yeah, so whatever they said in that thing is completely wrong. In
Good
fact,
night,
now
Mike.
Idaho is actually trapping them. They said kill them however the hell you can.
The wolves?
Really?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
they are so decimating up here. It's not even funny.
Wow.
Have a good night, Mike.
I think I saw
Steve, I
that
was
same
just,
documentary, Steve.
Huh?
I saw that
Steve,
same
I was just
documentary.
in.
I like that documentary.
I was in Yellowstone. Day before Christmas Day and 2 days after, and in Yellowstone, found a fresh elk carcass.
I heard about this.
Long story short, someone
I
led
watched
me
the
to
stream.
the elk
The guys
carcass.
jumped the gate.
Oh,
What a
dude,
mess.
I was setting up the camera tripod. On
Yeah.
this, they were only 150 yards off
Wow.
the road.
That
Had
would have been a
everything
great
set up.
shot.
With the 2 lenses I had, it would have been perfect. But anyhow, these 3 chuckleheads come down out of the pines. They parked down the road. I didn't see them. They come down through the pines with their cell phones, thinking they're going to get a good picture of the wolves.
On top of
And
that.
they walked down, and the one lady that had kind of led me to the wolves, She works for the Park Service. She's done a ranger, but she has a radio. She saw them. We all saw them. We're all like, "Yo, you assholes!" Excuse the expression. But anyhow, Rangers came up within 5 minutes. They were there. These three guys got pulled aside by the Rangers. I found out from that lady that they were fined anywhere between 5 and 15 grand.
Wow.
And more than likely, they may have been permanently disbanded from the park permanently.
Right.
These I don't know what these people are thinking. I've heard other stories that you have said on the streams about people getting close to wild animals and stuff.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
Getting fines. There was some lady went by a moose or something like that.
That one lady with the grizzly and the cub.
The grizzly and the
back in May.
cub. I mean,
Yeah.
How
it's
dumb do you
like
have to be?
how do you like what is your upbringing to be at that
you
level
don't have one.
as an adult?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
Well,
I grew up in the Bronx.
yeah.
And I know, you know what I mean? You would think
And I know better. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I
Right.
know better to get close to anything. I
Right.
don't even get close to
Well-
somebody's dog. Like if
You know,
I
the
go
sad
to a
part
dog,
is-
I ask permission to pet the dog and such.
Yeah,
you know what
the
I mean? Like,
hotel I was staying at was a Super 8 hotel in Gardner, Montana, which is the north entrance of the park.
Yeah.
And the lady behind the desk, she was telling me that the woman back in it was April or May, the one that approached that grizzly and cub that was on national news,
Right.
she actually had a like a 7-day rental in one of the cabins in the park. She was completely kicked out of the park. Said Ranger said, "Get the hell out of here! You're done.
Right.
You're out. Get out of here." So she had to find a hotel somewhere. She stayed at the hotel that I was at, and she actually told the lady behind the counter who I was talking to, she's like, "I don't know what I did wrong. I don't know why they're so upset." But that's the mentality
yeah, that's insane.
of people. Yeah, she had no clue. It's like, what did I do wrong?
Yeah. No, I like I said, I don't understand the mentality, but you know what?
Yeah,
We got a lot of different people out
Yeah.
here and doing
We do.
different
Well,
things. So
we had a
what are you gonna do?
few on this side of Yellowstone that tried to go up and pet a bison.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God,
And I can't remember the story. I think they got either severely injured or killed.
Wow. I wouldn't be
So-
surprised that he got killed. I mean,
I mean,
that thing is so big.
it's huge.
Oh yeah.
That's
Yeah.
nature's Abrams tank right there.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
2,000
And
pounds of attitude.
you think they can't run? They can run 30 miles an hour
Oh,
in 2
yeah.
seconds.
Easy.
Yep.
They can
Yeah.
outrun you.
Well, Nancy and I last April, we were in the park, and that one Japanese tourist, I'm sorry, but
Right.
she was trying to get a selfie with the bison.
Yeah.
The poor guy was laying there minding his own business, and she didn't like the way he was laying, so she gave the phone to her husband. She ran down to the bison, grabbed him by the horns, and turned his head
Oh my God.
face
shit.
the right direction.
Oh my.
And just as that was happening, I looked at my girlfriend and I'm like, I can't believe this is happening. Then I heard tires screech. I turned around, it was the park ranger. He came in and let her up.
Yo, what is
Oh,
wrong
yeah.
with people?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a death wish right there.
They're
Yeah,
wild
that's a-
animals. It's not a
Like I
freaking
said,
zoo.
I don't even dare touch somebody's dog on a leash. You know what I mean? Like I ask first. You know, like
There's that old joke. Can I pet your dog? And does your dog bite? No, my dog
Right.
doesn't bite. You pet the
Crunch.
dog, it bites your arm off. It's not my dog.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Ask
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
questions, idiot.
yeah. I mean, that makes no sense because
Yeah.
you got to respect this.
Oh,
these
let me see.
wild
Wait a
animals.
minute.
You
Wait a
don't
minute,
you don't know what
Steve,
they're
wait.
thinking. You
It's
don't know-
perfectly normal to
Yeah.
run up to a pack of wolves with a cell phone to watch them eat.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know what I would
Right.
do if I saw wolves like in the wild.
You know, the
You
sad
know,
part
like,
about
I'd
that
The
start
is-
last
shooting
thing I would do is try to get a shot.
Right.
The first thing I'll be doing is like look at my exit strategy.
There isn't any. If you
know,
see
that
one
whole
coming at you,
situation.
they're around.
those wolves, you know, like I said, where I was positioned, my God, I'm like, oh, this is a photo op of a lifetime. I was 150 yards away,
Right.
but those dumbasses moved up and
Terrible.
tried to walk up to them. Those wolves took off. They bolted.
Yeah.
They were gone for hours.
Terrible.
And I'm sitting there thinking, you know, the $5,000 to $15,000 fine that they were potentially subject to, I could buy you some serious camera equipment.
Oh yeah.
Oh hell yeah.
You know,
Oh, yeah. That's
but
and the fact that it's so the insulting thing is they went up with a phone. It wasn't even like they had professional equipment and they were gonna get the shot of the lifetime. They were gonna get a phone picture.
yeah,
Here
And
you are.
potentially
You're
get
setting up for
attacked.
You're setting up
Yeah,
for
right.
National
And potentially
Geographic.
get attacked.
And
Yeah.
Billy
Yeah.
Bob and Curly Sue walk up to the damn thing.
Right.
Well,
Yeah,
listen, guys.
Most of the time, the wolves aren't going to attack you. They're going to run away. But
they
if they
are.
catch you up in the forest and stuff by yourself, that might be a little different story. But
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. That's like
guys.
Christmas Day. You know, I was out hiking and I did not expect this, but you know, I have kind of roughly heard, but didn't
Wow.
find out firsthand. But some grizzlies, if the food source is out there, they will not hibernate. And
Huh.
sure as shit, I was a mile and a half out in the wilderness Christmas Day, and I'm like, holy crap, there's grizzly tracks in the
Right.
snow.
I did not know
As
that.
soon as I saw them, I turned my ass back around. I
Yeah.
had
Right.
a large caliber handgun and a can of bear spray with me. I still got the hell out of there.
right.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
I mean, you bring that just in case the situation goes ugly,
Right.
but you're not gonna go there and provoke the animal.
Right.
I
Right.
would feel guilty if I had to spray one.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, or even shoot at one.
Right.
You know what I mean? I mean, if you run into it by accident, you didn't notice, and all of a sudden it's charging at you, of course. But if
Yeah.
you see it and then you egging it on by getting closer and provoking it,
Yep.
you know, it's just not nice. It's just not,
Yeah.
it's just not nice.
I'm looking at it like these wolves were getting their dinner.
Mhm.
Oh,
Okay.
they were.
Yeah, he
Right.
messed up their meal.
Now you messed up their meal.
And then the birds eventually they come in and they just take everything apart.
That's exactly what happened, right, Ron?
Yeah. Can I show you this?
Yeah, show
Can I
that.
share
Show that.
a 10-second video with you, Jim?
Please.
Oh, you
This
got
is-
the video now. All I seen was
Well,
the pictures.
I only when I went to Yellowstone, unfortunately the weather was not
Right.
conducive for good wildlife photography.
Those are
Let me get this.
You're crazy, Bill.
Where the hell did it go?
They
Bill, you
marry
from the
you.
Bronx? Is Bill from the Bronx?
He was originally, yeah.
Yeah.
There it is.
Then
We
he
all
went,
moved out of there, Stevie.
and then he went to Pennsylvania, right?
We left you there.
And he was what was it? I was in one of his towns not too long ago. Well,
Let me redo this,
something.
Jim.
I forgot what it was.
I don't see it on my screen yet, Ron.
No,
When I
Hold
do,
on.
I'll pop it up.
he's getting to it.
Oh, you're finding it?
Share.
The one that pissed me off is like you were saying, Stevie, while Ron's setting up all this equipment, right? These idiots are walking up with their cell phones and ruining everybody's shot.
With a stupid camera phone. With a phone.
Is it ready to share, Jim?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is only, like I said, about 15 seconds. This is all I got the 4 days I was there.
Oh,
This
that's
is
nice.
actually-
That's cool.
The first clip was actually outside the park, just FYI, because it was from a drone.
Right.
I caught this moose.
Come on.
Are you playing? Oh, there you go.
Yeah, there you go.
This is inside.
Wow.
Oh, that's beautiful.
It was snowing hard, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I love watching these bison dig for the grass.
Grass.
Yeah.
You know, here's a good question, Ron.
Oh, that's,
Even
cool.
at that bear shot, your ISO was down at 100, and it
Yeah.
was still
look.
dark.
There you go.
oh,
yeah.
that's sick.
This elk carcass is only about 3 or 4 hours old. Look how much is hardly left.
Gone. Yeah.
Right.
These
See,
coyotes.
those are
that was
timber
after
wolves, aren't
the
they?
wolves had been scared off, and then the coyotes were on it.
Yeah. Those were
Hey, that
timber
was-
wolves, weren't they, Ron? Uh-oh.
Oh, he clicked himself off.
yeah.
That's me when I have a good T-bone on me.
Hey, Bill. Ray Kelly's from Washington Heights originally.
Well, he
So we
he
all got
worked out on the Suffolk County Police Department, and that's where I'm from, Smithtown, Long Island.
Yeah.
Right? Well, it's actually called Kings Park. We had a 10,810 acre psychiatric facility there called the Kings Park Psychiatric
Yeah,
Center.
the guys be flying there. I've flown. I didn't fly that one, but I've flown a few in Long Island.
You flew at Pilgrim State, yeah.
I flew at Pilgrims more than once. We actually had a big meetup there, not too long ago when Ken came into New York. He's originally from Long Island, so he has family out there.
Who?
And they had Ken Dobo.
Oh, he's from
Yeah.
Philly.
No, who you talking about Philly? Not Ken. Ken is
Aaron
not
and Dobo are both from Philly.
Ken. Ken is
Yeah.
from Long Island.
I never heard that, but okay. You must
Ken
know
in
better
Florida
than I
now.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he
yeah.
had family. He had a wedding to go to, so he came into town and we did like a little meetup in Long Island, and that's when we went to Pilgrim.
Because
But
I saw you with the guys from like Novice Quads and Herman and Lawrence and all that.
Yeah, I made a video with that. We were all out there,
Right.
and we were there with Xavier was there.
Yep.
We had like, oh my god, we had like about 20 vehicles parked up there. Like we had everything: FPV drones, camera drone people, and just it was a great time.
So much of that, man.
Right.
You don't understand. Back in the 70s, those things were filled to their brim. There were so many buildings that they have taken down.
All those psychiatric wards in New York are abandoned, and they're still there, and they look almost the same. It was like they had the same builders make them all over the place, because they have them in upstate New York, they have them in Westchester County, they have them all over Long Island, they have them in
Steve,
Brooklyn, I believe, Queens.
This is an actual ward key to building 84 of the Kings Park
That's where they kept you.
Psychiatric Center.
Wow.
So now I know how you got out. You got the key.
That was where everybody's first job was there.
That's how Jim escaped. That's
that's why he's avoiding the question. That's why he's avoiding it.
That's why he left Long Island.
Everybody's
never
first
looked
job.
back. He knocked out his warden.
So can I show you a couple of the dead wolves here in Idaho?
He stole that big
go ahead.
bike and left.
Show it.
Jim, you good with that?
Yeah, show it.
Okay, a lot of people don't like this kind of stuff, but this is what I'm saying. Like the wolves that he was taking pictures of are nowhere near this size.
All right, where are they?
Hang
I'm
on.
waiting for it.
There
As soon
you
as
go.
it pops up.
There you go.
Okay.
Tell me those are timber wolves.
Holy shit.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's the wolves we have here in Idaho. That's
Look
the
how
ones they
long those
introduced
legs
here.
are.
Yeah,
Oh.
their paws are freaking huge.
How is he getting this shot?
They
killed
go and
them.
hunt them down.
He killed them. They're
Yeah.
dead.
Oh, they're laying there
Those are
dead.
dead.
Oh.
Yeah, bro.
Sean,
he's not
snug.
He thought they had a long night of killing.
I'm like, how the hell is he getting this shot?
They got wasted the
Fucking
night before. It was bro's night out. They were wasted.
Yeah, he wasn't there spooning the wolves.
Yeah, one more.
In Idaho.
Yeah,
Jim
these
said
are
how
all
they
in
getting the
Idaho.
shot.
So, let me show you this one. This will scare the crap out of you. Like, think about running up on this one.
Did you see Game of Thrones? They did look like dire wolves.
I love
Right.
I love that show.
There you go.
I don't watch a lot of TV, but I like that show.
Look at those paws.
Oh wow!
Holy shit.
Freaking huge.
Now
man.
what's the origins of these wolves? Where they came from? No,
The
like where did
Arctic?
they That's what they say.
Holy
Yeah,
fuck,
these are
that's
the ones
dead.
that they introduced and said, "Oh yeah, we need these wolves back in Idaho."
That's the
No.
wolf. That's
No.
the wolf. I seen a video of one of these wolves coming out at night on a road. A guy filmed it with his phone. It walked towards
Spooky.
him and then it
Yeah.
went back into the woods. It looked fake. It looked like
Yeah.
CGI. The wolf was
They're
so big.
huge.
So it must have been those wolves.
Yeah,
I never that's crazy.
that's what
Wolf
I'm saying. Like,
hangover.
if they would have introduced timber wolves, we would have been like, "Yeah, no problem."
Wow.
Yeah.
But no,
Yeah.
that's not what they introduced there.
That's insane. I don't even imagine seeing something like that. No.
They're huge.
No, that
fact,
is a big one.
There's one here where it has a guy actually holding him up. Let's see if I can find it real quick.
All right, while you're trying to find that, Gary at Brant Aerials does a show on Thursdays called The Hour Before the Hour. So it's really 6 p.m. Eastern, where he goes an hour ahead of Ken Heron's show on Thursdays. And
Yeah.
he does a live show with Jim Beauchart, who is funny as shit. Jim Beauchart has a new channel called Gary, help me out. Extra Medium.
Oh,
Uncle Extra Medium.
yeah.
Oh, and it's all his clown makeup videos.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, Timberwolves do not get that big.
Holy shit.
So what is that wolf called?
It's an Arctic wolf.
It is an Arctic wolf.
It's a BFW, big fucking wolf.
Yeah,
No
exactly.
kidding.
But that's what we have around here, and they keep saying, oh, they level out everything. No, we already had the coyotes do the same damn thing, but the wolves, what they've been doing here is they'll attack an elk, bring it down, basically eat one hindquarter just to show their kids how to do it, and leave all the rest. They don't even. They're not even hungry.
Hey, Bill, jump on.
Looks
I'll
like
put the
you-
chat thing there.
Looks like you got a new animal to hunt there, Ron. You need to get over there to Sean's house.
Yeah,
I
come on
want
over.
Man, that would be a kill, bro. Ron,
Now
if you killed a
those-
wolf,
Those are actually open. They're
Arctic
open
wolf?
game to shoot.
You have to have a tag
Oh, yeah.
or a trapping license.
Yeah.
Ron could get that.
Oh, yeah.
Fill out some forms, bro. Get it popping.
That's all I'm saying. I want to see a cougar and a wolf back behind there.
We're working on that.
We can get
No,
cougars
but
here.
Well, what kind of cougar you want?
Yeah,
I know a few of them.
I know where they're at here, Ron. If you're really willing.
Ah, here's Uncle Bill.
Two right in my front yard.
Hey, Uncle
Yeah,
Bill.
right.
He says, "Wait a second. He's got to get his audio working."
Oh,
Well, Stevie, let me tell you something. With Windows 11,
Yeah, that should do it. Can you hear me?
it really screwed,
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
really messed me up with the audio.
Oh yeah, it changed all these settings and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I hate to leave when Bill's coming in, but
Oh, sure
we're
you
getting
do.
late. I'm sorry. I like Bill.
All right.
Hey, Steve, if you
one
have
late
any
night, I got to
questions-
jump on Bill's show.
Yeah.
And hang out.
Steve, if
on
you
one
have
of
any
the-
questions
Yeah,
on
you
this
need to jump
camera?
in. You're always welcome, obviously. You should come in and say hello.
He's
I
drinking
appreciate
that
that.
peanut butter. What is it called again?
The screwball.
Peanut butter
Screwball.
screwball.
No, it's screwball whiskey. It's peanut
Oh,
butter.
I haven't jumped on a live stream in a long time. This
Hold
is
on,
like
Ro-
my first one in like months. So I'm gonna try to jump on more. When it gets close to the holidays, like it's
Yeah.
like I get really busy. Like I said, the kids are young. You know what I mean? I have a young family, so it's harder for me to just find a little extra time. And then when the night comes, I'm tired. So, but I'm gonna try now that the holidays are over and things are getting a little more. I get a little more free time. I'm gonna try to start jumping on more often and catch up with you guys on different shows and such.
that'd be cool.
That's cool because we're open to talk about anything here. You know?
Yeah,
obviously.
no doubt.
Clearly.
But it's
Steve,
good. It's good that
Ron-
we go back and forth about these things because there's a lot of people probably in the chats that don't even understand that these things are happening in the Fly apps and the differences
Right.
between the apps and all the stuff that we talk about. I think it becomes valuable to somebody. So
I
it's
think
good
you
that
do forget. Like someone was saying in the chat, "Hey Justin, just find somebody with a Go 4 app drone and check out the difference." You forget, like you're saying, Stevie. You know,
Right.
I
agree,
broke
Beck.
my teeth on the original Go 4 app, and
Yeah.
all that handled was the Phantom 4, the Osmo cameras, and I don't know what else before they jumped to the Go 4.
right.
I'm at the
Right.
regular Go
Oh, yeah.
app.
Right. Well, that's the big part of this whole community is sharing whatever you know, and then everybody can add to that, and we could build on that, and it might help somebody out. You know,
Yeah.
it might help somebody out that's just getting into the game and not knowing how these apps work and such, and maybe they'll mess around with the app a little further tomorrow. You know, Gary, I'll hit you up as well. So we could talk about that
Yeah,
as well.
Steve, if you have any questions on this camera, seriously, if you're even potentially interested,
Right.
I'm more than happy to share what I know. You know
Right.
about it.
No, I
But I'll
appreciate
tell you
that.
what, I'm about 95% severely happy with it.
No.
It beats reading a manual. I'll tell
I
you
know
that.
a lot of most of the guys, if you watch my videos and you see some of the guys that I'm running around with, most of them do photography too, and they all got Sony cameras.
Yeah.
I'm the only one still with a Nikon DSLR right
Yeah.
now. But
I sold all my Nikons.
yeah. I mean
That's
that's
what I
if I
bought.
get a Sony, I'm not gonna have all this equipment for no reason. You know, like
Yeah.
I'll sell
Right.
everything. You know,
Right.
even though I know I'm not going to get what I paid for it, but you already know when you buy this stuff. But the
Yeah.
good thing about it is the fast lenses, like the 2.8 lenses,
Yeah. This
the
goes
prices don't drop like
yeah,
like
this
other
is
stuff.
24 to 600 f2.8 to f4. Even
Yeah.
at 600, you're shooting an f4.
What I'm saying is
With
they
camera
don't
equipment, your prime
depreciate.
lenses hold money. They hold their value.
Yeah, exactly. They don't depreciate like other stuff. Like
Like
my
drones.
lenses, I could probably get maybe like $200 less than what I paid for it still, because the prices are still up there on B&H and stuff like that. So I won't take the loss. I only don't put my time into it because, like I said, I don't really be doing gigs like that anymore. So I know the Nikon inside out. I go, I shoot. I got the flashes. I think it's the 910 SB 910 or whatever, and I have the flashes, and I also have my lights. Just I don't even like using the flashes anymore. Now I just set up the lights because I already know my exposure and everything, and I just snap away. With the flashes, sometimes the levels change and the picture is different. You understand? Like you don't have as much exposure, too much shadow. So now I just set up lights. I shoot, get out of there, get paid, and done. You know, and like I said, it's not so often, but I get it done. But it's great seeing you guys and talking with you guys, and
it was good chatting with you, man.
I'll catch up with all you guys.
Yeah, Steve,
time.
it was good almost talking with you.
Yeah, we'll catch up, Bill. We'll catch up for sure.
Thanks,
Have
Stevie.
a good night, guys.
Have a good one, Steve.
All
Take
right,
care,
bye.
Steve.
They're greasy. I don't want to see the Go 4 app. I've never used it, to be honest with you.
Me neither.
Why do I want to use something I'm going to like better that I can't have?
Well, yeah.
Right.
It's just confusing how DJI built so much equipment and just dropped it. Like I have this Sendence remote controller, still to this day sells for $1,300, but you can only use it on one specific drone. What the fuck was that about?
And I get it. And you know what? I'm sure the Go 4 app when it first came out wasn't perfect, and they changed it and they adjusted it based on the consumer wants and needs and the products that it was working for. You know, the new drones that it had to be written. You know, new code had to be written, and it developed. You know, and maybe it came out right up from the gate better. I don't know. Maybe it did. Maybe it didn't. But here's the thing: it's actually a 32-bit app. Here's the thing: everything that is running this app,
Right,
or whatever app we're using,
right,
is 64-bit. 64-bit hardware, 64-bit chipsets, 64-bit GPUs, 64-bit CPUs, okay, or APUs, whatever you got.
Because there were a lot of screens you couldn't use with it, so I understand.
Right. So now a 64-bit phone, obviously, or PC or whatever, is backwards compatible to a 32. You can't go the other way around. You all understand that. But there's a reason that they're dropping 32-bit applications. They don't handle RAM, or they don't handle memory anywhere near as well. Obviously, they didn't just go to 64-bit because they like the number better. They went to it because it opened up doors and ability to run things. This is for example, it's not the greatest phone. It's a couple of years old, but it's still got 8 gigs of RAM on it. You couldn't run that with a 32-bit operating system.
4 was max.
Right. So sooner or later, they were going to have to dump the Go 4 anyway. So really, the Fly is the new Go 4. It just doesn't have all the same capabilities because they had to write it from the bottom up, and they're writing it to please whatever clientele is in there. Now it's not working as well. Sometimes it lags behind when you're dealing. And I know this conversation was had so long ago. I'm sorry. I was listening there and I wasn't in here, and I'm sorry to even bring it back up. But you know, guys with iPhones aren't as happy with it, and that's a big section of the market. But actually, Android is way bigger, and they gotta sell their product to make money. You know, and
wait. I went through so many tablets before I could get one to work. The iPad Mini Pro was the one that actually worked fine with the Go 4 app. I lost the Nvidia app and the Samsung 8. I both threw away.
Bill, I agree with you on the 64 versus the 32-bit. Why did they have to change the menu, the layout? That's what is most of the people's complaints.
Right.
Of the layout, the menus, the interface, on it. That's what
the actual interface itself. I don't know. I can't answer that. I haven't actually.
Can I add fuel?
I don't know if it's a coding issue. and I'm going to let Jim. I'm sorry, just real quick, one quick
Yeah,
real
yeah, yeah.
thing, because you brought up alcohol and I haven't had a drink all night. Now I have to go get it. It's your fault. If you're talking about the interface, I still love Windows 7. I love the interface for
Right.
Windows 7. I was forced basically to go to Windows 10. Sooner or later, I'm going to be forced to go to Windows 11 and
Right.
relearn the new interface.
Let's hope
With
not.
every new iteration, they these things change, and we got to either change with them and grow with them and like that. And hopefully they'll listen and they'll change the interface a little bit to work better. But I don't know why they're not doing it, because I'm not a DJI guy. I mean, I'm not a DJI employee. I'm a DJI guy. I'm certainly a fanboy. But I and then as far as problem, real quick, one last thing, I have not had the problems that other people have had with the Fly. Even when everybody was crashing, and when we had those couple of ones that was what was going on last summer. You know what I mean? Everybody was just so pissed. Remember Maddie was pissed. They couldn't.
It was because it was the Android version of the app was having issues.
Right.
Not
They
the
were having all
Apple
kinds of
version.
problems. But this is Android, and I never had those problems. I think maybe it's because this is a more powerful phone, and it was able to, and the coding was probably heavy. I think since then they streamlined it and fixed it.
Right.
And now it's working on phones that have less RAM and phones that have a lesser processor, and
Right.
everything's okay now, I guess. I mean, eventually this is going to be a piece of shit too. But that's why we keep buying new stuff and moving on. Speaking of which, somebody gave me a laptop that I'm over here working on right now because I went to his house and fixed his PC. And
Of course.
so they gave me this old laptop. And it's,
Right. Hey, can you fix this while you're at it?
and it's so that's what I'm doing, by the way, while I'm in here with you guys. Is I'm just going to revert this thing back to new to get all his stuff off it, because it's got some kind of porn stuff on it that
Oh, you might want to check that out. before
In
you
a couple
erase
of hours, you'll.
I think it may be what
right?
might have caused the problems in the first place.
it.
But and then bring it up. It's Windows 8.1. That's how old this is, by the way.
Oh wow.
But the thing looks brand new. He's an older fella, you know what I mean? It's got a couple of shiny spots on some of the keys.
Yeah.
Oh wait, maybe I should clean this thing.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
It is the keys POR?
It's your typical ones. ASS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's wonder why the X button is worn out.
Right.
Space bar, because you need to pause. You know what I mean? The space.
Yeah.
You need to pause.
Pause.
Wait, hold that
Anything
thought.
with HUB, Pornhub.
Yeah. But anyway, that's that. Just so I throw it in there. I don't
If
have
you
to be up
guys-
until
I'm
6:45.
gonna get kicked
tomorrow
off here
morning.
in a minute.
So I
If you
can have
guys
it there.
remember, that Go4 app was the original one that they said was making too many connections to the internet, and was the original app they said was spying. So then DJI came out with that local data mode, which was supposed to be for law enforcement and all that shit. And then they finally gave up and went to the Fly app. So I think we're seeing the Fly app do less or whatever to satisfy the guys, because now there's been so many studies done that keep saying that DJI is not spying on us.
Right.
Yet even Florida turned out and went with the Department of Defense, 5 drones, 5. And they're all pieces of crap, like the Skydio and all that. None of them would be camera drones that we would use.
Right.
The 5 drones they listed.
Right.
We would
Well,
not buy any of them.
Just throw this back out there again. I think that Fly app is obviously going to change, develop, and grow as the needs of the equipment that's being added to it. You know what I'm saying? It probably can use more and easier to find camera settings just for the Air 2S, let alone the M3. But I think you're going to see those things come now that the M3 is out. And
Now see, they're trying to sell you a new Pro version too.
Yeah.
Of that.
Well, let's talk about the controllers that came out with them too, right? You have the smart controller that came with the Air 2S but doesn't work with the Mavic 3.
Sean.
Then you have the one with the Mavic 3 that doesn't work with the Air 2S, which I think is stupid. If they're going to come out with a new smart controller, they should make it compatible with every one of their drones, because for somebody like me that has an Air 2S, has a Mini 2 and a Mini 1, I might think about buying a smart controller if I could use one controller for all my drones. But I'm not going to go out and buy a drone that I can use that one smart controller with. To me, that's a big waste of money.
Well, who did that first? Autel did that first.
Say in defense to DJI, not that I'm a fanboy, but look at Autel. They come out with a whole new app, the Sky app.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they came out with a controller that you can only use with one. Yeah, but that's just it. I think the new one, once they run out of stock, once they're not selling the old the old Pro controller, once it's gone, I think you're going to see firmware updates, and because look, there's already an example of a Air2S working with that same piece of hardware, just with a different piece of firmware in it, different firmware written for it, so it only works with that app. So if they can already do it.
And it's amazingly similar to the Air2S controller that's doing the Mavic 3. It looks the same to me.
It is the same, but it's not even the same color as the drone, which tells me they didn't design any new controller for it.
No, it's
so they used what controllers
with a different firmware in it. It's intentionally crippled so it only works with the Air2S. And who was telling me they were talking to DJI and the guy that from DJI just insisted there is no new Pro controller for the Air2S. Meanwhile, he'd already ordered one from B&H.
Right.
So like they're denying its existence, and yet B&H already has it. So that's that's going to happen. Anybody that has, in my opinion, anybody that has, and what do I know? But anybody that has the new Pro controller is going to be able to fly multiple.
And I've said anybody that has an old Pro controller, I'm telling you, the time to sell it is now. Because eventually, at some point in the next 6 months to a year, that's going to be a fucking paperweight, and you're not going to be able to get any money for it.
My Ascendance remote controller, which still sells for $1,300, it only controls the matrice. That's it. It was made. It's Bill. It was made with a carrier tray that you can pull out and actually change the firmware because they were going to go with dongles. But then the FCC didn't want DJI to be using any 5G or 4G dongles in the US because they don't want us violating beyond visual line of sight. Can you imagine Philly drone life with that thing? You can already friggin' upstate New York with his drone.
But look how far you can go with the Mavic 3 already. That's well out of line of sight.
You have to stop at charging stations along the way, like an electric vehicle. Yeah, drone charging stations.
There's people that do 2-3 miles with the Air2S all day long. So
that's why the FAA can't wait for remote ID to come out.
I'm sure.
So you're telling me that that's not in line of sight when it's 2-3 miles out. Some of these, I've taken the Air too.
I just recently went a little over 3 miles with my Air2S, and it was a kind of a mistake, because it didn't make it all the way back. But anyway, that was.
There's a difference between doing a range test in the middle of.
I could see it the whole time in my mind.
In the middle of nothing, like Dunhill does on the top of a mountain in Hawaii, for God's sakes.
Well, my
versus doing it in New York City.
My thinking is this: if you've got your light on it, your 3 nautical mile flashing light that you can see for 3 nautical miles, if you can see that, you still see in your drone, right?
You know that the light is only intended for other aircraft to see you. That's written in the statutes.
Is it? Right.
The light is not for you. It's for other aircraft to see your drone.
If you can see it, you still know where your drone is.
Well, this is true.
Through physical line of sight. Really, technically, at night, I can see my drone much further away than I can during the day.
Do you know literally, line of sight still applies to night flying. You're literally supposed to be able to see your drone, not the lights, your drone flying within line of sight. That would be what, 10 feet at nighttime?
I was just going to say, I can't even see my car in the driveway when I turn the light on. So.
Hey guys, Jim, thank you.
All right, buddy.
Thanks.
See you, Ron.
Good chatting with all you and good conversation tonight. That was great. So
yeah, we did a good job, didn't we?
Yeah. It was a great night, man. Talk to you guys all later.
All right, buddy. Thank you.
So long.
Bye-bye.
I still think that flashing light makes you compliant. If you can say, "There's my drone right there," you see that white flashing light off in the distance. Well, it's like 2 miles away. I could still see that flashing light off in the distance. Right. That's my drone. I still have visual line of sight.
And I'll be honest with you, on the legs of mine, I have the green and the red, so I know which direction it's actually flying in.
Well, those I don't
But-
necessarily see unless you put on, I'm
Well, I
not.
did.
Yeah,
I
I was
did.
talking. Not the ones that are on the drone already. You're talking about actual
Not
aftermarket
Yeah,
firehouse lights or whatever.
Firehouse Arc 2, Arc 5 lights, the
Yep.
red and green
Yep.
are on the legs, and I got the white on
Yep.
top. So I can actually see which direction the damn thing's flying in. Until I read the specs that say they actually think that we're supposed to keep line of sight with the actual drone, not the light. Come on,
Does it say
man.
that? Does it say that? Does it
Yes.
say the actual drone, or that the wording?
Yes, it does.
Well, let's face it, too. The whole line of sight thing is kind of BS to a certain extent anyway, because
It is.
even if you're flying in the middle of the day with an Air 2 or even a Mini 2, after you get a couple thousand feet, especially with a Mini 2, you can't see it. That
No.
fucking thing will disappear into the sky.
I just don't know what the advantage to. I say I could see my Air 2S 1,000 feet away, which you probably can as a
Right.
speck up in the sky.
Right.
What? So what? What is the advantage to that? What you know what I'm saying? If you lose control of it as a speck, and then it's no longer, then it's gone because you lost the speck because it went in the wrong direction or like
The
that.
minute I look back at the screen, I lose it. Yeah.
But what is the advantage to being able to see that little speck out in the sky? If there's a problem, the whole idea is if there's a problem, you have control of the drone. If you lose connection to your RF or whatever, you have connection to the drone. Well, if that happens and the thing just shoots 100 feet in the wrong direction, now you can't see it anymore. So, what good was that visual line of sight, really?
The best thing is the return to home.
Yeah, it just comes back.
And if they're so worried about visual line of sight, is why are they letting DJI make a Mavic 3 that can go 10 kilometers?
I
Right,
get
that's-
just for strength of signal, I guess. But I just this is what people say. Yeah, okay. But when I had that happen to me, and I forced my drone to come in to land, and then lost signal because of the homes that were between me and it. When it lost signal, it actually backed up about 15, 20 feet until it picked up my signal again. So the drone is way smarter than I am, and it reconnected. And I got my connection back, and I was able to get it to land safely. Went and got my drone. So I'm just saying, I think visual line of sight. I'm kind of with Ken Herron on that whole thing, to a point,
It's always been abused by all of us.
right.
But
Right. You just can't be stupid.
they're unrealistic in their view. Yeah.
Right.
Don't be doing way out of, and then fly over 100 people at a concert,
Right.
or
Right.
or over a busy intersection or whatever, or a schoolhouse or schoolyard, whatever, something where you're going to endanger somebody. And if you're going and you're shooting, I'm going to go see if I can make it to that ship out in the ocean. Who are you endangering? A seagull. Your wallet when you lose the drone.
Right.
So
Well, my thing is like, I really think that the reason why they're calling this new OcuSync 3 Plus is because it's only slightly stronger than the OcuSync 3.
It's
And I
3
honestly think,
dBi.
yeah,
It's
I
30
think that
dBi versus 33 dBi.
I think that they've hit their limit on what they're allowed by the FCC, and so it's not enough to say OcuSync 4. But it's slightly stronger, so they're calling it OcuSync 3 Plus.
If
I
you
don't
go
think we're
back-
going to see a stronger one. I don't think that OcuSync 4 will ever be a thing. I think the 3 Plus is going to be the last one you see.
If you go back and look at each drone and the dBIs on the controller, you'll see that exactly what you're talking about. OcuSync 2 is 27 dBi. OcuSync 3 is 30 dBi. OcuSync 3 Plus is 33 dBi. But again, the FCC is sitting here allowing that at the same time as they're putting out crap that they're going to blacklist DJI. They
But I think
blacklisted them financially. They blacklisted them as far as being able to purchase them, as far as government agencies go.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the only thing that anybody can do with DJI anymore, as far as what the government's done, is the consumer can still buy DJI drones. But we can't invest in DJI.
95% of their market anyway. So I think
we can't. Yeah, we can't invest in DJI. We can't buy stocks in them, anything like that. The only thing we can do with DJI now is just buy their drones. That's it. That's about the only thing that hasn't been blocked.
They'll be fine. There'll be enough money spread around by them through lobbyists and whatever else, and they'll come off the list. And it's all about money. You know, it really is. I think what DJI needs to do is reopen what they had before in California, where they had their what is it, their development, their
The
hardware.
Certos,
Yeah,
support center.
Set up and set up a couple of them. Set one there, set one on the East Coast. Hire people from the United States. Pay people from the United States. Be an alleged American company like Autel, which still makes all, you know, their product still comes from China,
Right.
but because they have offices here and they have divisions that are here, you know, they're like an American drone. Well, that's what they really need to do. You know, and go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, I think DJI, as big of a market, since we're a majority of the money that they're making, the best thing they could do is get the fuck out of China. I think is the best thing to do, whether they have to go to Taiwan or go to freaking Vietnam, whatever. They need to get the hell up out of China. And that right there alone.
Because the Chinese government can at any time give them any information that they want.
That's what I'm saying. So if your sole money maker is the US and other countries and not really your own country, why the fuck stay there? Get up and move.
Right.
Well, I don't know how easy that would be, but
well, he was educated at MIT.
Oh, the guy.
Yeah, wow.
I mean, just to uproot your company and start producing somewhere else.
Well, you
and
could
be able
move it out.
And be able to pay your employees in lychee nuts or whatever they pay.
That's it. Yep, you're right. Because it's a industrial. Shenzhen is an incubator zone. Okay, where they're paying them shit. It's a development zone.
Yeah.
Imagine if you had to make that with these idiots who want to make $15 an hour serving a burger at McDonald's.
It's already happening. You know,
Right.
It's killing us. It's killing my little business, my little company. You know,
Really?
it's going to go. It's $1 a year up to $15 over the next 5 years, 4 years now, because it's already gone up $1.
Yeah,
So
that's what I see the problem with it is too. Same thing. You can't, the local companies and stuff like that can't afford employees like that. So
no,
And the
instead
price
we
of
run
gasoline-
shorthanded, and our service goes down, and our prices
Right.
go up, and then
Right.
we're just going to go away because nobody's going to come in the door anymore.
Exactly.
Price
It's all- it's
yourself
all-
out.
It's all bait and restaurants are closing up all over the place. Businesses are closing up. It's all bait and switch anyway. Look, you're making more money. Yeah, but look, what you're doing is making everything cost more money. So we're not making more money. I'm making more money than I did 10 years ago. And you know what? When you figure out inflation, I'm making way less money than I made 10 years
right.
ago.
Well, and unfortunately, you're in a business like a bowling alley that's not a business that's in huge demand to where you could raise your prices significantly
Yeah.
to meet that inflation and still have the same
I mean, it's
amount
not a
of people
necessity.
wanting to
No,
come
it's
in.
not. Entertainment businesses, none of them. Service
Right.
industries, none of them are necessary.
Right.
You know,
Right.
and it's for
So
people
what are we doing as Americans? When it's now $100 to fill up my gas tank where it used to be $50, I'm going to utilize less entertainment.
Right.
I'm not going bowling now, or the movie theater is now $20 to go see a movie.
Right.
I'll wait till it comes on Netflix.
Yeah.
Kind of bullshit mentality is happening. You're ruining entire industries. Thank you, Joe Biden.
You know,
Mhm.
industries, health, people going out, how about people just being better to each other? How about people understanding and being more tolerant of each other? Because they're
Right.
not anymore, because they're doing like this on the internet, talking to, I've never met you, Sean.
Yeah.
But
Oh, you have a couple times, but
in person?
But no,
Oh,
but
no,
human,
not in
human
person.
No,
interaction.
that's what I mean. I've met you online. I mean, I know who you are, but we haven't actually met. So
no.
But I've never shaken your hand. I've never looked you in the eye for real. And it's just, I think it just hurts everything. And that's why people are becoming more cruel. People are becoming more ignorant and intolerant of each other. You know, I mean, I say a lot of stupid shit, as you all well know, and I don't mean any of it. I'm just trying to have fun. But I'm working on the premise that people don't have skin like tissue paper. And that's what everybody has now, because everybody has that platform to jump up and
don't hurt your feelings. I mean,
no, I mean, if I was worried about your feelings, I wouldn't talk about the glare from your camera and your forehead there.
Yeah.
Well, it's
I don't
like
care.
you said. You look at people. Justin and I were sitting there talking about yesterday at my super Walmart. a mile away from me. There are like 3 employees, and those 3 employees sit there at the automatic checkout center because they fired all the cashiers. They're
Right.
at the automatic checkout. So when that thing screws up, they can use their little card to start the machine up again. That's all they do now.
Yeah. No, you're right. Did I hurt your feelings, Chris? I'm sorry. I heard Chris.
I mean, even look at the maintenance at Walmart has significantly dropped of the amount of maintenance people they have, or I should say janitors, because they give them a fancy name and call them maintenance.
Right.
But they're just janitors. But even the floor cleaning machine now is self-automated. It maps the whole store out and goes and cleans the floors. So now you don't have to have a guy riding that. So they don't need that one extra maintenance guy that they needed at night on the overnight shift. Now they, instead of having 3, they only have 2.
Right.
And you got guys like Sean running around. If in case that machine breaks, Sean goes, fixes it, and drives off.
Yeah.
They just have a service employee.
This is what I tell, when I meet some younger kids that might say they're going to college or whatever, I'm like, think about it. You're not the guy that's working on the factory line no more. You're the guy that's fixing the robots that's working the factory line. And there's significantly less of those people in the factory now because they only need a few guys to do that.
Yep.
They don't need 200 guys on a line boxing up little, trinkets, whatever they might have done by hand before. So those are the jobs you need to go for, is engineering, computer, robotics.
Automation.
Right.
Okay.
Gender studies is going to get you nowhere. You're going to go spend $50,000 on a gender studies degree. Where's that going to get you?
A fine arts degree.
HR position.
Right.
It's insane to try and every job that I had as a kid is gone, literally gone. I wouldn't know what to tell my my granddaughter to do as a first. God, you got 60-year-old people fighting for the job at the McDonald's counter.
Right.
Later, Dan.
I mean,
right, which isn't going to be around much longer. The more they have ordering kiosks,
Wawa has all that ordering kiosk crap.
I mean, and let's face it, there is a need for less than $15 an hour workers that people are happy to get. If I'm retired and I just want to supplement my income doing something that is, like being a greeter at Walmart or sweeping the aisles or even just picking up in the parking lot, those are not positions that a company can. So, and you know what ends up happening? No more greeter at Walmart.
Right.
Nobody picking up the shit in the parking lot. So you're going to, it's just because they just can't afford to expend that kind of money. Let's face it, that's over $30,000 a year to a kid who's still in high school or a retired guy that just wants to make a couple of bucks to make ends meet. And those jobs are going to be gone.
It's like my dad. He worked at Sportsman's Warehouse for about 7 years for $10 an hour, 1 day a week. That's all he wanted. And it was something fun that he could do. Like he's
got him out of the house.
Yeah, well,
got him out of the house.
He used to be a professional fisherman, so he worked in the fishing department, and it was something he liked to do, and it was something that he could help people out with and
share his knowledge with the with the
exactly.
people. Yep.
So, but he never got a raise in that 7 years that he worked there. $10 an hour.
Well, that's a bit,
Yeah. So I mean,
he must have sucked at his job. So
yeah, no. I wish I could say that, but no, he sold more shit in that 1 day than anybody did.
Well, let me give you a for instance. Okay, right now the same fake ice cream. I buy fake ice cream for me because I don't want to be a fat bastard. So that fake ice cream comes in a gallon jug at Winn-Dixie. That's our supermarket here. Publix or Winn-Dixie. Yesterday was $6.99. Today, I was telling Justin, is $7.99. Went up $1.
For what?
The gas has already gone up to for what? For Joe Biden and inflation.
Yeah.
For the $3.5 trillion bill they just signed.
Yeah, but really for what?
For nothing. For absolutely no reason.
Like I said, a year and a half ago, I was seeing late 90, early 2000 gas prices. I think the lowest it got here was like $1.18, $1.17.
Wow.
And then all of a sudden now it's
2019.
They got that
that's
low?
what I'm saying. Yeah, it got that low in my area. And
I wasn't
then
even
all of a
paying. It got
sudden-
low enough. I wasn't even paying attention. I just stuck it in the car and filled it up. You know.
Now
All I know
it's-
is it's gone up $2.
Well, now it's like
Yeah.
330, 350 it averages here. It bounces back and forth.
My
And I don't like
four-cylinder
how you looked
car-
at me when you talked about being fat. By the way, okay, I'm 180 pounds of muscle.
I'm
Because
just
I weigh
telling you.
300 pounds.
All right.
I'm just telling you. This is actually fake ice cream. It's like ice milk or some crap.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I
It's
think they got frozen yogurt, which you can do. It's supposed allegedly better for you, but it's still got sugar in it.
I don't like it.
You know,
Unless
fake
it's
sugar. It
milk.
doesn't. It's not the same.
Right.
Moderation.
It's so fake. You can take it out of a freezer that's minus 20 degrees and take your spoon and just go like this and it comes out. None of this hard crap. With
Wow.
real ice cream. Yeah.
Yeah. That's my job for my wife when she wants a little bit of ice cream, which she can afford to do because she's 88 pounds. But when she wants ice cream, it's too hard for her to scoop it out. So that's my job. As a husband, that's what I do. So, I don't
What a guy.
actually indulge myself while
No.
no, that's
No, not at all.
I've never licked a spoon either, Bill.
glad to help. You know what? And I hate this liquor, by the way. This is this dark rum that somebody gave me a while ago, but it's all I have
Oh, I
left.
hate rum.
God, but
The
you know
Captain
what?
Morgan's Jamaican. I love that.
This is some kind of English. I forget the
English
name of it.
rum?
Never heard it before, but it's actually
Wow.
like I'll get the bottle if you want to know.
I
Yeah.
love it.
It's got a cork.
I should have gone
Really?
to bed 90
Oh,
minutes
that's a
ago.
good thing.
It's good. Yeah, I don't like it, but it's got alcohol, so I'm drinking it.
Yeah.
So it's like supply and demand. This is the
Yeah.
supply, and I demanded it, so I'm drinking it.
Right.
And I'm gonna pay for it tomorrow.
Yeah.
I only survive on just over $1,400 a month. And here's the thing: if you're on disability, that's what you're getting.
Right.
Fucking try and pay rent. In
Yeah.
Florida, houses are now, I lied to you, they're now $300,000 for the
Jesus.
same piece of crap that was, I'm
To
going to
buy
say
an
20
apartment.
No, to rent is about $2,500 a month now.
Okay.
The rents are actually
That's
even
still
worse
high.
than the
That's
price of the
still-
homes.
Yes.
Rents went up higher
Well,
faster
in
than
my-
the actual price of the homes here.
In my city, the houses on average were about $900 about 4 or 5 years ago.
Right.
And now those same houses are going for about $1,750. So they've gone up almost $800 and some dollars in price.
Yeah.
Now, I can show you pieces of paper that I have from my healthcare company,
Hmm.
Health First, here in
Mhm.
Florida, which has now even changed their Medicare Part D plan to where my medications no longer are $5. They're gonna. I don't know what the fuck they're gonna be now.
Wow.
What do you think did that to rent? You don't think it had something to do with the federal government forcing landowners to allow people to not pay rent because of COVID and stay in those homes for a freaking year without paying a damn thing?
Well,
Even though they were getting, even in Florida with our crappy $275 unemployment check here, you had the
Right.
600. They were getting 800. They were getting $40,000 something dollars a year to stay at home and eat ice cream.
Right.
Eat fake ice cream and watch television.
But other people didn't get that. I didn't
No.
get any of that.
Right.
Well, this is
If you're on Social Security or disability, you didn't get that.
Yeah. No, you didn't get you got a check though. You got a bonus check. You just didn't get the unemployment. I'm talking about the $600 a week that they were giving to people that were on unemployment.
I know. Art was telling me how he was getting a $600 check every what was it, week or 2 weeks?
Every week.
2 weeks. Yeah, every
Plus-
week. Yeah.
Every
Plus
week.
his unemployment. He was
Mhm.
making
Right.
better money not working than working.
Right.
Right. So was I. So was I by a little bit. I was making a little more money staying home. But here's the thing. When they were ready to open up, Bill, okay, boom, went right back to work.
Right.
A lot of people didn't.
Right.
And they shouldn't have gotten paid. And now the government's coming after them because it turns out that they were offered their jobs back and they refused. And eventually they'll catch on and catch up. And then they're screaming and yelling, "Oh, it's not fair. It's because of COVID that I didn't go back to work." And that's and then that's their argument because they were afraid to go back to work because of COVID was out there.
Well, a lot of people were filing for LLCs to get the paycheck protection, and then they didn't even actually have a business.
Right.
And a lot of people got busted for that.
Yeah.
And then other people were getting rent, getting money from the government to pay the rent because they said they couldn't afford it.
Right.
But instead of
Never paid it.
instead of the government just giving it straight to the landlord,
Right.
and the tenant getting a receipt from the government for that, they gave it to the tenant, and the tenant could do whatever they wanted with it, and then they weren't paying it.
Right.
I never heard of all these scapegoat bullshit things you're talking about.
Oh yeah, they did that a lot. So
holy Christ!
Yeah, there was people that got like 10 grand to pay their rent for over like 6 months period.
Yeah, they didn't pay it.
Instead of and then they just didn't pay it because they knew they weren't going to get kicked out.
Right, because they followed it up with a law that says the landlord can't kick you out, and it's like, wait, you're worried about what COVID's doing to these renters, but what about the owners? And it's not like these are big corporations with
they're usually people that just have mortgages on these houses, like maybe 3 or 4 of them.
That they still had to pay, and then if they didn't pay, they got foreclosed on. They lost the property, and those people lost their place where they lived anyway. So it makes just zero sense. So now rents are out the window, are up, are ridiculously high because a couple of reasons. One, they want a better renter. They want a better somebody they can afford. Which I'm sorry, but you got people that are of a level that can make a certain amount of money. They're probably going to take better care of your property. Not all the time.
Yeah, but they've taken advantage of it here in Florida, Bill.
Well, they need to stock it away for the next time they pass down another law that screws them out of $100,000 over the course of 2 years.
Right.
I'm just saying.
Well, have you ever seen? I have never seen a nation destroyed in 9 months.
It's ridiculous.
A fucking nation
without a bomb
in 9 months without a bomb drop.
Well, I heard, how many people I heard in Florida, bitch and complain. Oh, I didn't have a job through this whole COVID thing. I was like, dude, Florida was only on lockdown for a couple months, and it wasn't even a real lockdown. Shit was still open. Jobs were still available. So I don't understand where you're getting
for restaurants. Except for restaurants.
Yeah, no, they closed us down. We were closed down for 6 weeks.
Right, but that's what I said.
Then we came back, and then they said we could do 50%, which was ridiculous. The whole thing was dumb.
Yeah, but it wasn't. It wasn't at the level
lasted
of
like a month, not even, and then it was 75%, and that lasted like 2 weeks, and then we were back to
right. But so I said it was just a few months. It wasn't at the level of New York and California.
Couple months, tops.
Right, that's what I'm saying. And then Florida realized, this ain't gonna work. Fuck this shit.
I'm going to end the live stream, and we can keep bullshitting because this thing's gone 3 hours and 20 minutes. And that's like more than you should ask any human being to ever watch.
Well, if they didn't want to be here, they would have left, Jim.
You've been averaging about 14 people for the last hour or so.
We could talk to them. We've been ignoring them for a while. Hi, Chris. Hi, Blind Neil. Hi. Oh, look, Tim Jackson just come in. Welcome in, Tim. How are you?
Sean knocked himself off again.
He's what 11 in the morning there. Good morning. Droning veteran still here. Should have went to bed 90 minutes ago. Good night, Jim.
And Chris, I know you remember when Art told us about that $600 he was getting. Art made a big deal out of it that he was getting more money not to work than to work. It was ridiculous.
Did Sean leave? Did he say goodbye?
No, he popped himself out. I don't know what he did.
He'll end up popping back in here.
Now I'm hurt. I'm very sensitive. Mike B's in here.
All right, well, jump on, Tim.
Yeah. What's up, Tim? Yeah, he got the. At least he got the chat moving again because it was pretty still there. Like I said, we were averaging 14 people when not a lot of people were talking. Because you do have a good. If you say you're at around 30 people in your stream, there's a good 16, 17 that are never going to put anything in the chat. They're going to just sit there and lurk in the chat and just listen.
They're not like me and they don't care that they sound dumb. I try to be funny. It's like, yeah, all right, Bill, stop. That's enough.
Oh, Amika Steve popped in. What's up, Steve?
Yes, my feelings are hurt, Chris.
It's better when Bill actually has a few drinks. Then I enjoy.
Amika Steve, how are you? Is it? Are you sure about that? Well, that's my first drink. I was good. It was all serious before. And let's just relax. Let's all talk about the wonderful world of droning, free laptops. I don't know what the hell else. What do we not talk about tonight?
I don't think we covered everything, for God's sakes.
I mean, I heard you were talking about shorts earlier, and Justin kept talking about shorts, and he gets a couple, 2,000-3,000 hits with his shorts. I've seen him in a short with shorts, smacking his ass.
I just don't understand where shorts actually get someone because people they don't subscribe anymore. the whole thing of subscribing has seemed to like gone down. I remember when guys used to worry about hitting 1,000 subscribers and they just gave up. You know what I mean?
Well, they still do. You know, a lot of people like New England Drone List, like he's doing really good right now, but being just strictly a drone channel, at some point it's going to stop.
Yeah, yeah.
That's amazing. How did he go from, he said, oh, finally hit 1,000. I was like, what do you mean finally? His channel's like 6 months old.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. But we all know that it doesn't matter how good a flight footage you do. If that's all you're doing, at some point, it's going to hit a brick wall. And people are going to get bored with the flight footage. The only reason Ken Dono and all these other guys are super successful, Ken Aaron, is because they're doing reviews. They're doing tons of unboxings. That's the shit people want to see. If you're strictly just doing flight footage, it don't matter.
He does live programs where he gets shit faced and he starts. Excuse my language on your channel, by the way, Jim.
I don't care. My subscriber count hasn't changed in like 2 years. It's still the same 2,200. and if we go look on my analytics, which I think I'll do. Can I do that and still be on here?
But I hope Barry does really well. Like
open a new tab.
I'm not saying that his channel won't get big, but it just seems to be a revolving pattern. If you look at any channels, no matter how good they're editing.
Yes, you're right.
You know, there's guys out there like, Jim doesn't obviously post a lot of videos, but like Matt, you see how well he does with DaVinci when he posts videos. His channel's not blowing up, but he makes really good videos. That's what I'm saying. So to me, he might be doing well now, but he's going to hit a mark of just a few thousand people. And then it's probably going to he's probably going to end up hitting kind of a brick wall at some point.
Well, I don't know. Whatever he did, he's certainly.
Well, like I said, I hope for the best.
Certainly doing great. Yeah, absolutely.
But I'm looking at just a revolving pattern with drone channels. If you're not doing reviews and doing unboxings and doing thorough flight tests where you're breaking shit down to you know what I'm saying? It's hard to.
And why would you go
40, 100,000 subscribers?
Why would you go out and buy a drone just to do that kind of shit? I mean, if the drone isn't better than what I have, I'm not going to go buy another drone just to have another drone.
And then some of these channels, have help because like, I don't know Ken Dono's complete backstory. I was told he comes from a wealthy, good to do family, which may have helped him out as far as buying shit in order to do reviews.
He was hooked up with a company too, wasn't he?
Well, he owns, what does he own? What's the name of that?
Wasn't he in with a guy from DroneWorks or something?
Yeah, he owns half the company.
He's part owner, yeah. DroneWorks.
But then you got people like Ken Heron, he's not where he is because of just drones. He was a show host, still does. So it's, a good majority of his followers are probably coming from, because if you look at shows.
Well, he's a DJ. He was a pretty successful DJ.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So he has other backings to help grow his channel, not just off of drones. But like I said,
a lot of these comedy act.
But a lot of these guys are doing a lot of reviews and unboxings, and that's what people want to see. You know what I'm saying? Because what do you see in the chat when people are talking? When we're talking about the Mavic 3, everybody will come up in the chat and say, "Oh, did you see Ken Dono's unboxing video? Did you see Ken Heron's review on this drone?" Because that's where they go to get all their information from. I don't. I'd rather just look it up. Or I know plenty of pilots that aren't big on YouTube that I can get the same information from. Jim,
I don't get unboxing videos, but I get the review ones. I mean, you pick the right product at the right time. And I've said this before, and because it's my only example of a successful video, but I did that video of the MasterAirScrew Mini 2 props when they first came out, and it's got over 12,000 views. Now, for a guy with 184 subs, that's pretty damn good.
Hell yeah.
And it did it fast too, and it's still growing to this day. People are still checking it out, and I didn't even make any conclusions. I said I like them; they're orange.
But like any of the unboxing videos I've done have been some of my biggest views. Like a lot of them have a couple thousand.
Ones I don't understand. I mean, the actual review ones, yeah, I get. But why do people like to watch people unbox things?
Because
don't
they
know.
want to see what comes in the drone,
Right.
like what cables you get, what you're expecting to see in the box when you open it.
But I
So, like,
but
if I'm
even on
buying
the
an
website-
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, if I buy a computer, to me, it's more fun to watch somebody unbox it and see what comes in it. And then I know what I'm supposed to be expecting to be in that box when I get it. You know what I'm saying? I guess that's the kind of viewpoint some people might have on it. But like I said, if I need information about computers, I can go to Sean, I can go to Bill, I can go to Jim. All you guys are, somewhat knowledgeable in different fields of computers.
Oh,
If I need to know,
you make me blush. Somewhat knowledgeable. Thank you.
well, I'm just saying, like, but I'm saying
He
you
was
guys
about to
all.
compliment us and he pulled it back. I like
Right,
that.
right.
No, no.
You know more than me.
But what I'm saying is, like, if I have a question about something, if I was to go out and buy a Mavic 2 Pro and I had a question about it, I'm gonna go to Jim, I'm gonna go to Matt, I'm gonna go to anybody that I personally know or have phone numbers to and just ask them the question. I don't need
Right.
to go watch 51 drones do a 30-minute video to tell me
Yeah, yeah,
one
yeah.
little thing. I don't
Right.
watch those guys very often. Like, it's just I know people I can go to ask the questions that I can call up in 2 seconds and be like, hey, how do you do this? And they can tell me. I can hang the phone up and be done.
Right.
But
Picking up, Bill. That's funny.
Of course,
I,
you do have to remember, not everybody has that privilege either. So, I mean, not everybody has a personal relationship with all these people.
right,
So,
I understand that, but that's the reason why I don't watch the bigger guys.
right,
Like,
right,
because
right.
to me, Dobo and Ken Heron aren't going to tell me something that I know Jim probably already knew. Because you know how
Right.
Jim is. He's anal as
Yeah.
shit. If he wants to learn something, he's going to look
Oh, yeah.
every goddamn thing up possible about it and read every manual they have.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, there's got to be a reason I'm buying it. I don't just buy it because it just came out. You know
Right.
what I mean? It's got to be better than I have. And right now, if you're not beating the Mavic 2 Pro or the X5S camera, I don't need you.
well, it's more than that. It's more than just better. I mean, I have a Santa Fe. You know, I understand a Mercedes SUV is better. I don't need it.
Right.
It's not just better, but better and something that you need and will use and will enhance
Right.
your life somehow. I mean, I could put leather seats in my SUV.
Right. Yeah,
You know?
exactly.
I've told you guys the story of why I got the Matrice. I started getting scared as shit when the Inspire 1 Pro was doing this around power lines.
Oh, shit.
I can't have that. I can't be taken out the neighborhood. No, there ain't no insurance in the world that's going to cover that.
Right.
So
You just don't tell them.
Oh,
Well,
the
you know-
Mavic.
once they have remote ID, there is no not telling.
I know.
Mavic Air 2 and the Mavic Air 2S actually were two of the highest rated drones this year. They got two of the highest ratings as being the best for your money and all that stuff. Best quality.
Well, I mean, not just because I own them, but I truly believe the Air 2S is the best bang for the buck from last year. I do.
Yeah.
Well,
I think
I've
so.
always,
And the Mini 2
I
from the year
think-
before. I mean, DJI,
But
boom, boom, 2 in a row, 2 winners in a row.
I think going from the Mini SE to the Mini 2 to the Air 2 to the Air 2S, all of them are a bang for their buck in the category that they're in. I think all four of those drones were a successful hit as far as pricing, and they were reliable and they're good drones. They fly well.
Well, I see a
it's just
lot
all how
of
much you want
unfair
to spend.
comparisons between certain drones. You know, like right now, of course, they're comparing the Air 2S to the new Light Plus, and they just seem to keep forgetting that the Light Plus is $350 more.
Right.
That's substantial. When you're talking about $1,000 drone, you're talking about it's 33%, 35% more money. So yeah, it should have some advantages. And frankly, they're not that great. The aperture, the variable aperture, longer battery life.
Right.
Jim, you could
Now,
answer that question about
There's
Andrew.
going to be 4 classifications of drones. Each drone is actually going to be classified by weight. I don't think something under 250 grams
Right.
is going to be required to have the remote ID whatever that's going to be. I've seen a
I
few.
think that's what it says in there too. 250
transponders.
grams or
Yeah.
below doesn't
But-
have to have.
but
If you
his
read it,
ma-
it makes it sound like that might be true, but it could also be written. It also
Right.
I've seen how that was written.
They can
But
change
that's
shit
so
at any
vague.
second.
Yeah,
Because
so
they
Yeah,
say
but-
as technology changes, they'll be making changes.
But like he said in the question, though, is the Spark compatible? None of the drones technically are compatible right now. I
It
mean,
piggybacks off your drone, is what it does.
if
It'll be
anything,
something you'll have to ziplock on it.
yeah, it will be a little module that you'll have to put on your drone
Yes.
somewhere. Now, the newer drones that come out when that's actually in place, those should have it built into it. But there's going to be tons of companies that are going to make little third-party modules that will be compliant.
well, let's
that
hope
you're
the
gonna
sub
be able to-
250 drones won't require it, because if you do that, you're going to put it over 250.
Well, I'm just saying any of the
It'll no
drones.
longer be a sub 250 drone at that point.
Well, I'm saying any of the drones at the moment, though, are in that category of not being compatible.
Sure, of course.
Unless DJI has put that in there somewhere that we just don't know about because it's not
Right.
turned on yet.
It's going to come
I
in the
mean,
Fly app.
It's very possible that remote ID, there could be a component somewhere in the Air 2, Air 2S, the Mavic 3 that's already there. We just don't know about it because they haven't flipped it on yet. But I doubt it. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
No,
what
it's
is
never
what is
going to
it?
be anything DJI came up with.
But technically,
DJI's UUIDs has nothing to do with the United States federal government.
well, yeah, technically none of them are compatible right now.
Right.
By
Right.
any
There,
means.
there is no official module that the United States government has approved yet. And by September 23rd of 2022, 6 months or whatever from now, any company that proposes to put out a remote ID module has got to be being inspected by the FAA's
And
administration.
right, it's just going to be,
That's the
gonna
law.
it's going to be like these lights. You're going to be able to peel it off and put it on any one of your drones that doesn't have it built in.
I guess I mean, it all depends on what information and what is it exactly that they expect the drone to be able to present to other people. I mean the drone already uses GPS to accurately tell you where it is. It accurately knows where you are.
But it's not telling the government where it is.
No, but I understand that. But how much of a reach would it be for them to open up the frequencies so that the government could tap into that?
Yeah,
Right.
what you're saying, Bill, is like they could already piggyback off of the
Right.
Signal.
What's already there.
Already there, yeah.
Yeah.
I knew exactly where you were going with that when you said that.
Yeah. You know, and will they be reasonable, and for drones that don't have a specific module, allow that for drones that are already out in the market?
And Andrew,
maybe be somewhat limited. Maybe I don't know.
And Andrew, the
Maybe-
Air 2 is an amazing bird. Everybody just forgot about it when the Air 2S came out. And
Right.
it's still an amazing drone. There's nothing wrong with anybody buying one of those. It seems like when the Air 2SO came out, everybody just kind of forgot how good the Air 2 was.
Not right away.
Yeah.
There was a big argument for a while. Is it worth it to get the Air 2S? You know, and that went on for a while, and then kind of melted away.
Because some people will be like, oh, if you spend an extra 200, but somebody might not have that extra 200.
Right.
They might have that only budget to where they can only purchase what they're getting.
Broadcast drone ID, drone location and altitude, drone velocity. All these things are already available. Control station location and elevation. It's all there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because the home point tells you where your controller's
Tells
at.
you,
Right.
But
it-
it's
it-
not
it already
telling
knows
the
all that.
United. It's not telling the United States government. It's going
Right.
to have to be switched to where the frequency is shooting this information every second to the United States government.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but Bill's
Well,
saying it's already all there. You could
it's
just
it's already
piggyback
there,
it.
but they would have to somehow have it so that a listening station can pick up what your controller and your phone are picking up.
Right.
And
NVIDIA.
I don't think that's going to be that difficult, to be honest with you.
Hey, Sean,
No,
I
don't
just got
either,
a
Bill.
notice from NVIDIA that the new studio driver is available.
Yeah. So we'll want to update that later.
Yeah. Oh, I
Um,
ordered the other 64 gigabytes of RAM tonight.
Yeah, I saw that.
Right.
I saw that you said that.
I'm tired of waiting.
So here's two 250 gram drones. that I can fly that can record at 4K. This one records at 4. Let's see. This one records at 4K 60. This one records at 4K 30. But look at how small they are that you have to go to actually be without remote ID.
Now, see, you guys would have to put a module definitely on yours. But that's the thing is, like, if a cop pulls you over and is familiar with the drone laws,
right?
I guess they're just short of just weighing it and seeing if it falls under that.
But this one's actually under 250,
right?
So they would have.
They're never going to weigh it. They're never going to weigh it.
No.
Because
like they're going to have scales just sitting in their car for that.
Well, the only ones that because in reality, the federal government's going to want this in place, but the only ones that could really enforce it on a mass scale would have to be local authorities, and it's going to be whether they even want to deal with that or not.
Right.
And some police departments don't have the budget to worry about a fucking drone that they may run across every 6 months.
Yeah.
You know what they are pissed off about? All the DJI drones they have bought that are now not supposedly supposed to be used. Because Florida followed the DOD IU.
Right.
DOD Innovation Unit List.
Not all states have, though.
Right.
And not all of them are going to. There's going to be some states.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. They're making it
Our
so
state's going to be like, I don't care.
City and state entities don't buy them, is what they're getting at. But that doesn't mean that they still can't contract Bill or Sean
right
to do their work for them.
Right.
Right.
I don't think you can flat outlaw these drones that have been here for 7 years.
Yeah. Well, it's just like our real estate market right now. I could go out and do that all day long. The only way that I'm ever going to get caught is if the federal government, FCC actually comes by and says, "Hey, do you have your 107?"
Yeah, they're going to do that, right?
Yeah, in Idaho. Yeah, good luck.
That's the thing is, it wouldn't be hard for anybody to go out and find a shady realtor. It doesn't give two shits whether you have a license or not. And like I said, is FAA going to really investigate every single freaking video from every damn realtor that they're posting online? No, they're not even going to. They don't have the manpower for that, and they never will.
Yeah, that would take them forever to do that. So.
Right.
For them to actually make this viable,
they're
gonna have to have listening stations.
This driver came out today, Tim Jackson.
They're gonna have to have listening stations nearby places where they're concerned about drones being flown, and because what is the sense of this having that ID if you're flying in the middle of the Sahara Desert? In the middle of nowhere, where you're not going to cause any problems or there's going to be any issues. They want the ID so that they can keep track of who's doing something stupid. So, to me, I mean, if the drone is constantly putting out a signal telling you where it is, blah 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 blah, and then if there's a complaint or if there's an active threat going on or someone is flying near an airport like that, someone can flick on their receiver, and it's just like a plane and an airplane. Transmitting all its telemetry and like that.
Oh yeah.
It doesn't matter if no one's listening, So that's all I'm saying. It's constantly being put out there. Then there comes a situation: who owns that drone? And then you just start listening to the signal that's being put out. Because the idea that they're constantly going to be monitoring every single drone that's in the air 24 hours a day is retarded. It's ridiculous. It's not possible. I mean, what kind of? I mean, it's just not possible.
They don't have, like I said, they don't have the budget or manpower for that.
Budget or need or I mean, it's crazy.
Unless you put revenue share with the local police department, do you ever think that who's going to stop you?
But
this is the thing too.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, but your signal, is it being listened to all the time? No. I mean, but like I said, if you're near an airport and they say, "Oh, we're pinging something," okay, there's something there. Okay, then they start listening. But if you're flying in your backyard and you're 50 miles from the nearest anything, anything that they're worried about, like a seaplane port or airport or whatever, then they're not listening because they don't give a rat's ass. Why would they? You know what I mean? Why would you? So to me, I think it's the onus is more on them to actually have the ability and the equipment to pick up the actual signal.
I don't think it's going to come out when they
What's up,
say it's
man?
going to come out.
When they figure it out, how much it's going to cost between manpower and equipment and everything else.
The whole reason they did not do ADSB was because ADSB cannot see below 400 feet. Why? Because there are buildings and houses in the way.
Right.
That's why it's
Right.
looking up in the air for aircraft.
Right.
Well,
So
that's what I was telling somebody the other day. They were like, "Oh, I've never seen a plane, 10,000 feet pop up on my drone." I said, "I have. I've been sitting at 300 feet, and my controller's telling me there's a plane over me, and it's a fucking airliner that's 10,000 feet in the air.
that is annoying as shit.
And I'm watching it on my controller as it's going over me, and it's following it.
That is annoying
And-
as all hell.
And just like how people keep saying, well, I'll go with Altel because they don't have geofencing. Well, you don't think that that's coming? Because even the cheaper
Right.
drones, Hollystone, all them, they're even putting geofencing on their drones now. Granted, you fucking got to be 500 feet outside the airport gate to get that son of a bitch to go over it anyway. It's not like
Or
you're
you
flying a
jailbreak
mile.
Yeah, and I understand people not liking it because they don't. But you know what? It's not you or Justin. Maybe Justin. It's not you or anybody that's responsible that's flying drones. That's the problem.
Right.
That's on there to keep people from getting in trouble and for doing something stupid.
That
And really, we
1%.
should be glad that it's there, to tell you the truth, because
Yeah.
the more ammunition you give the anti-drone people, the worse
Mhm.
off we are in the long run.
Yeah. I've never been over 100 miles an hour. No.
Yeah, nobody speeds in their car either.
And I can see where geofencing is an issue for some 107 pilots that have been in areas where they needed it unlocked and it just wouldn't, because there might be a flight restriction or something there. But as a recreational pilot, if I go somewhere to fly and it says I can't fly there and there's no way to unlock it, guess what? I'll just fucking go somewhere else.
Well, well, that's
I
what
mean,
you
listen,
have to do.
Listen, how can the United States government allow us as flyers to sit here and request unlocking shit from DJI in China? How's that even allowed?
Right.
I've got to go to djunlock.com to be able to fly near a New Jersey, whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
To unlock my drone, I got to go to China.
Right.
How does the FAA allow that?
Well, you're not only supposed to do that, you're also supposed to go to Lance and do that as well.
The FAA should not be allowing any unlocking procedures by the Chinese company.
Yeah.
At
I
all.
mean, to me, it should be tied directly into Lance.
Right. I agree.
Lance, whatever you want to say. Yeah, and because I had that happen to me once, where the app wasn't working properly on my phone, so I couldn't get unlocked through DJI, but I already got Lance approval to fly where I was, and it just should have been together. I should have been able to put my Lance authorization in the app and then just flow my drone.
I heard Al had the same problem.
Yeah.
In California.
That happened to me one time.
And that, I still think it just makes no sense to me that you're going to China to get permission to unlock the drone to fly your drone in the United States. When their maps, remember when AirMap first came out? The maps were actually wrong.
Right.
So I'm wondering, maybe that's what I need to work on, is maybe a GPS VPN.
Wow.
Well,
have you ever thought about that?
Yeah, but here's the thing. They're already making the things that point and shoot and destroy the signal to the drone.
Right.
Oh, yeah, they have that.
So are you really, VPN or not, it's destroying any signal going to that drone and apparently making the drone drop out of the sky. I don't know what it does after that.
Well, you can always set one up on your drone to do the reverse.
Well, let me ask you something, Sean, and this might sound freaking stupid.
Fly a satellite dish on your drone?
But like Dan's saying with the open source, and like I said, this might be a stupid question, but would the government step in and keep any drone related programs from being able to do certain things that an open source program would allow you to do if they really wanted to lock everything up?
Well, they could try, but again, it's going to be like what everybody says. It's the manpower. how much
Right.
manpower does the FCC actually have?
But
As
I'm
far as
saying,
I
is
know,
that
zero.
possible though? Is that possible to close open source programs
I don't
No,
know
if they're
no,
if they're
no,
specifically rated?
No,
No.
they could pass laws, but enforcing it's a different story.
You
Yeah,
can't pass.
okay.
They're not going to pass any laws. You know how much? If you restricted open source, you'd be
Right.
sued by so many friggin' companies.
Oh yeah,
That'd be insane.
Yeah, what is it?
It's
Like I
against the
said,
Constitution.
I was just
Linux.
curious.
Linux would go nuts.
Yeah.
They would be all over
No,
that shit.
But I'm saying if it was just drone related, though, is what I'm saying.
How
It
do you
was
Doesn't
just
matter.
related.
You're banning open source at that point in time.
Okay.
So,
Well, I was just asking. I wasn't sure.
Yeah. No, and it's a valid question, but you got to remember how many open source things there are still out there. Even Android is technically open source.
Right.
So, I mean, how many companies would be jumping all over this saying, you can't restrict us from doing this?
Right.
So, I mean, that's what it boils down to. It's the same way with my racing quads and stuff like that. For them to be able to put that stuff on there, Betaflight, iNav, all that stuff, that's all open source. You cannot restrict that.
Right.
So, and that's why, let's see.
And you look at all this crap.
Is suing the FCC.
Yeah.
For that same reason.
And they got an answer back to that complaint already, and it's all nonsense.
Oh yeah.
When you turn around and you look at even if you were to build your own drone, you buy a DJI S1000 kit or the kit, Sean, that we put up earlier.
Right. The
Pixie,
Pixie, whatever. Yeah.
We put a Pixhawk on it with an orange cube or whatever you want.
Yep.
You fly iNav and you're flying it off your computer.
Yep.
You know, if you want to set up Maps Made Easy or any of the other open source things that are already there.
Or use Garmin. I mean, shit.
Well, look at HereLink. HereLink uses the Garmin's pucks for RTK.
Right.
And it's all open source. It's already out there. It's just that we're all too lazy to put it together.
Right.
We'd rather buy the DJI drone off the shelf.
And I get that. I totally understand that. But if the federal government's going to do that, fight back. You know, do it your own way.
Well, I mean, there's valid arguments on both sides as far as like how Dan always says open source. And then there's people that like to buy drones out the box because not everybody's into programming shit. And
it's a pain in the ass. I'll tell you that right now.
You can buy an open source drone, but then you still have to find a gimbal that's going to work with it. Then you got to put a camera on it that's going to communicate with the VTX. You don't know any of that shit. And I barely know what these open source programs are. So I'm not qualified to talk about them. And I'm sure as hell not qualified to build one.
Well, it's all one profile, honestly. It's actually pretty easy once you actually get it set up. But it is a learning curve. You have to learn it. You have to know somebody like me that knows how to set that up. So, I get that. Like, it's way better, way easier to just go out and buy a DJI drone that's already set up for that stuff. But if they're going to restrict you at every airspace that you go to, I mean, it's might be time to move on to something else.
And that's what they want. They want to kill this hobby because look what we did to the guys who fly their little airplanes and don't bother nobody.
Yeah.
We destroyed their lives.
That's why they hate us. But that's why I've said too that every single RC hobby as far as flying goes, the planes, the long range drones like DJI, helicopters, FPV, they all need to be put in their own categories and have a good understanding of what they do with each hobby and set rules for each one separately, because FPV pilots generally don't go a mile and a half away from themselves. They're right there in a parking lot whipping around perfectly in line of sight at a few hundred feet. The RC plane guys, they go into open fields and fly around in an open field. They're pretty much in line of sight. They're not flying a mile and a half out.
Their fun is flying in front of them and putting it into a stall and shit like that. That's their idea of fun.
So that's what I'm saying is they need, if they want to set rules, they got to set general rules for each one separately and have a separate set of rules for each one, not one that generally covers 4 different hobbies that have 4 different ways of flying things. And even the helicopter guys, they don't go out like a lot of these guys that fly helicopters now. They're just doing the stunts right there in front of them.
Yeah, but you still, you know how dangerous that is still? I mean,
right.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
Right. But we're talking about like, you know, remote ID and all that. Does FPV drone?
I had a guy at the local park who was flying this gas-powered helicopter trying to take down my DJI Phantom 4. And he kept getting amazed because every time he got close to the Phantom 4, the sensors picked it up and the Phantom 4 would move faster than he could manipulate his drone to kill me.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the guy was really after me. They hate these drones.
Oh, yeah.
Hate.
Well,
kill me, kill the drone, you know.
They hate the racing quads too, or the freestyle quads too. It's no different. Like I've gone down to the fields down here. You can't fly that here. Why not? I have an AMA AMA insurance. I have my license for it. Why not? Well, you just can't fly it here.
Well, it's not your
Why
fucking
not?
field.
Yeah.
Well, they started doing that in Tampa, where Dan lives, and supposedly there's only one official park where you're supposed to be flying FPV.
Yeah.
Who the hell would actually do that? Oh, I'm just going to go out to that park every Saturday, and
it's boring as hell. It's a flat surface with nothing there. I can't have any gaps or anything to go through. So, and as soon as you hit over 100 miles an hour, everybody's like, "What the hell are you doing?" Really? You guys have jets that go faster than that.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Then that's one of the things I laugh about the AMA is how on their website they're like, "Oh, we're drone friendly.
No,
buy a membership, get the AMA thing." But the minute you step on an AMA field, they're gonna fucking try to rip you a new one.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing. The government FRIAs, the FRIAs, which are supposed to be the FAA approved parks for recreational flying.
Right.
Who can actually submit it? Okay, because it can't be at a school, can't be at a city-owned park, because the city can't, by law, apply for it to be a drone zone.
Right.
According to the FAA rules. So I have to own 10 acres to allow you guys to fly at my AMA field?
Yep.
That's not going to happen.
Right.
People think FRIAs are just going to be made for them. No, not going to happen.
Right. Let's start a GoFundMe so we could buy 10 acres in Florida.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh shit!
That only costs a few $1 million. We can do that.
Yeah.
Right.
Today's rates. Yeah, today's rates.
Has to have trees in it though.
We can do that. And alligators too. I mean, bugging the alligators, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, that's fine.
You're shooting the gap. Watch the jaws open up.
Right.
There's GitHub groups and Slack groups that are out there defeating DJI crap every day. If you look at it,
Well, I mean,
but you got to be into this stuff.
all those drones right there, I wouldn't be able to fly if they do that thing. Supposedly, I built every one of those. They're all programmed by me, but I can't fly them without, ID. Why?
Right.
So let me ask you though, if they do require remote ID for those, because I don't agree with it for FPV, because like I said, a lot of times you guys are flying in a small space,
Right.
no more than maybe 1,000 feet from you.
Yeah.
I know some FPV pilots do have long range quads that can go a mile and a half, but
Two or three of those are long range ones, but
right. But at the same time, would you be willing to stick a module on there every time you went flying?
no, it's extra weight. Like it's like you might as well put a LSR on one of those things.
Right.
You know, why not put a big ass camera on there? Well, it can't fucking lift it. That's why. Now you're going to add another 20, 50 grams onto that thing? No.
Here's the thing, Dan. How do we fight back when only 53,000 people responded to the NPRM that the FAA put out? The notice. I can't believe only 53,000. Because now remember, the FAA is saying that millions of people have registered drones. Really? Millions of people or millions of drones? Jim owns 10 drones. Bill owns 10.
Well,
that kind of thing.
Right.
Just to give an example, for me to race in a race, I have to have an AMA license, I have to have my myself registered, and I have to have a sticker that has my registration number on each one of my drones just to race.
Yep.
Why?
Right.
Like literally we're in a small tiny field with flags around it. I'm not even going out 200-300 feet, maybe. You know, that's still line of sight, no matter how you look at it.
Dan, that's exactly where I gotta go. I gotta make my own X8. Not necessarily a heavy lift. It's got to be able to lift the 900-gram camera. That's it.
Yep.
But I've got to get off my ass and do it. I've been talking about it for 2 years now with Dan,
Right.
as a matter of fact. Because
I can help you with that too, but
the way DJI goes with shit, I mean, look, they stopped selling Inspire 1 batteries. So you stop buying that drone. Yet that drone, I've got 3 of them because they can be gutted and made. I can put an iNav in that son of a bitch, get my own controller, but I just haven't.
yeah. I was gonna say, like, I mean, you look at the flight controllers, the little one that I showed, this one right here, that's a full-size flight controller right there in the center of that. So that bottom one there, that bottom plate right there,
right.
That's a full-size F7 flight controller. So
what are in these DJI drones? Is it much bigger than that?
It's a little bit bigger because they actually spread out the entire board. So all the chips are kind of spread out so that they stay cooler. But other than that, it's still usually like an F4 or an F7 flight controller. That's it.
I pay $5 a year to go fly on BLM property.
BLM, really?
You're allowed to fly on BLM property?
They probably
Is that a
have some-
permit, Robert?
No,
Glazer? Is that
no,
a
there's no
permit?
permit here for BLM property at all.
Bob, how are you doing that, man?
Somebody's
'Cause-
just grabbing $5 off him and lying to him. We got
Right? Yeah, no shit. Because any BLM land up here,
This tiny little thing. There's an F4 controller that fits inside here.
Well, let me ask you guys this question too.
Exactly
is,
right.
You know, Dan
Need a new
says
shroud. I gotta
the
put a new
government
shroud
is
on.
relying on us to buy out of the
they're
box
fun though.
Beat the
drones.
shit.
But say the entire hobby tomorrow flipped and said we're just going to build our own shit,
Right.
and then the government felt like they had no control over anything. Then what
They
do you
would.
think the government's going to do at that point? You think they're going to ban any drone that's not commercially being used?
It's still going to be the same thing because they're still trying to do the same thing with the ones that we build.
Yes.
It doesn't matter. Like that, it's all in the clause there. It doesn't matter if it's built or not. The FCC has total regulation, and they have to check them. Like with our quads, like the racing quads and stuff, they literally want to be able to put it in the FCC's hands and make sure that it has the ID on it and make sure that it's compatible with what their requirements are by that law.
But do you think anything would change by doing what Dan's saying and completely flipping? Say
No,
the
because
entire-
look, wait a minute. If you're buying these VTXs, okay, and our RTXs, there's no way the United States government can block the 2.4 gigahertz channel. It's where everything goes for our Wi-Fi and all that at home.
I'm not
They
saying
can't be
block
blocking
that,
off these channels.
but what
Yeah,
if they said tomorrow, like that's what I'm saying. So say everybody went to FPV tomorrow and decided
Right.
we're going to build our own shit. We're not buying no out of the box stuff
Right.
no more.
Right.
What does the government typically do when they feel like they're backed in the corner and they have no control?
Well, and
They're good.
that's the thing that they're talking about right now. They're not talking about blocking the signals at all. They're talking about the companies that sell them, like Get FPV, the drone companies, all the ones that we buy from, the flight controllers and all that stuff. They're going to make their drone, send it to the FCC, and then sell it as a whole bundle. You cannot buy the flight controllers, the radio systems, or anything as an individual anymore if that law goes through. That's how they're controlling that part of it.
Are you fucking
So
kidding
it
me?
won't matter if you can buy a camera drone, like a quadcopter, an octocopter, or whatever. If you can't buy the parts for that thing because the FCC regulates it that they have to inspect it before it goes out,
So
then
it'd
you
be
can't
like
even buy a flight controller.
so it'd be like if you wrecked your FPV drone, it'd be almost like care refresh. You'd have to send it in to get it fixed.
Exactly.
Well,
Well,
as
then-
it stands now, with the remote ID, whoever's going to be making that remote ID is going to have an FAA representative. Production oversight is what
Right.
the FAA is calling it. I don't
They
know
put
if
it
they'll
in.
actually do it, but
Yeah.
they have to have the rights of being on your property to do production, which automatically cuts out anything made in China.
Right.
Because China will never allow a U.S. government official to be
Nope.
there saying, no, you can't do this.
Right.
Yes, you can.
But as it comes into the United States, then they make them build it with that flight controller, the company, whoever's trying to sell it. And they have to, the FAA has to basically literally solder that thing to the flight controller and have it ready. And that's the only way that's going to get shipped out.
So then what's the point of going to open source though if that law goes through then?
It can't go through.
It won't, but you'll have to order everything from China. So you'll get everything from, or Australia. Like Australia, the Fly-Do-No, which is the KISS flight controllers.
Yeah.
You could still order those from Australia, get them here and set it up, and you still have an F7 flight controller.
Okay. Now my whole point was not even just about that law, but if we say everybody flips, they go to that, and government feels like they're backed in a corner.
Mm-hmm.
That law doesn't say that law is not there, and they feel like, okay, we can't control this shit. We're just going to outright ban this shit unless it's commercially being used, which means you're licensed and you're able to use it.
They can do that.
Then the federal government's going to give you some crazy ass fucking fine if you get caught flying one without a license.
Right.
So are that many people willing to go out and get a $20,000-$30,000 fine for civil disobedience?
Right.
That's where I'm saying is you're not going to get a lot of people that are going to be willing to go out and do that.
If you get 100 people together to sit there and do it,
yeah,
it's a start.
And it also
is,
depends on how many people are actually enforcing it again, too. You got to look at it. It's an FCC regulation law. How many cops are going to be like, I don't give a shit?
Yeah.
So,
but I mean, it's also like it's like back
pretty
to
much
Jim's,
all of them. You know,
but it's
I mean, every cop I've ever approached when I was at a park where I never flew before.
Oh, they thought it was cool as hell.
Is this okay?
Yeah,
I guess I don't care. Go ahead.
Right.
I mean,
but
literally, that was the answer.
But it
As far
goes
as I
back
know.
to. But I mean, it kind of goes back to Jim's point. Are there
Mhm.
really millions of flyers actually out there, or are they just counting the multiple drones that people have? So is there really a big enough community to really make a big enough impact?
I think they're counting all the drones that were ever bought. Let's put it that way. And then sitting there calling it, saying there are 2 million drones out there. We have to regulate this. That's why they're coming up with unmanned traffic management.
Well, I guarantee
which will be called uncrewed traffic management, because now you got to be politically correct in your verbiage.
Well, let's face it, too. Say there's 1 million actual drone flyers out there, 1 million individual people.
Right.
I guarantee at least 250 to 300,000 of those people aren't registered, whether it's an Air 2, whatever.
Right.
Have no idea about the rules, don't care to learn them.
Right.
And they've probably never looked up anything, and that might be the only drone they have. They may crash it and never get back into drones.
Right. So one thing I kind of look at it too is, if there are 2 million drones here, Dubai has probably the largest drone population around. It might be time to move to Dubai, drive a Lamborghini, have a tiger in the back seat,
Yeah. 2 years ago, they were showing Dubai police drones.
Right.
They looked like motorcycles, and they had
Yeah,
the four.
I
Well,
can't
they
even
have-
afford
they're
the
in
flight
full
to
effect
Dubai,
over
let alone live there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have actually insane FPV races
Oh,
in
yeah.
Dubai. Yeah.
Well, and like just as an electrician over there, you make $500,000 a year.
I like what Jackrabbit says, though. Our kids are more willing to accept what the government says. The whole protests of the 60s and 70s to make the government listen are gone.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, you got people rioting and burning down crap, which never does any good, ever. Ever. All the legal protests and all that are the ones that work.
Right. So it's just all bullshit. It just needs to stop. That's all.
But I don't think, honestly, I don't think if you're buying out of the box or you're doing open source, I don't think it's going to make a difference either way of what you buy or decide to build or whatever. I don't think it's going to make any damn difference which direction you go.
Not if they pass it. That's the problem.
And that comes into you writing your state senator, which couldn't be absolutely any easier than it is now. State senator, boom.
Yeah.
Email address,
Well,
boom. And how many people do it? None.
But I just think that if everybody tomorrow stopped buying out of the box shit, I don't think it's going to change anything. I really don't. I don't think it's going to have any impact on it because the government does. That's just my personal opinion. I don't think it would.
I see what you're saying now, Justin, and you're right. I mean, if everybody went to open source and stuff like that and stopped buying DJI, it's not going to change anything because it's sold out of China or Japan, whatever, and so they don't give a shit if we buy them or not because everybody else over there is going to buy them anyway.
Yeah,
and so the only people that are going to care is the U.S. government going, "Hey, well, why are you guys doing this shit now?" You know, so it's.
But he's saying, how could they stop the open source movement? They can't.
They really couldn't, other than the purchasing power. I mean, that would be your only thing that would actually stop it is if they stopped all imports whatsoever. That'd be the only way that they could stop that. And there's enough companies out there like Fly2Know and even Pixhawk, they're all overseas. Like if you really wanted to, you know, unless they embargo everything like China did with us with Google, you know, that would be the only way that they could literally stop us from buying those components.
The YouTube channel went stand up for us little guys.
Won't.
They're just yes men. YouTube doesn't give a shit.
But this is the thing though, is
the YouTube channel.
Would it really affect much if they decided tomorrow, you know what, we're just going to block all FPV type parts being able to be bought individual in the US? Because how big of a community is that really affecting in the grand scheme of things?
Well, see, they got scared to death because it all of a sudden became such a big community.
Is it a multi-billion-dollar industry though?
Kind of.
US alone?
Yeah.
Look at DLR. You know, the racing
Drone
program
Racing
on
League.
ESPN.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, that's pretty big. And they would throw a tissy fit too if they couldn't get their parts for their drones and stuff. So
But
I
think,
mean, yeah,
but
it's not
Now,
like
you're talking
NFL,
about completed
but-
boards. I think what's going to happen is, remember, we used to be able to build crystal radios from kits.
Yep.
See, that's
Right.
going to come back, and we're going to sell little boards and
Yeah.
soldering guns and each individual little part, and we'll just
you
build
just
it
put
from
on your own
scratch.
chip.
Right, and they'll be this big, but
Yeah.
we'll just
Yeah.
have big old FPVs. Why not? It sounds like fun, to tell you the truth.
And honestly, some of the quadcopters that we have, you can literally replace your F4 flight controller with an F7 on there, and it's
Right.
super easy to do.
Yeah.
And that's all you got to buy is just buy the one chip, the F7, and take off the F4, put the F7 on there, and you're ready to go.
Well,
So
Jackrabbit,
you're 100% right.
Jackrabbit, it really depends on what side of the government you're on is what YouTube protects.
Yeah, and to be honest, YouTube does care about this stuff because quite a few of my friends and stuff like that have flown bridges that were actually still active with cars going across and stuff like that.
Right.
Have blocked them and then fined them for flying around them. Like I can count at least 3 people that I know of that have posted videos of that and have gotten $10,000 to $30,000 fines for doing that because of YouTube turned them in.
Oh, really?
Yes. One of them was Rotor Riot.
Okay.
What did they do? They stopped the flow of vehicles?
No, they didn't stop the flow of vehicles or anything. They were flying next to the thing. They were going under it and then doing a power loop over the top of it and going back through and coming back to where they were.
Right.
But
They
they
saw
went, but
that
they
on
went, but they
YouTube.
went over the traffic though with the drone. is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, and I understand that
Because you
that's
make me
not
nervous because
right.
I've flown along bridges,
Yeah.
at night, but I was off the
There's a
bridge, like
slide, yeah.
Right.
to the right
Well,
of it. I didn't
one
fly
of
like
them,
right down it.
Tommy, oh my God, is what he's called. He flew next to the bridge, did a power loop next to the bridge, never ever went over traffic. He got a fine for $10,000 for
Really?
doing that. Yep.
I got some videos to take down.
Yeah. Right. So, but
because I ran alongside the road. I mean,
Yeah.
but shit. Oh well.
You forget though, on half of my drone footage, it looks like I'm flying over traffic.
right.
But you forget that
From
these
the angle.
cameras have a crop factor of 2.
Yeah, you're not anywhere near the traffic.
No,
right?
nowhere near the goddamn things.
Yeah.
And that's what actually got me in trouble one day when the drone was so far backed up just to see this building being created that I was actually sitting over a motorcycle group who took exception to a drone being over their clubhouse.
Right.
I understood you, Robert. Okay.
So you
Sorry.
can't. Yeah, he did.
Night
understand
Train's
you.
right. The flight was in Canada, but still.
Wow.
Well, I was talking to somebody about that the other
Wow!
day.
They got fined $25,000 for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what's his name that was arguing with Ken Heron from Geeksvana over
Yeah,
that video?
Sean.
Sean, yeah.
And people are making this thing, well, you're in Britain, so what does it matter to you? But honestly, I think that when certain things happen in other countries, it can affect other countries. So if somebody does something in Britain that's outrageous,
Look
the
at IK.
That's a dumb argument. It's in a different country. It's got nothing to do with anything. It's got to do
Right.
with safe operation with drones and what the laws that are in effect right now, and people breaking them.
But
That's
what I'm saying is all these air agencies around the world have to work together because they have air traffic coming in and out of their areas. And so
they
if
feed
the
off each other.
Right. So if the FAA sees something going on in Britain that might be outrageous, they may take that and say, you know what, we might need to implement that same rule because of what happened there. It may have never even happened here, but they may look at that. So what we do around the world can affect other people.
Possibly, but that argument about Sean not caring because it's in a different country is just dumb.
I didn't agree with that either. I thought
it's because
stupid.
he understands what the laws here are, and he was arguing about that. And they wasn't taught the fact that they started bringing up English laws. It had nothing to do with the original argument because the thing didn't happen in England. So,
well, they were trying to take the attention.
He's not entitled to an opinion because he's in another country. That's stupid.
Right. And all the other countries, if you want to look at it that way, they can't run over, what is it, 200 or 100? I think it's 100 megahertz for your signals.
Yeah, their signals are cut down,
Yeah,
and they also have all these other laws that coincide with each other. What is there? There's RPAS and CASA and FAA, and they're all working together.
Yeah, and we have 1.5 gigahertz connections. So I mean, like, how do you want to look at that when you're looking at other countries?
And it's all in the name of safety.
And I mean, Dan's completely right about that, about YouTube, because there's a lot of monetized channels out there that aren't licensed.
Right.
And they're making money off of their drone channels. There's plenty of them out there.
Yep.
And YouTube doesn't do nothing about it. I mean, because like I said, when it goes back to the FAA doesn't have the manpower to scour YouTube all fucking day,
right,
and then contact YouTube about it. It's just too much.
Yeah.
They don't care to.
No.
They really don't care to. Unless it's reported to them, they're not going to give a crap. But they're trying to make this, as far as drones go, as what I see, I don't know what you guys see, they're trying to make it all one world as far as the rules go.
And it's not. It really isn't.
No, because FEV is different from GPS. Fixed wing RC is different from both of those. I mean, they all need their own set of rules and categories.
Right. And that's what a lot of people are actually arguing, at least on our side, for the quadcopters and stuff, that they're looking at that. They don't want them to be categorized as the same, because they're not. And they are doing that. It's like that's completely different than what we're doing. And it's like they just don't even care, or don't even understand. And I don't think they understand at all of any of the RCs, if you want to look at it that way.
No, they don't.
And Dan's right. Dan's right here. Guys who are not 107 pilots and put up their drone footage are still getting their channels, commercials put on their channels against their will, so to speak, right?
Right.
So that channel is actually making money.
Right.
My channel has commercials on it, and I'm not monetized.
Every channel has commercials on it now.
So, even my crappy little channel.
But there's some channels that choose to be monetized too that aren't 107, and nobody does anything about it.
They only do it when they're reported. Listen, it's our fault that the drone rules and laws are coming into question in the first place, because if we didn't fly over a nuclear fucking power plant and show the guard's face on YouTube, then this wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah.
Or that drone didn't crash into what was it, Arizona, and start a fire in the middle of the park.
And that's one of our biggest arguments anyway. How are you going to see the guard's face when you're going 150 miles an hour?
Or 150 feet up.
Right.
How good do you think these cameras are, for Christ's sakes?
Right. They're not that good. I'm sorry.
I mean, even when you're at 200 or 300 feet, somebody walking, they look like a little fucking speck. You can't see any detail. Even if I use.
It's funny you just said that, because I keep wondering what it is, what information DJI could possibly giving to the Chinese that's coming from my fucking drone.
Right.
Oh, white American drinking in backyard again.
Right. Yeah, right.
Right. It's like anything that drone can see that when you're flying is already on commercial satellites. They have their own military satellites that have pictured everything. I mean, the entire world.
For God's sakes, you've got Google. They got cars driving around, so you can see Google Street View. For Christ's sakes.
Yeah.
They literally have cars have come past my house doing
this thing right here has more information about me, my life, my finances, and guess where it was made?
Exactly.
I don't get it.
Yeah,
and it's connected to
Google Earth alone. I mean, come on.
I could call China with this thing.
Yep.
Like if China wants to know where a nuclear power plant is, all they have to do is go on Google Earth.
Right.
They can look at it all fucking day long. They can use their own satellites to look at it.
But if you look at it, when you get down into a certain view, it's blurred out.
Or play the flight simulator. That would work too.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying though is, Google Earth might be blurred out to us, but China has their own, what is it, the Yangon satellite system or whatever, where they can, I mean, they can look down and map everything themselves. They don't have to fucking rely on anybody. Just like any other country.
Right. They've got their own set of Beidou satellites up there right now, which, unless we shoot them down, they're taking pictures of every country, not just us.
Sure. And just like we're doing, I mean, we've taken pictures of every country. I mean, every place on the earth, it don't matter what little square inch of land, it's been photographed from the sky at some point.
Right. We did it first.
Look at Elon Musk.
Russia have been doing it longer than anybody.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Look at Elon Musk putting up 9,000 satellites just to give internet to everybody for $600 down and $100 a month.
Right.
There are so many satellites up there. I don't know how the hell you get something to go up in space. Like shoot a rocket up without hitting 87 satellites on the way.
Well, and look at this. You'll love this. Let's see. Oh no, that's where they build the Avery tank armor.
Now, can you zoom in on it? Let's see. How far can you zoom in without it getting blurred?
Oh, yeah, China can't see that at all. No, not at all.
And this is
There's
Google
nothing there to see.
Well, and that's the thing is, and anybody can actually go to a commercial satellite company and you can pay them to take video or footage for you if you have the money like that. Right. There's commercial satellites out there that companies will you can go to them and say, I want video footage of this area, or I want whatever, and they can give it to you
Right.
for the right price.
All right, I'm killing the live stream because we're just way over time here, but we can
Okay.
still keep talking. Good night, guys. Those 10
Have
of
a
you
good
who
one,
are
everyone.
watching.
Later.
Good night, everybody.